WeatherTech SportsCar Championship on IMSA Radio.
Hello everybody and welcome along to our live broadcasts. 24 hours to come, flag to flag, and when we say flag to flag we mean it. No interruptions. We'll be taking you through to the checkered flag at 1:40 tomorrow. A little over a full day of racing to kick off the 2024 IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship season. We're just inland from the famous Daytona Beach, land speed records, racing, it all happened there. And this 3.5 mile circuit, or thereabouts, are utilising a little bit of a nuanced infield. People really don't understand, I think, just how tough it is to get round the infield. They're racing for the big trophy. They're racing for the Rolex, watches as well. We're just inland, as I say, from Daytona Beach with this circuit that has so much history down through the years. And one of the AWA machines just not getting off the pit lane here. Down through turn one, into the infield. The eastern hairpin is called the International Horseshoe because the flags of all the nations of the drivers that are competing are there. Out to the western horseshoe and then back up onto the high banks. It's quick down to what used to be called the bus stop, which Mr. France renamed the Le Mans chicane, in a hands across the ocean operation that sees the first chicane on the long straight at Le Mans, called the Daytona chicane. Well, it's a beautiful day here. The weather is playing its part at the moment. It's 82 Fahrenheit on track, 79 in the air, or if you prefer 28 Celsius and 26 in the air. Hello everybody and welcome along to what is going to be a cracking day's racing. But it's not started well for AWA. Let's take a CrowdStrike pit report.
Sitting on the apron is that number 13 machine, one of the AWA Corvette, and it's trying to creep away. That's the, I'm not quite sure who can start the car. I know that Matt Bell's one of the driver. Here an engine note, and again it looks to roll, just walking up to it to see what the problem is. People are kind of almost hands off the thing at the moment as the cars trundle past as they complete their first for the warm-up laps. So it's Ore Sedani who's the starter. Sedani. And there's a lot of kind of, it's jumping about, it's kind of, almost they engaged a gear and it didn't take off then. The engineers are coming to push the car, trying to push it away, bump start, that's worked. Yeah, that doesn't bode well for the rest of the race, but an engineer has kind of slightly hurt himself by pushing the car, and as he pushed it around away, he's banged his knee quite nastily, and it stopped about 100 meters or 100 yards further up. It's now going it's going very, very slowly. I wonder if he's trying to keep rolling, not have to stop and join the back of the GTD and GTD Pro queue.
The pit box is that end, and that was part of the problem for that car, because the guys had to run a long way down to get it started, and now it's still, well, it hasn't got there. So whether it's a clutch problem, whether it's a tick over problem, more of the AWA pits crew are running down. Ore Sedani trying to get that car going. He's creeping forward. This is absolutely painful early on. And at the front of the field then, Pipo Derani has no knowledge of what's going on here as they head towards their second of two formation laps. The AWA car is being pushed towards its pit. I think maybe they're going to pit out. They might be able to bump start this and just join in, you know. Wheel & Engineering Cadillac on pole position from the 01 Cadillac V-Series are Pipo Derani and Sebastian Bourdais lock out the front row for Cadillac. Two Cadillac machines but not teammates in LMP2. Ben Keating for United Autosports in the number 2 Wins Mission Food car is on pole position. GTD Pro, Michael Christensen for AO Racing, and the Porsche number 77 from Ben Barnicat and Vassar Sullivan, and it's Aaron Thielitz in the other Lexus who's on pole for GTD with Klaus Bachler alongside them. It will be a start this time around. Shea Adam has now got the AWA car in its pit.
And Ori was able to fire it up, but not able to get it knocked into gear or in any forward motion. So the Corvette is rumbling in its pit box, but it's going to be here for a few moments while AWA tries to diagnose what's wrong with it.
Nothing that... Listen to the crowd. Listen to the crowd there. The big cheer from down towards the turn into turn one. Nothing that a good bit of throttle response won't fix. And Ori Fadani has got that car at least ticking over. Well, there's drama you don't need before the start of one of the, if not the biggest race of the year. So AWA will start at the back of the field. It's a split start, so the GTPs and the LMP2s will be heading off behind the first of two Cadillac safety cars. And then there's a second group which are just coming out of the back bus stop chicane, the Le Mans chicane, and they are following on. That is the GTD Pro and GTD cars. Those cars are mixed together. They are identical in terms of their specifications. It is the driver combinations that decide whether they are a GTD or a GTD Pro. We'll run you through that if you're not sure as we go through. This is IMSA Radio for 2024. Sound and vision perfectly together as the green flag is in the air now from Jerry Bruckheimer. There was a bit of a jump away from Pipo Tirani. I think he anticipated that, and the inside row is the quickest away with Felipe Nasr trying to make good on the outside. He was on the inside of row two and he's trying to come round, and here comes the outside of the second row. Cadillac coming down the inside. Here come the GTD cars, and it is Rexy who comes through, the bright green Porsche with the two Lexus hunting impacts behind them down towards turn one. We'll wait to see if Ori Fadani can get away. We're waiting. He's waved away, and it does fire. Now he needs to follow out through the pit lane, which he does do. I'm not sure. I don't think he'll get a penalty for that. To the lead, we have got the Lexus. That's the Pro Lexus. I can see the red numbers on the side, but coming through into third position behind the bright green Porsche. That's the second of the Porsches that were on the starting grid. So that's Klaus Bachler for MDK Motorsport. At the front of the Daytona GTP field, it is the pole sitter. And here comes Pipo Tirani through the Le Mans chicane for the first time, hopping the curbs with Felipe Nasr in second, Sebastian Bourdais in third, Conor De Filippi in the BMW started the first of the Munich V8 cars. Tidy, Peter, to start, but that was a big jump by Pipo. That might be being looked at.
Tirani went very early there in that Whelen number 31 Cadillac, and he leads by a couple of car lengths there from the Porsche of Felipe Nasr. So it's a Brazilian 1-2 at the moment. Great to see the AWA Corvette number 13 get going and get out of pit lane and start this race. If you're going to have a problem like that, have it now. Don't have it with an hour to go.
Yeah. Exactly right. Jeremy Shaw was watching as the GTD field came through. The Lexus looking very racy earlier on, and indeed the Pro car has taken the lead for Ben Barniker, but Aaron Taylitz was right in there. But I reckon the best start was from Klaus Bachler, who made up a position as he got through down into turn one. Hit fourth position. He started, he eased his way up to third at one stage. That GTD feed looks absolutely outstanding in the afternoon sunshine here. So Bachler back down to fourth. Fifth is the Acura of Gradient Racing, Acura NSX GT3 from Gradient Racing. Catherine Legg in the mostly white and green. JD Wentworth Acura, and she's hunting down the MDK Motorsport. That's a rhubarb and custard coloured car, the dark red and bright yellow car. Behind Catherine, the number 62 is the Risi Competizione Ferrari. Now that car's made up some positions as well. Unless is that Manny Franco in the Conquest Ferrari that's come through to there, rather than the 62. I'll check that as they come under my feet next time around.
So the 62 Risi Ferrari didn't quite have the strongest qualifying, but I think that they showed fairly consistent pace through practice. It's going to be intriguing to see how they come through. They qualified behind a couple of the, I know Risi are a private team, but they're about as close to the factory as you can get for a private team, if that makes sense. But they weren't the top Ferrari, but I think in the race they definitely will be.
A couple of moments ago, big bobble for the Proton Porsche, the JDC Miller Porsche, the number 85. That car with Richard Westbrook starting in 9th position, just ahead of the Proton Porsche of Neil Janney, the number 5 Mustang sampling car. That car didn't qualify last week, the Mustang sampling black and gold car, because of that incident in the final practice, which was about this time last Sunday, actually.
And the Proton car, the Mustang sampling car, they've done the most running in race week. They've been every single time there's been track time, they've been out there doing lots of running, because they've got a bit of a mix. Romain Dumas, super experienced driver, but little experience with the Porsche 963. Alessio Piccarello's never raced a prototype before, so he's had to get up to speed. Jimmy Bruni and Neil Janney, they've got a bit more experience with it, but they've really tried to get that setup ready, and they will just see how they do it through the rest of the race.
At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us. Back in Europe, it is just coming up to 15 minutes, just after 15 minutes before 7 in the UK, 15 before 8 in the evening in Central Europe. Huge audience as ever for the opening stanzas here. Stay with us as much as you can, and welcome to everyone who's been watching the rescheduled Dubai 24 hours. Good 10 hours or so of that race now under the belts into the darkness of the Middle Eastern night. We squeak the longest darkness here, 13 hours and 17 minutes at Daytona this year, which is a couple of minutes longer than the Dubai 24, due to it being moved 2 weeks later in the year after the issues in the Red Sea for shipping. No problems here, and 1 or 2 drivers who expected to have been racing in Dubai this weekend are here with us.
Change for second, Sebastian Bourdais making a lovely move up the inside at turn 1 on Felipe Nasr, so the 0-1 Cadillac moves to second, making it a Cadillac 1-2, Porsche back to third.
In LMP2, it's Kuba Smirkovsky who is leading in the number 52. That is a change from how they started into Europol then, in that matte yellow and green took the lead on the first lap from George Kurtz, who's gone up into second. Pole sitter Ben Keating in the number 2 car. That's the Wins Mission Food car for United Autosports USA. Now, Adam has just pointed something out to me. If that is indeed Kuba Smirkovsky who started that car, that might be a problem, Shay.
That would be an incorrect starting driver, because it is mandated that a bronze-rated driver starts in LMP2, which would result in a 5-minute stop-and-hold penalty.
Right. Kuba's silver, is he not? Yeah, I think so. And now, in fact, it's changed to Nick Boulet on the screen. Bull. So, Bull, excuse me, Nick Bull on the screen. So, he is a bronze. So, thank you to our scoring and our colleagues, close colleagues at Alcamel, possibly listening, possibly realising that the guys down at that team hadn't flipped it over. And that is a bit of a no-no. That could have cost them very dearly indeed. That's what made me pause for a wee bit there. In GTD Pro, Ben Barnicut leads for Vassar Sullivan. And in second place, it's Michael Christensen for the Porsche number 77 that started on pole position. It's the AO Porsche, the green dinosaur, affectionately known as Rexy. And then in GTD itself with the green numbers. It is Aaron Teelitz again for Lexus, with Catherine Legg, who's just moved up into second place in the white and green NSX. So a little bit of shuffling around from what we saw on the starting grid. But early days here at Jeremy Shaw at the opening running of the opening few laps running here at Daytona. But that said, there's still quite a bit of feistiness out there.
Yeah, it was an interesting start. Good to see pretty clean. Good to see also the number 13 AWA seems to be running. Corvette seems to be running okay after that glitch leaving the grid on pit lane. So that's certainly good news. Pipa Durrani set off to a pretty rapid pace right away. Fastest lap in the race was at lap 2 at a 1:35.863. That's only 0.2 of a second away from the lap record from last year that was set by Tom Blomqvist in an Acura at a 1:35.6. So you settle down into low 1:36s, 1:36.2 last time around for the race leader. Sebastian Bourdais in second place, fractionally quicker last time around, but I think that's the sort of pace we're going to be seeing for much of this race. Is a 1:36 is the pole position time in qualifying, 1:32.6. Low fuel, fresh tyres, all the rest of it. We're not going to be approaching those times in the race, I assume.
If you're travelling around whilst you're listening to us today, you can find us on RS2 at IMSARadio.com. Here in the States and North America, Sirius XM channel 202, flag to flag, no interruptions. And of course, if you're outside the US, we've got the World Feed TV for you as well. Via IMSARadio.com, click the hamburger on the top left, and the first thing you'll see on the drop down is live video. Just to trail ahead quite some time, actually, at midnight Eastern, when the teletypes decide it gets too late for them, they will be taking a well-earned rest till 6 o'clock in the morning, and we will be taking over the airwaves of the NBC broadcast. Scary, huh? And from 2 till 6 on that is our now I was going to say famous, probably infamous, Night Owls, powered by Sacred Coffee, with Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones stepping into the breach to take you through the wee small hours. Here's our pit lane caller. It's up to Shay Adams' end.
The number 13 AWA Corvette is back in the lane. They did a splash of fuel and are working inside the passenger compartment of the car. One mechanic, no gloves. That tells me he's going after something a little bit finagly inside the cockpit. Car has been cleared to leave, refired, but is not yet moving. Ori is still sitting in his box, a position he's been in far too often for the start of this race, but now goes down a lap.
Shea Adam with that CrowdStrike pit report. Cars are in traffic, part of our Porsche keys to the race. The leaders then coming through for the first of many opportunities to go past now the midfield in the GTD categories, the Inception McLaren, and the leader. This is the first danger moment for Pipo Durrani as he comes through there. Got to keep his wits about him here. It's all about concentration. Gets to the high side early, coming through the banking through Speedway turn 1 and 2. Now chops to the inside with the additional aero grip from the GTP cars. They're a lot more powerful than the DPIs that they replaced this time last year, but they are heavier and they are not quite as nimble, and they take a bit of driving. Described to me by the drivers as a bit like a very powerful, very fast GT Le Mans car. Well, we loved the GT Le Mans cars for how they looked and how they sounded, and these GTPs are quickly making a place in our automotive hearts as the battle for the lead goes through turn 1, and Bourdais now right on the rear wing of the leader, Pipo Durrani, in the wheel and red and white Cadillac. The gold fronted 01 Chip Ganassi run machine sitting right in the wheel tracks. No challenge down into the right-handed international horseshoe. Durrani gets good grip out of that first or second gear corner, depending how the car is set up, down to the western end of the infield. Huge crowd here on the infield. All of the bleachers are packed. We've got fans right up to the fence at ground level, all the way down to the international horseshoe and all the way across to the western horseshoe. Good amount of enthusiastic fans in front of us here in the global broadcast booth. Some very good t-shirts out there. I really like the Brumos 59 that I can see right in front of me as this battle continues. Bourdais not in a place to pass, so let's check in with Shea Adam, who has an update on that AWA Corvette. Not the start they were looking for, Shea.
There is no update yet. That's the frustrating bit. They still don't know what's wrong with the car. Nothing showing up on telemetry.
Meantime, in LMP2, Jeremy Shaw, the pole sitter, is down to 4th position.
Yeah, that's unusual. He generally takes off at the start and really puts the hammer down and pulls a bit of gap between himself and everybody else. Not the case this time. Nick Boole, I mean, a brilliant qualifying run for Nick last Sunday. He took the lead on the first lap and is stretching away. He's got almost 5 seconds now in hand over car number 11, Stephen Thomas, who started in the 6th position in the class. Now up to 2nd position, he got past George Kurtz in the crowd strike by APR number 04 last time around. And Ben Keating is another couple of seconds back in the 4th position, really unlike him. Dan Goldberg doing a nice job moving up from the LMP3 class last year. Did one LMP2 car race last year in Indianapolis just to get a feel for this year. He knew he wanted to step up into LMP2. Has joined the United Autosports USA team, running a nice 5th place at the moment. He won last year's won the Bronze Cup category, was 2nd overall in the VP Racing Sports Car Challenge in 2023.
Quickest laps of the race, Pipo Durrani quickest out in front in the 31 Whelen Cadillac, 1:35.8. Sebastian Bourdais right there, hasn't been able to match the speed of Pipo. Sebastian with a 36.0. Meantime, in LMP2, it's Nick Boole with a 1:41.4 for Inter Europol with the fastest lap. Reese's Daniel Serra in the 62 car with a 47.0. They've made up 10 places to the start. I second guessed myself there, Jeremy, when I saw that red 62 car. I thought that they had an awful qualifying last weekend. They were mired down in the midfield with lots of GTD cars between themselves and the leading GTD pros. Daniel Serra on a tear early on.
Yeah, he certainly is, isn't he? And moving right up there to 2nd place in the GTD Pro class. He's got Aaron Tielitz in the GTD car ahead of him, 2 Lexus out front, but Serra was right with Tielitz as they headed into turn 1 last time around.
Also big move, another Ferrari, the 023 Triarzi Competizione car. Alessio Rivera up there into 2nd in GTD, 4th of all the GTD cars. 2 GTD pros leading the way right now. Barnicat from Serra, Lexus from Ferrari. So good pace being shown here by the Ferrari 296 GT3s in this early stage of the race.
Big outside move by the number 34 Ferrari, the red, white and black machine on Catherine Legg. As Manny Franco, that is a position in GTD for conquest. If he can squeeze through, hasn't been able to do it, and now he's under pressure by Antonio Garcia in the bright yellow number 3 Corvette. That's one of the pro cars, and that was quite easy actually. Here comes the Cetilar Ferrari on the high side. That car also making up positions at the moment. Cetilar with Giorgio Sernagiotto driving the number 47. That's the blue car. Has a bit of hippie Porsche about it, that car, as far as I'm concerned, the blue and the green. probably sacrilege to say that of a Ferrari, but
well, that was a Martini car, and it's Italian, and Ferrari's Italian, so we can sort of draw a link there if we really try hard.
Excellent, massive post-rationalisation there.
Definitely.
From the guy. Thank you.
The Ferrari 296 GT3s are really moving forward in this race. The Conquest Racing Car 34 moving forward, but the biggest movers are the Risi car in GTD Pro and the GTD car, the 023 of Triarsi.
Yeah, but Manny Franco, number 34 car, been relatively new to racing, only been racing 3 or 4 years, after quite literally winning the lottery, is making his debut in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. Got a lot of racing experience in a bunch of different series in the last several years, but giving a really, really good account of himself in the early stages of this race. And as Peter Mackay says, the Ferrari is looking very, very strong. We'll talk about the how closely matched the 11 manufacturers are in GTD, quite a lot as this race progresses. But interestingly for this year, we have the balance of performance as regular sports car fans will be familiar with, and that's, these are all completely different specifications of cars, different engines in different places, different sizes, turbocharged, non-turbocharged, all sorts of different things here. So they have a kind of an equivalency formula trying to keep the cars as competitive with one another as possible. For most of the time in recent years, it's been IMSA with all the data that they get off from the car that decide that balanced performance. The emphasis has been switched for this year, though, to the manufacturers themselves. They have a technical working group. All of the manufacturers are represented in each of the meetings. There was another meeting on Tuesday this week, and they came up with a raft of small changes to the cars between the raw test and this weekend. Different weights, different engine restrictor sizes, different fuel tank sizes, all sorts of things to try and equal them out. So we'll see, the manufacturers now, they can't really blame IMSA, each of them individually. They have to blame the other manufacturers. So it's going to be really interesting to see this season as that progresses, how that works out. But I've talked to a bunch of people in the paddock, and they seem pretty happy with the changes that were made between the raw and here. But certainly the Ferraris at this stage in the game are looking strong.
So already Daniel Serra putting pressure on the leader in GTD Pro. That's number 14, Ben Barnicoat. It was Jack Hawksworth who qualified the car, and as Ben Barnicoat told our CrowdStrike pit lane crew early on, that Jack's one of the very best qualifiers in the business here in IMSA, but Ben has been his teammate for a couple of years now, and they're looking very, very good right now. You're reigning GTD Pro champions and leading the big race of the year, the 60-second Rolex 24-hour at Daytona.
With a crowd side pit report, it's Nick Damon. I've now got pit out. My very good friend Joe Bradley has joined the pit lane team and is in pit in. But the other visitor, the new visitor, well, not really new visitor, no, recurring visitors to the pit lane is that number 13 AWA Corvette Z06 GT3. It's back in again. This time, though, they have taken off the engine. So that's the engine cover. Actually, no, it's not the engine cover. I think it's the front. And the engine's in the middle now, isn't it? So they've taken off the front bit, which doesn't have the engine, prepares the electrics and the various ancillaries. It's now about to go back on again. I think they're still not quite sure what's going on, to be honest.
That's not good news. Electrical problems early. Car didn't want to fire. Got going without losing a lap. Is now lapped down. Not the greatest of entries into the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship for AWA in the GTD class with that customer Corvette GT3. However, the good news for Corvette fans, I know there were plenty of you listening and watching, is that Antonio Garcia is the best Corvette. He runs in 7th in the GT category and 4th in GTD Pro. Remembering that the GT cars are exactly the same spec, and between GTD and GTD Pro, if you're running a Corvette in GTD or a Corvette in GTD Pro, you have the same balance of performance and therefore potential for the performance of the car. Battle at the sharp end of GTD Pro. Ben Barnicoat took the lead early in the RCF GT, the yellow and black car, and Risi Competizioni's Daniel Surra has carved his way through as the AWA car rejoins again.
And it's a really curious situation here at the front of GTD Pro, because we've got one of the oldest GT3 cars that there is in the Lexus RCF GT3, and one of the newest.
Well, it is the oldest.
It is, yes.
Yeah.
And the Ferrari is certainly one of the very newest, the Ferrari 296 GT3. But because of that balance of performance system that Jeremy just explained, we can have them race together in parity. So really, really fascinating to watch that at the front.
And the one car of the 11 that was not tweaked in terms of weight, horsepower, anything else, was the Lexus.
Yeah, and the Ferrari was actually pegged back a touch.
Yeah.
So there's definitely good race pace in that car.
Yeah.
Also in the Gradient Racing Acura, more white on the car this year, still wearing the white and green of JG Wentworth. Tatiana Calderon called into action with regular drivers Sheena Monk and Catherine Legg, who qualified and started the car. That's Catherine at the wheel at the moment, sitting in third position in GTD.
Lapping quicker than the leaders last time by too.
It's a good looking car, that, and that little tweak over the winter months to the livery on that car to put more white than green on it and move where the transitions are, I think really suits that car.
It's a very handsome machine, very, very handsome machine, the NSX.
At IMSA Radio, hello, if you are around the world or indeed around the track here. Broadcasting on 107.9 FM, Sirius XM channel 202, as well as IMSA TV around the world. Our streaming world feed, and AWA behind the wall at Pit Inn, straight back into the paddock and heading towards their garage. Not going to be the afternoon, evening, overnight, morning and day tomorrow for Ore Verdani and AWA. That is disappointing.
Very disappointing. They'll hope to get that repaired and get out and get some mileage. The car is brand new to them. It's a brand new car, full stop. This is its first race, and someone off at the Le Mans chicane. It's one of the Lamborghinis. It's the Forte car, number 78. Oh no!
This is a big incident, and it's Misha Goikberg. He's got the car moving. There's damage to the bodywork. It's gone in sideways and backwards. The right-hand door mirror has been wiped off. And he started moving it forward. No, the V10's fired. We've stayed green. Now he needs to stay out of the way and down on the infield area there, which is doable. Race controller just to our left, and they'll be keeping an eye on what's going on and whether that car gets back up to speed. Meantime, the two Cadillacs back in traffic again, and this is where Sebastian Bourdais caught the leader last time when people was in traffic, and it looks like that is happening again. People to the outside.
It's very quick there at Le Mans chicane in any class of car. It looked like there was a bit of fluid coming out of the back of that Lamborghini that went off at the Le Mans chicane, that Forte number 78 car.
Full course yellow.
Yeah.
First of the 62nd running of the Rolex 24 Hours. Mike Skeen and the Mercedes was right with Misha. Very difficult to see if there was any contact there. Already got the safety teams moving. As soon as the full course yellows come out, they're all. Misha Goikberg did get the car moving. I'd suggest that there was too much damage to the driveline. Looks like it's gone in right rear, and it may be that he's dislodged the drive shaft or something. There's a thumbs up from Misha to our safety crew, and the AMR safety crew arriving as well. Misha opens the door. Exactly the right thing, by the way. People often say to me, you know, why did the driver not get out there? He's much safer surrounded by the safety cage than getting out whilst the track is still green, and that's what all the drivers are told. Jeremy was in the safety briefing, the drivers briefing this morning. You stay in the car until either you are told that it's full course yellow and it's okay to get out, or the safety workers get to you. Misha's having a look at the back of the car rather ruefully. Our AMR safety team pressed into action early, and here comes the intervention. Porsche Cayenne GTS with its 4-litre turbocharged motor.
That's really good to see Misha get out the car, because that is quite a big hit.
He was worried about what had happened in the back of the car. I think he was trying to work out what had happened there, because he was looking at the right rear. That's where the damage is, but that would suggest that he thought maybe something had broken there as he came through the middle part of the chicane.
Well, otherwise just checking how bad the damage is. But that's a great show for that team. I mean, they really came on strong towards the end of last season, had a pole earlier in the year, and then finished off the year with a fantastic win at Petit Le Mans at Michelin Raceway. Let's have a look and see what happened. The car just sort of stepped out.
That was an odd one. It's very early in the middle part of the chicane, so he's come through the first left-hander, and well, he's a little bit maybe too far on the curb there. Mike Skeen in behind him is a good half a car's width further to the right. He wasn't as close as I thought he was, Mike Skeen, in the court of AMG. So I'm certain now that there was no contact there.
Yeah, lots of experience. Of course, Misha Goldberg, a former winner of a Rolex here, run the PC class back in 2016, and really enjoying his time here with Forte Racing, the team run by Shane Senavarantny, formerly known as US Racetronics, based in Southern California. God, it's great to see so many people here for this 62nd running of the Rolex 24 at Daytona.
Good opportunity for us to give you the first of our in-race updates, powered by VP Fuels, and it is Cadillac to the fore with Pete Waterani for Whelen Engineering, who will head Sebastian Bourdais on the restart, unless people decide they want to pit. Porsche Penske Motorsport, Felipe Nasser, racy early on in the number 7, but couldn't make his way through to the front of the field. Then BMW's Conor De Philippi in the 25 car with their Team RLL BMW M Hybrid. Nick Tandy for Porsche Penske Motorsport in 6th position from Ricky Taylor. And Louis Delatraz, the 10 and the 40, the two Wayne Taylor racing with Andretti Autosport Acuras. Second to the BMW M Team RLL contenders, the number 24 is in 8th. 9th is Neil Janney for Proton Competition, and JDC Miller Richard Westbrook in the yellow number 85. In LMP2, into Europol League TDS, CrowdStrike and George Curtin, 3rd position in the APR run car. Then the 2 United Autosports car with the 2 and the 22, Ben Keating and Daniel Goldberg PG are hired for the newly named Spike EO Racing Orica number 99. In GTD Pro, it is Ben Barnicat and Daniel Serra at the head of the field, 14 and 62 for Lexus and Ferrari, with Aaron Thielitz for Vassar Sullivan ahead of the Triazi competition. Alessio Rivera, Ferrari 296, coming up through the field, the 023. And Catherine Legg for Gradient Racing. And then Michael Christensen. And behind them, Iron Lynx with the GTD Pro. Then Conquest, Inception and Cetilar Ferrari making up the top 10 in GT combined category, if you will. If you're not used to this form of racing, I suspect most of you trackside know what is going on now, but Jeremy Shaw will take you through why under double yellows we are seeing cars pulling out of line.
Yeah, there's quite a few new fans here this weekend. Great to see you. Hope you're enjoying it so far. There's a lot more action to come. And yeah, generally speaking, when the safety car is deployed to slow down the field, to run at safe speeds, there's no overtaking allowed. However, what we've just seen are the cars that were in between the safety car at the front of the field and the individual class leaders, those being GTD and LMP2. and those cars are in between the safety car and each of the class leaders had not been lapped by the respective class leaders, so they are allowed to go past those cars in front of them and the safety car, and then round to the back of the pack to take up their rightful position, still on the lead lap with their class rivals. Once that has been completed, then the pits will be opened. The pits are closed right now. You're not allowed to come into the pits unless you need emergency service, as it's called, and then you're only allowed to take on, maybe you're running out of fuel, it's too early in the race for that to happen, but if there's some sort of a problem like that, you can come in and take what is called emergency service. You're only allowed to take 5 seconds worth of fuel, and then you're on your way again. You have to make another pit stop to make up for that later on. But once the pack up has been made behind the safety car, all the cars together, then the pits will be opened. First of all, it will be the prototype cars are allowed to come onto the pit lane, either GTPs or the LMP2s, and then one lap later, all of the GT cars, GTD or GTD Pro, can come onto the pit and take on their service. Whatever they choose to do is up to them. And then once we get that all completed, there will be a final wave around for, again, any class cars that are ahead of their respective class leader and behind the safety car. They can do the same thing, run around to the back, or they're waved past the safety car, and then at any point after that, race control does not have to wait for everybody to get up behind at the back of the pack. We'll go back to green, racing will continue.
Perennially, we talk about the weather and temperatures here. It was cold-ish during the Raw weekend. It's warmed up rather
it
nicely.
was cold.
I did see a minus figure for overnight when I was in Abu Dhabi, which I giggled slightly about because I wasn't having to worry about it. At the moment, on track, it is a toasty 86 Fahrenheit, 79 in the air, with humidity around about 71 degrees. Track temperature 30 Celsius, so that is not too bad. Still showing a slight chance of rain over the evening hours. The longer range forecast I saw yesterday said that if we were going to get any rain, it was likely to be overnight or into the early hours. The pits are open and Joe Bradley has the leader.
So it's the 31 Whelen Cadillac that wheels in first. Pipo Derani, the driver behind the wheel. He's been on pole position for literally a whole week. Well, the next 23 hours or so is the bit that counts for this car. And he want to remain at the front of this field as much as he can right up until that all-important last 30 minutes or so. A lot of fuel going in the car. Not bothering with tyres, though, and looking further down the pit lane. I think that's the tactic employed by pretty much everyone. So fuel only in this stop, and it looks like he's lost the lead.
At the other end of the pit out, it's mostly some of the P2s. Of course, all the GTPs are concentrated in the first, say, third of the pit lane. But they're rolling past me now, and I'll tell you who's in the lead. It's the number 10. Acura is going to take the lead at the end of this one. So the Wayne Taylor Racing, the 10, Konica Malta Acura has taken the lead. To my left, we have both the United Autosports cars. They are getting fuel and a bit of a work on the 22 car. That's having a bit of a shifty down the right-hand side. Didn't see any driver changes. And again, I'm looking now at the 81, no driver change. I'm looking at the Sean Creech, the unique in modern motor racing leisure. That's also not changed drivers. Obviously, it's not, well, it's fine for a bit of the heat. They're getting tyres as well on the Sean Creech car. So whilst it's fine for a stop for fuel and possibly tyres, obviously as far as drive times are concerned, it's not really working at the moment. So most of them are staying on board. I think when the GTDs come around in the next lap, we will see some driver changes. Though I see some guys suited and booted on the wall.
Checking to see with timing and scoring who else did changes. In LMP2, Pietro Fittipaldi behind the wheel of the number 52 into Europol. George Curtis stayed behind the wheel of the CrowdStrike Orica. Nino Pino for United Autosport in the number 2 has got in Stephen Thomas in TDS number 11 Orica. Daniel Goldberg in the 22. PJ Hyatt stayed aboard the number 99 AO Racing Orica. Ricky Taylor in the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosport Acura. Pipo Derani stayed aboard. Sebastian Bourdais stayed aboard. Luis Perez Campagnas jumped into the Richard Meleev Corsa. number 88 LMP2. Felipe Nasr for Porsche Penske Motorsport, the number 7 car. Wayne Taylor, Louis Delatraz in the 40. It's up to the number 10. Seem to... oh, that was Ricky Taylor, I said that, yeah. So, looking at further down the field, Nick Tandy stayed in the Porsche, his Porsche, the number 7. Richard Westbrook stayed in his JDC Miller Motorsport Porsche as well. Confirm those as they come round next time around. Here are the leaders in GTD.
So I've got the number 14, Vassar Sullivan Lexus pulled in, currently second in GTD Pro, I believe. We're having a driver change here, so different tactic employed in GTD. Mike Conway getting into the 14, he'll be plugged in for I would imagine, quite a while now. He's going to be spending the rest of the afternoon at the wheel of the 14. Getting the wave off now for the GTD and GTD. That's GTD Pro and GTD for the Vassar Sullivan team. Done and dusted already on the exit lane.
Yeah, it's a very different strategy. You're quite right, Joe. Virtually everyone I can see is changing drivers. I don't think the 34 Teresi Ferrari did, though I was looking the other way, but they seem to be, if they have done, the Triazzi Ferrari is going to be done a particularly good job there. But we'll find out in a second. But on the whole, it's drivers and fuel and tyres, and they're held at the end on a red flag. But the leading car is that Pro Lexus, the 14 machine, followed by the GTD standard Lexus of the number 12. And
that really helped out the Chetelaar Ferrari. It's going to be able to make up some positions as it eases its way back into the acceleration lane. Also getting a bit of a break there as it comes out. The number 86 Porsche with the red light at the end of the pit lane. That's the rhubarb and custard machine that we were talking about earlier on. Sure, why we had the red light there? Were the cars going past on the front straight, Jeremy? I didn't see it.
Didn't see John, to be honest.
No.
But there were two cars I think did not make a pit stop there. Only there's both in one in GTD. That'll be Simon Mann in car number 21, the AF Corsa Ferrari. Also not making a pit stop. Number 60 car that's running in GTD Pro. That is the number 60 Iron Lynx Lamborghini. So they'll be at the head of the field once we go back to green. And we heard from the pit lane there, shuffling at the front of the order. Number 10, the big gainer there. Number Ricky Taylor jumps from 6th position as he was before the caution period up into the lead of this race from the former leader, car number 31.
Nick Damon is at the pit out area of thing for our CrowdStrike pit reports, and we've already got one of the AWA Corvettes behind the wall, and that didn't look clean to me for their pit stop for the remaining car.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's kind of been a case of deja vu all over again for them, isn't it, really? Because they effectively had a situation where they couldn't get the car to refire properly, and that's two of them. Now, the rumour is the issue with the 13 may well be a fuel pump. But then to bear in mind, AWA, with both their cars, completely sat out free practice 4 yesterday, which means they hadn't run the car for 2 days. And things can set. Oh, another caller here for the 22 United Autosports has come in again. So that's the second of the United Autosports. That's the one in the United Autosports colours. That has come in for another stop. Daniel Goldberg in the car. Not quite sure why. It's being held, but not obviously in the penalty. Oh, they're looking at the far side of the car. They are having a bit of a shufti in the right-hand side pod. It's not a number issue, is it? It's behind the number plate. And we've got the 60 Iron Lynx Lamborghinis coming in a second time. Has a 21 Ferrari, the AF Corsa machine. Those come for a second stop. They're held on a red light. So that was the first stop today, of course, a bit late. Looking back at the United Autosports 22, they are. I think they have an issue with one of the panels. It's kind of an inspection panel, which is the middle but lower end of the what would be a traditional side pod in a Formula car, and they are screwing up all the fasteners. And the fact is, there's not any damage there. Just don't think it's come away, which obviously you have an aero issue and a cooling issue. And he's just another 10mm spanner and fell off in a kind of very fell right into the air side. Luckily managed to get it back again, and they're now screwing this all up again. So it does seem to be a simple piece of cleaning up the car to make sure there isn't a problem later. And you're back out again.
Ben Barnicoat, we spoke to you on the grid, Ben, out of the number 14 Vassar Sullivan Lexus. You must be happy with that when you've come in there, first roll of the dice, so to speak.
Yeah, great start to the race. You know, Vassar Sullivan Lexus Racing guys gave me a rocket ship, in all honesty. Had a great start. Just managed to get round Christensen on the brakes, but it kind of looked like he had a tough stint and was struggling, went backwards slightly. And then, yeah, from there, just kind of settled into my rhythm. The Rizzi Ferrari looks really strong, you know. They came from a bit further back in the pack.
I was going to ask you that, Ben, because they came through the pack. Are you tempted to sort of, you know, push and try and keep with it?
I mean, I was pushing hard, you know. Obviously not everything we got, because it's the start of a 24-hour race, but I wasn't hanging around either, you know. You always want to try and stay at the front in these races, makes it a little bit easier to manage. So I was trying to do that, but yeah, had a bit more. He had the draft and just actually got in front of me before that yellow came out. So annoyingly, I was going to do with holding him off for 5 seconds longer, but you know, as you said, perfect start, really happy. Great stuff, thank you, mate.
Up at the other end, it's Nico Verone out of the 17 AWA Corvette. It's not been a very clean start for the team, and your car had problems getting away. Do you know what the issues are?
Sorry, can you?
It's not been a great start for the team. The 13s had problems, and also your car, the 17, had problems getting away. Do you know what the issues are?
No, actually I just jumped out of the car, so yeah, I didn't know about the problems in the 13. But yeah, it was quite a messy start. You know, a lot of GT cars, and it was a big mess, but luckily we went through clean. Yeah, now we use the yellow to put Anthony in. We will try to start pushing and try to be good position for the rest of the race.
Have you got an idea now you've run for 40 minutes or so of your pace relative to the other manufacturers?
Yeah, well, I feel like we are a bit behind right now, but also track conditions are a bit difficult. But yeah, I mean, we will try to do our best and try to fine-tune things to get there.
Thanks so much, again.
Nico Varone, the Argentinian-Italian. Big drop of positions by the car that came in the lead in GTD Pro, the Risi Ferrari, the number 62 car. And that's a bit of a head scratcher. I didn't see why that car should have a problem. That's at Nick's end, so he's already striding purposefully there. The pit exit order has been deemed correct after that little red light incident where one or two people certainly looked out. It came in later, but then found everybody stacked up in front of them. And we do have an incident between the number 3 Chevy Corvette and Antonio Garcia, and under review with that car and the number 77. Now, I didn't see that, Jeremy, I've got to say, but race control see more than us.
In the pits, presumably.
Well, yes, I suppose it must have been, unless it happened just beforehand. Michael Christensen, EO Racing Porsche.
Yeah.
They
were not together on the racetrack.
I was going to say, there was a couple of cars between.
Yeah, there was half a dozen cars in between them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars in between them. By the way, I talked about the fact that number 21 and number 60 did not come into the pits with everybody else, but they did pit on the subsequent lap. They're allowed to do that. Oh, here we go. So they have fallen back in the pack, and here we are back to green flag racing.
And it's back to business for Ricky Taylor, whose pit lane team turned them around. Now Porsche keys the race, there's no pit lane penalties, but you can make up in the pit lane as well, and certainly that's what the WTR by Andretti, or with Andretti Autosport, have done. And Ricky Taylor then ahead of Sebastian Bourdais in second, who's jumped Pete Durrani on the restart. So a wholesale switch around at the front of the field, with Felipe Nasr still the best of the Porsches in 4th position. Louis Delatraz aboard the Wayne Taylor Racing number 40 car. Conor De Filippi next up in the 25 BMW as they're on the high banks and heading towards turn 2. That
Great, interesting early strategy then to maybe a little bit less fuel than some of the other contenders for that Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti team. Car number 10 to get it from 6th to 1st during the pit stops.
While this battle starts to play out, here are the first of the penalties for the 2024 race. Pit lane protocol violation, and that can cover multitude of sins. Oh my goodness, that's a big one. 1, 2, 3 cars. TDS Racing are in there. This is LMP2 right in the middle of LMP2
as well.
And Spike's in there for AO Racing. This is at the Le Mans chicane. 2 cars moving. 3 cars, I think, are involved there. We stay green at the moment. I'll come back to those pit lane penalties in a second or two. This might just, change for 3rd position as well, as Felipe Nasr has got past Pipo Derani. So now it's Ricky Taylor from Sebastian Bourdais, the blue and black car. Oh, there's another crash, even a bigger crash. This is a Lexus involved and the high-class MDK LMP2 car. This is at turns 2 and the hidden corner, as it's often called. This will bring out the safety car. Damage all over the road, damaged bits of car all over the road there. Full course yellow number 2, and it's the Pro car, the number 14 Lexus, that has been involved. I was just about to tell you that all of the cars involved in the schmozzle at the backstraight Le Mans chicane had started rolling again. We've got the whole of the engine cover, the front end of the 14 on the road. Amazingly, that's the Lexus that's still rolling. The number 20 LMP2 car, which is driven by Dennis Anderson, is rolling as well. It was Mike Conway who'd just got in the Vassar Sullivan machine, and that is spewing coolant out of the front onto the windscreen. That's very hot coolant that is coming out and onto the roof of the car.
Defending series champions, that number 14 team.
Now, what happened coming through the chicane first of all? Well, into Europol, into the inside of Spike, and then following through. What was the third car?
It wasn't in Europol, it was TDS.
Oh, it's TDS, sorry, excuse me, you're absolutely right. Saw the yellow
Thomas.
there. What was the third car involved there, Jeremy?
That was the was it 20 car?
Was that Dennis Anderson again? It looked red and white. In fairness, meantime, the Lexus rather damaged, a bit second-hand, pre-loved as it comes back in. And windscreen, well, bits of carbon dropping off. There's a groove being worn into the left front Michelin by hanging bodywork, and Mike Conway has decided probably best not to try and drive it any further, as most of the coolant is on the windscreen or the roof, and he'll wait to be recovered from that. So did Dennis Anderson?
Yeah, because was it Dwight Merriman? Who went off at turn 1? Was that Dwight Merriman in car number 18? I think it was. It must have been Dennis Anderson, then the third car that was involved over at the Le Mans chicane, John.
I think it was Dennis Anderson who was involved in turn 1 too.
Was it fine? Oh, in that case, maybe it was Dwight Merriman at the Le Mans chicane.
It looked like the number 20
He'd been at the
car.
back of the pack.
Well, let's see if we can pick the bones out of what happened. It was, big sideways motion from the Motul number 20. So it was. So Dennis, who'd already been off, I think, at the chicane on the back straight, then lost it on the exit of turn 1, looped back in front of Mike Conway in the Lexus, and who had nowhere to go.
Yeah.
And well, that's a headline we're not even an hour into this. And the pits will not reopen, as we had just had the pit stop a few moments ago. Looks like the number 20 and Dennis Anderson is actually getting back. It's left rear suspension issue with a left rear Michelin tilted out at a jaunty angle, which is not doing anything for the straight line stability of that car. Other than that, it's actually in pretty good nick. The question for me, Jeremy, was that one incident for that car or two in pretty quick succession?
Yeah, and this being within 15 minutes, if not 15 seconds of the restart, means that this is a short yellow, so it'll be just the cleanup. There will be no pits opening process, no wave arounds, anything like that, so it will be just as long as it takes to get all that debris out of the way. It'll be quite a bit at turn 2 there, and whatever there is, I don't think there are any cars remaining actually at the Le Mans Chicane. I think they all got going again, didn't they?
Not confirmed, Jeremy.
Yeah.
All three cars.
Yeah.
Despite that being such a quick area, it was started by the TDS car going down the inside. That's the Stephen Thomas driven number 11, the yellow and black car. Took a little bit too much curb onto the in part of the Le Mans Chicane, the left-hander. That bounced him into PJ Hyatt in the AO racing machine. And
it's an optimistic move from Stephen.
Unusual for Stephen.
I mean,
what do we talk about? Calm, patience in our Porsche keys to the race. We've still got 23 hours plus to go.
That's the thing, isn't it? And he'd lost a few positions during a round of pit stops because he was running. Actually, he'd moved up to second place early on in the class in LMP2. He'd lost a couple of positions prior to the caution period. Then he was trying to make him up again after the restart, and it's all gone wrong. I think he was sticking his nose where it really didn't belong, particularly at this stage in the race.
Well, it's a bit like nerfing somebody off in free practice 1, isn't it? You kind of think, what are you going to learn by going full tilt? And even if somebody is a bit slower than you in front and you're on a quick lap or a quali sim or whatever, our Porsche keys to the race would get to breakfast and beyond with no penalties, watching yourself in the traffic, making sure you don't use too many of the Michelin tyres that you've got in your allocation, and save some of them for the end of the race. But number one, calm, patience. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. Dennis Anderson has just driven by you.
Yeah, not quite. He's driven by and turned left, direct left, fluid of some sort. I'll have a taste of that in a moment. Coming from the car, steam pouring from the car. He hasn't quite made the left-hand turn because he literally didn't have the lock, but now he's being assisted by the officials to be able to get into the paddock. He's basically wanting to take this car straight back to the high-class racing pit garage to affect any kind of repairs. Let me see if I can take a look. What's the official make of that? That looks like coolant. That is very much coolant. I don't even have to taste that. Yes, you were right about the left rear. That's pointing off at a jaunty angle. It's pointing not in the direction it should be. So that's going to be quite a few of quite a few suspension components are going to have to come out the store box.
It's Joe Bradley as part of our crowd strike pit report. And if you don't know Mr. Bradley and don't follow him in our coverage of series all around the world, he's not joking. He has been known to run his fingers through the fluids in the Le Mans pit lane for Haggerty Radio Le Mans, just to find out if it's a bit more viscous, it's probably going to be oil. If it's a bit less, you'll have a sniff. It's a bit like watching a grand sommelier working his way through. Quickest way, Joe says, to find out what's wrong with your car if it's leaking, just get your fingers into it, have a sniff, see what's going on. The MDK High Class team have got the car ready to go back into its paddock area. Dennis Anderson walking rather ruefully behind the car. And Well, if it was him the first time, I think he spun in avoidance of what was going on at the Le Mans chicane. But he certainly, in the second incident, coming out of turn 1, he dropped a right rear Michelin onto the dirt, and that precipitated a spin across the front of Mike Conway in the Lexus. Mike, absolutely not a fault there.
No, really unfortunate for Mike, and he'll feel really bad, of course. You know, he's the kind of the guest driver, if you like, for the long distance races. But you know, done that for several times with this team in the past. But he is not going to be driving in the full season in the number 14 car. That will be, as per last year, Jack Hawksworth and Ben Barnacle, who just had a fantastic season and won that class last year pretty comprehensively. Unfortunately, it all went wrong, as Ben said. He made a slight mistake at Motul Petit Le Mans. Had an incident there really before they got into their stride. That was their only bad result of the year. But unfortunately, that misfortune has carried over here to Daytona. It's going to be tough to come back from that in this race. Oh, well, they're not going to be able to come back from that race.
We were wondering what happened to the Ferrari number 62, the Ricci Competizione. Absolutely carved through the field with Daniel Serra on board. Daniel is an exceptionally quick driver. It dropped down after the pit stop. I have to say, Nick, I didn't see what ailed it in the pit lane, if indeed it was anything at all. What happened?
Oh, there was an ailment. I mean, it must have been, since they've had 2 major incidents in a crash, but it is still running at the back. The air jacks failed. The compressor bottle, the air system failed. They have now fixed it, but obviously it's cost them that time, and because you can't get the car up, you can't do anything else with it. And I think it was also powering some of the fueling as well. So thanks to the team for giving me that info. But yeah, they had an air jack failure.
Well, right. Thank you, Nick. Good hustle on that. Exactly what we expect from our CrowdStrike pit reporters. Dennis Anderson has got the High Class Racing, the Motul sponsored car, red and white machine, back to the garage. I really feel sorry for Mike Conway, because he was absolutely not to blame for that. 2 GT2 cars battling ahead of him, and Dennis Anderson actually looked like he was eased off the circuit by who he was racing there. And a shake of the head from Mike Conway in the pits, and absolute disbelief from the crew down in the pit lane as that was going on. That's a lot of work to get that car back out onto the track, if indeed it can be done, because there was a lot of coolant spraying out of that car. They may have done too much damage to the engine. Don't like to see that, really don't like to see that. As we've just gone through the first hour, to give you a quick rundown of what's happening. Ricky Taylor for Acura leads for the number 10 WTR by Andretti Autosport, with Andretti Autosport, sorry. Then it's the Cadillac of Sebastian Bourdais, the 01 car from Porsche number 7. Porsche Penske Motorsport, Felipe Nasr. Pipo Derani, Whelen Engineering Cadillac, the blue and white 31 is next up. Then it's Louis Delatraz for Acura in 5th position. Neil Janney, well, he's come through the field, hasn't he, Neil Janney, in the Proton competition. Porsche 963, that's the Mustang sampling coloured car, the black and gold car.
That's right, John. Yeah, you made up, that team made up 2 positions during the pit stops, and then he made another position on track after the restart. He got past number 25 BMW, which actually lost another position to the number 6 car. Number 6 Porsche had fallen from 5th to 10th during the pit stops, but has already made it back up to 7th place, John.
I'll interrupt the VP Racing update for a pit report from Joe Bradley, who's got Brendan Hartley.
Yeah, Brendan Hartley out the Connacht and all the team. Brendan, we spoke to your team principal, Wayne Taylor, yesterday, and he wasn't happy. But you know what? I think you guys, you could still win this using strategy, etc.
Yeah, the guys are good on strategy. They know how to win the race, and they've got us to the front. We're definitely struggling with a little bit of pace at the moment, but let's see if it let's see if it comes to us. So yeah, long way to go.
Would you agree with the description of it? You know, it's a race of 25 sprints over 24 hours.
Yeah, it's been full gas so far, so yeah, it will be.
Thanks, man.
There's a very sort of doer feeling in that team at the moment, and we're going back to green in a second. So let me finish off the VP Racing updates. It is CrowdStrike and George Kurtz in the 0-4 that leads LMP2 from Nico Peño for United Autosport in the 2, and Pietro Fittipaldi for into Europol in the yellow and green 52. In GT, Aaron Tielitz leads for Vallis Sullivan, his team car at the side of the track at the moment, the GTD Pro. Then it's Andrea Caldarelli for Iron Lynx, that's a pro car. Ollie Jarvis for FAF, Antonio Garcia for Corvette Racing, and we are back to green after the VP Racing update. And already pushed out and wide was Pipo Derani trying to fight his way through, and cars going a little bit wider than I think they really wanted to there. Through turn 1, side by side, into the kink, down the inside. Here goes the Porsche Penske Motorsport car. This is a very impressive restart by Felipe Nasser, who's up into second, and tracking now the Acura Porsche, and then Cadillac behind the Cadillac up the inside for Nick Tandy on the number 40 Acura, which was right up there as well on the restart for Louis Delatraz, but he's lost a couple of places. That was the car that went wide at turn 1 on the restart. By that is quick though on the high side. Delatraz getting a good run in front, car still weaving around. Delatraz is going to try and tough it out through the Le Mans chicane. Nick Tandy having nothing of that at all in the number 6. The 6 Porsche, by the way, with the white swooshes and the white pinstripes. The 7 with the black swooshes on the side and the black pinstripes. It's an easy way to spot them from a distance. If you haven't downloaded the brilliant spotters guide by Andy Blackmore, please do.
Side by side for second position across the line, separated by, well, nothing, 0.000. Yeah, that's what it looked like. Bourdais, did he get that position from Nasser? Yeah, he just holds on to it. So it's the Cadillac still in second place. So it's Acura, Cadillac, Porsche, and the second of the Cadillacs, Pipo Derani. It led up until that first caution period into the 4th position.
Streaking out through to the far end of the infield from us. Taylor still leading it from the gold-fronted Cadillac in second. Third is Felipe Nasser for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Pipo Derani warming up his tyres in the Cadillac and looking a little more racy in 4th position as they're up onto the high banks. And we saw this last year, didn't we, how good the Acuras were on the restart, and it would seem that they've still got that advantage from last year. Whatever else may be troubling Wayne Taylor, the restart pace is not one of the things that he's clearly worried about at the moment. It's been a cracking restart by Ricky Taylor. Bourdais in second, gets a good exit from the Le Mans chicane. Still 22 hours and 54 minutes to go or thereabouts. Here comes the Cadillac. This is the long run from the Le Mans chicane through Speedway 3 and 4 onto the tri-oval. Cadillac will go high. Bourdais looks to the wider entry to turn 1, now dives down to the inside and hits the first of 2 apeces in turns in a double apex turn 1. Now through into the International Horseshoe. Extra little dab on the brakes in the middle of the horseshoe there by Ricky Taylor, as if he was just trying to hold the car on the inside. Also checks up the Cadillac behind him. That's smart. Park the car on the apex. It makes it very hard for people to go by. And he's defensive into the far end of the infield again, all the way out to the yellow curbs on the short stretch of straight that takes him down to turn number 6. Flicks the car into the left-hand side. Takes a nice wide entry, trying to put as little steering movement on as possible. Steering scrubs off speed. And he's got a 5, 6, 7 maybe cars lengths advantage as he heads through Speedway turn number 2. That will be enough to keep him ahead, I think, as he gets down to the Le Mans chicane. NASA still in third, fourth for Durrani. Behind them, it's Nick Tandy, Louis Delatraz, Richard Westbrook's had a good restart in the bright yellow JDC Miller Motorsport Porsche.
Yeah, those are the 2 cars that are moving forward, certainly at this stage. Number 6 car in particular, having taken the first restart in 10th position in the class, now up to 5th in GTP. That's Nick Tandy in car number 6, and the top 6 cars, well, pretty much nose-to-nose. There's a little gap between first and second, but Bourdais certainly got a little bit of straight line speed advantage over the Acura, and he's going to sweep around the outside into turn 1 to take the lead, Sebastian Bourdais.
Now can he hold it on the track? The Acura pulls a tighter line and drops straight back in. He was looking at that last time around, but then he dived to the inside, but he was clearly sizing something up there. Takes the lead and pulls away on that infield section through the flat out left dogleg, the kink. Cadillac leads the 60-second Rolex 24 hours at Daytona from Acura, from Porsche. Acura in 4th, Porsche in 5th. Those 5 cars with just a wee bit of a gap beginning to establish themselves at the front of the field. Actually, I say that, and Richard Westbrook has closed right in the bright yellow JDC Miller car. Westie's come to life after the restart. He's hunting down the second of the Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosport Acuras, the red, sort of the chrome red and black car. Westie not in a position to be able to pull out to the left through the Le Mans chicane. Pretty even through there for that battle for 5th and 6th at the head of the field.
Bourdais
now the
out of
Acura's, well, Bourdais gone. He's lifted the afterburners, and yeah, side by side behind him as Tandy comes up to the high side. Nick Tandy, who started his career in oval racing in the UK, goes to the high side, trying to take 4th position away from Delatraz. Delatraz holds on with a late braking manoeuvre down into turn number 1. But Tandy trying very hard, and his teammate now right with the other Acura. So the Acura's coming off the safety car really well, but now seemingly struggling for a little bit of pace. This is why Wayne Taylor has been a worried man this week. Big defensive move into the Western Horseshoe by the second place car of Ricky Taylor. NASA is all over him. He's going down the inside into turn 6. No one thinks better of that, probably just as well, to be honest. Delatraz closes in for a moment. Behind him, it's Tandy. Richard Westbrook looking to make up time as well. Tandy was actually ahead at the line of Pipo Durrani. So Bourdais, Taylor, Nasser, Durrani, Tandy, Delatraz, Westbrook. That's your top 7. At IMSA Radio, by the way, if you want to get in touch with us. That's a good couple of seconds and more, isn't it, Jeremy, that Bourdais
Quite two probably, but he certainly took off there like a scolded cat, didn't he? And these Porsches looking really, really strong at this point. There goes... the second one's dropped back a bit, hasn't he?
Nasser through to second, Durrani in third, battling with Ricky Taylor. So Ricky Taylor now struggling for pace after a good restart. Ricky Taylor down to 4th, Durrani to 3rd. Behind them, Nick Tandy and Richard Westbrook both got past Louis Delatraz last time around. So both of the Acuras fading as they get into the stint off the restart. Quick off the restart, really quick off the restart. But what are we? 3 laps in, 4 laps in, and they've both lost positions.
Yes, I mean, you know, they've been saying all the way along 1.7 seconds the gap between first and second, and that even with that change of position. But Bourdais there, that was his 136.8 last time around. His best lap in this race, a 1:36.0. But the Acuras they've been saying since the beginning of the Raw that they don't have the pace that they need. Those cars are quite a bit heavier than they were last year here. 42 kilos is the minimum weight that they have to carry around, more than they had 1 year ago. The Cadillacs are the same weight as they were in 2023. The BMWs are almost exactly the same, just 1 kilo heavier than they were, and the Porsches are 21 kilos heavier than this time last year.
Just looking at the GT times, pretty much everybody in the field have dropped a couple of seconds to where they were earlier in the race. The air temperature staying steady at 26, track at 34. Remember, they are running through their tyre allocation. Got a couple of penalties to tell you about. Overtaking under yellow. Cars that are going to have to come through the pit lane. Wayne Taylor Racing's Lamborghini, Kai Marcelli in the number 45. As I say, that is a pass under yellow. And the other car that is in trouble for that is the number 9292. And that car again will have to come in under yellow. Excuse me, as a drive-through for its pass under yellow. That's to Kelly Moss with Riley Porsche. Devin Bruley behind the wheel of that car. 22 hours and 45 minutes to go. Let's take an update from our CrowdStrike pit reporter, Nick Damon.
Yes, we have a rejoiner, the AWA 13 Corvette that didn't go properly at all. Had information actually that they found that the problem was power steering related. I'm not sure how it stops the car starting, but I'm assuming it's a knock-on effect of electrical issues and hydraulic issues. That has now been fixed and it has rejoined the race. So back and going, but a few laps to make up.
Nick, sorry, have they got to the bottom of it though? Sorry, I was listening to John telling me something else.
Well, we have a link to the Corvette information line, and they have stated it was a power steering issue that caused it.
Right, thank you. Jeremy will note that down because he likes to keep meticulous notes. Lap charting at the moment, so power steering issue at the start of the race for that AWA number 13 car. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch. People all around the world are. I am looking, I promise. We've had quite a bit of action going on. So thank you very much to Alvin, to Form 5411, to Cameron, to Juan, Utkarsh 77, to David Coulthard, not that one, and to My Bloody Valentines as well. Thank you for the sound and vision. The Snark is in Sydney. We started there at 5:40 in the morning. It hurt to get up, already been worth it. Hello to everybody down under. Plenty of support for this type of racing, and not too long before Australia's international Enduro, the 12 hours at Bathurst, for the Repco 12 hours at Bathurst this year. We'll have sound and vision coverage for that, so we can go and see our friends and enthusiasts in Australia, and we'll pipe that back to the US in a cultural exchange, if you will. We'll send you Daytona in return for a bit of Bathurst in a couple of weeks' time. How does that sound as a trade? Pretty good, eh?
Richard Westbrook continuing his charge. Just got past Nick Tandy last time around, up into 4th position then for JDC Miller Motorsports. That banana boat, car number 85. He's really charging. And the two Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Acura slipping back. Louis Delatraz is now caught up with Ricky Taylor. And they're running in the 6th and 7th positions. The two BMWs have exchanged places. They've taken up residence at the back of the pack in GTP after the restarts. and they've just changed places with Jesse Krohn in car number 24, just sneaking past Connor Di Filippi last time around, so 24 ahead of 25. Meanwhile, in LMP2, Nico Pino is pulling away at the front pretty rapidly from Pietro Fittipaldi, who's a late change in car number 52. That's the PR1 Matheson Motorsports into Europol by PR1 Matheson Motorsports, that yellow and green car. Clement Novalak had some difficulties yesterday and has been replaced today by Pietro, who, as far as I know, hasn't driven at all. I don't know when he last drove this car, but it's been a while. Certainly hasn't driven it up until, pretty sure he didn't drive it yesterday. It's just last night the change was made. So Fittipaldi is running in second position at the moment in car number 52 and pulling away from George Kurtz in third position in LMP2. Car number 18, that penalty for the pass under yellow. A drive through for Dwight Merriman.
That was the third of the pass under yellows penalties. We documented the other two. Sebastian Bourdais, having got that pass done, Jeremy, he's now in traffic again, but he's still clocking on in a most impressive and applied way. Let's not forget, by his own admission, he didn't take to these cars at all to start with. He was struggling with the brake by Wyatt, not the only driver that we can say that about. Remember that bizarre incident we had at Long Beach in the run down to the first corner where Sebastian ended up in the wall on driver's left. He has worked really hard with the engineers to get the car predictable for where he wants to be. And my goodness, once he's got the confidence in a car, he's picked it up by the scruff of the neck and thrown it around racetracks for pretty much the whole of the second half of last season, and clearly it's carrying into 2024.
Yeah, no major surprises there.
No.
I suppose. There goes Bourdais across the line, completes his 39th lap time. Pretty well. No, he had some GT cars to pass on that last lap, but 1 minute 38.3. 1 minute 38 seems to be the kind of benchmark time when they're working their way through traffic, and they can do till 36 is when there is no traffic, i.e. after the restarts, because clear laps are not that common once this race gets underway, with 59 cars still out on the racetrack. So it's got about just over a second in hand at the moment. Sebastian Bourdais in that number 01 car, the yellow and black Cadillac. And Cadillac Porsche is the top four at the moment. Another Porsche in fifth position, then the pair of Acuras.
Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh for this stint. Hello to Jonty's Corner, who literally, I almost choked on my drink when I saw your race recovery tweet at IMSA Radio. If you're not following along, you should be. To say hello as well to Pork Chop at Apollo Cars. No, he's a big enthusiast for this type of racing and for what we do. Thanks, mate, for tuning in. 22 hours and 38 minutes to go at IMSA Radio if you'd like to get in touch with us. The Twitter feed is blowing up at the moment. Droid Andy tuning in for the northeast of England. 2024 racing has begun, certainly has, and in what style? Bourdais doing what Bourdais does. He's pulled out 2.1 seconds. Felipe Nasser in second. Cadillac, Porsche, Cadillac, Porsche. Westy since the restart, the second restart. Remember, this is not as if everybody went into the pits and made changes, because that was a quickie yellow, and so nobody could go into the pits. And Richard Westbrook now just 5 seconds off the lead in LMP2. It's United Autosports that lead in the number 2 car. with in second place the Inter-Europol Pietro Fittipaldi. Now he didn't even know he was coming here till quite late.
Yeah, yesterday, last night. Yeah, a couple other people on the move. I mean, that's been a great charge by Richard Westbrook. You know, since that restart, I don't know whether he changed tyres on that car, conceivably, in the number 85 compared to the other contenders in GTP, but he's certainly taken advantage of whatever it is to move forward. He took the restart in the 9th position in colour 85, and as John said, up to 4th place now. The other guy that's on the charge in GTD Pro is Joey Hand in the Ford Mustang, the Multimatic number 65. He's up to 5th place in GTD Pro, and right behind his old sparring partner Tommy Milner in the new Corvette. So 2 brand new cars there, Chevrolet and Ford, both producing new GT3 cars this season, and that's going to be a fabulous battle that unfolds during this 2024 season.
Hello to Starting from the Pits. First time watching IMSA, and I'm hooked. Where have you been? Do you have a note from your parents? Really? Come on. Brian Rodinger, you guys rock. Thanks for the fantastic coverage in the stands, listening to your wonderful voices through the headsets. That would be on 107.9 WWDIS. Thanks to Mike and the rest of the team here. Good to have your company. There's a rocket launch right before the finish of the Rolex tomorrow. Yes, there is.
Seriously?
Falcon 9. There's a Falcon 9.
I saw one of those go off from Vandenberg on the west coast about a couple of weeks ago. Very cool.
It's very impressive, isn't it? I saw
I
one
mean,
of
I live about 100 miles away. I can still see it going through the sky. It's just
I
awesome.
managed to see a shuttle launch many years ago from the gates, right at the gate. Side by side, this isn't rocket science. This is a pass for position. And through goes Felipe Nasser on Pipo Durrani.
Oh, well, he was ahead of him.
Yeah, the Durrani must have got back ahead of him then.
Oh.
That's right. Borde Nasser Durrani, Westbrook, it was. So I take my eyes off the screen for a moment.
Yeah, quite. That's the point here. That's going to be, we're going to be saying that a lot, aren't we? Meanwhile, in GTD, we've got a new first place GTD car. It's now the pro car. Andrea Caldarelli on the last lap got past Aaron Telitz, so it's number 19 Iron Lynx Pro Lamborghini Huracán, Andrea Caldarelli, that is best placed of the GT cars. We just got past Aaron Telitz, who still leads in the non-pro class. Up to 3rd of all the GTD cars is Oliver Jarvis, who is running right ahead of the Corvette of Antonio Garcia. Jarvis, of course, driving the FAF Motorsports McLaren this year. That team switching across from Porsche to head to form the 2nd McLaren entry in this championship. The other car, number 70 Inception Racing entry, is running in GTD, the FAF car in GTD Pro.
And a lot of interest down under for this race. A lot of support to Hunter McElrea, making his Rolex 24 debut in the LMP2. Number 11, Stephen Thomas driving that TDS racing car at the moment. Stephen Hopper and Sasha Hutchinson among those of you who are tuned in. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch with us, see some pictures as well of your setups down there. I know many of you will have more screens than we do at the moment. Alex Ormond back in the UK. And I'm seeing a lot of new people here. Can-Am, VRL, all is right in the world. Great to be watching the race and listening to you guys. Thank you very much. Alex Stanger, Sven Johnson watching from Sweden. IMSA International Motorsports Association, and this race is right back where it should be as far as I'm concerned, Jeremy, and has been for a couple of years now, which is absolutely at the sharp end of international competition, both in terms of the manufacturers, the teams and the drivers. And IMSA have done a great job in ensuring that this event, the relatively speaking the sharp end of the season, the beginning of the season, is back to what it was many years ago, which was top class.
Absolutely right. 33 nationalities represented on the starting grid. Of the 228 drivers, there's Well, 229 are listed, but of course Ben Keating is driving 2 cars again, as is his want. The most from any one country, unsurprisingly, of course, is the US with 60 drivers. UK next on 33, 17 Italians, 15 French, 13 Canadians, 12 from Germany, 11 from Denmark, and on down from there.
Yeah. Hello to all who competed in the iRacing Daytona 24, including 3 legs, 4 wheels, and Evolution Sim Racing. That was last weekend. Huge entry for that, one of their marquee events. Peter Mackay doing the comms on that at various stages. Number 3 Corvette. I can hear that in the background, and off has gone the United Autosport LMP2
car.
It's the 22 machine going into the International Horseshoe, and that is Daniel Goldberg, who gets back on to the circuit. Looked like he got a little bit of help there. He was just going down the outside of some other traffic. He is rolling, but slowly on the infield. He's got damage. Oh, dear me. Well, if there's a crab shack down at the other end of the infield, he's moving perfectly towards that. That is not tracking straight. Goldberg then will get this car back. We're staying green at the moment. Goldberg trying to stay out of the way. The worry will be that something else breaks on that car. It's right rear suspension. Joe Bradley's at that end of things. He was catching up to the Ranch 74 car. Oh, and he just checked up a little bit too hard, locked up the left front Michelin, which spun him around and backed it in the wrong way, with the right rear going in first to the tyre barrier. He needs to be off the bank in there and down on the flat stuff, I think. Joe Bradley, I think, is in that area of the pit lane. Joe Bradley?
Yeah, yes, I am, John, but I've just caught up with Catherine Legg before she goes for a break. Catherine, out of the 66 Gradient Racing Acura, you started the car, and I've just got to say, what an outstanding first stint of this race that was.
Oh, thank you very much. It's actually really tricky because you know you can't win a 24-hour race in the first stint. So you want to keep it clean and you want to be sensible, but you also don't want to be swallowed up. And I think we played it okay. Everybody was, you know, trying to get in the position that they thought they were worthy of, and some cars were faster than others, obviously, and we were just trying to all find our feet out there.
Still a long way to go, as they say. I'll let you get your bait. Thanks, Kat. I'll head down to United, John, to see if they're... The thing is, when something like this happens to the cars, they tend to be sometimes pushed straight back to the paddock. The team can assess what they see on the screen and make that decision and radio to the driver. But we'll head down there just in case.
Yeah, I suspect that's what will happen, Joe. They'll have seen the same pictures as me. I've had the binos on that car as well. Out on the track at the moment, Right Motorsport number 120. Sunny Hayes, not the weather forecast at the moment. That's a fictional character. We had Jerry Bruckheimer with the command and the green flag. This is the part of the story arc for a motorsport movie. Now, bear with us on this, because I know motorsport movies don't have a great history, particularly for those of us who actually work and watch motorsport. This one includes Brad Pitt, and they've been doing some filming last year in Formula One, but IMSA Racing is part of, as I say, of that story arc. Hearing that last year's Formula One filming is going to be junked, and they'll do it again this year because of the delays with the writers' strike. It puts that film that they did last year, sort of dates it, and they can't easily replicate it to finish it off in the quest for realism. So I expect to see that again. It's various Formula One races, but nice to see some sports car racing getting some coverage in what I'm sure will be a blockbuster if it involves the people who are all big names in that. Shea Adam is back with us in the pit lane, has just watched a couple of pit stops.
Just had the CrowdStrike car in. That was fuel only for George Kurtz, although they did open the passenger side, if there were a passenger side in LMP2, and give him a nice cold drinks bottle. So that should hopefully refresh him for this next stint.
So it's Nico Pino who leads in LMP2 in the car, the United Auto Sports entry that did not have the problem. That is the Wins liveried car number 2, Nico Pino from Chile. Leads by about 4 or 5 seconds from Pietro Fittipaldi in that very distinctive yellow and green into Europol by PR1 Matheson Motorsports entry. Third place now is, or was, Luis Perez Componk in the number 88 car for AF Corsa. He's just onto the pit lane as well.
And in for the number 10, this is Ricky Taylor for Acura.
And this is a surprise. They're doing fuel and right side tires now, waiting for the mechanics to run around to do the left sides as well. Yes, they are. But Ricky is coming in with all of the other LMP2 runners, the only LMP2s to stay out another couple of laps, at least for right now. I haven't yet seen Tower Motorsport, and I have not yet seen the 52, so the Inter Europol car. That will be coming in, and Kuba did not start the race. He's up on the wall, ready to take over. So glad to see that that is all righted. Tower is now in the lane, and we wait for Inter Europol. It's going to be fuel and tires for all of these LMP2 cars that are in now, including Spike the Dragon, the number 99 for AO Racing, and the 11 TDS. That's still Stephen Thomas behind the wheel of that car. Fuel and tires for it as well.
Shea Adam, one of our CrowdStrike pit reporters. 10 rolls back out again for the Konica Minolta Acura. Right ahead of it, the Ranch 74 car pulling out of its pit lane. Pit box, should I say. P2 regular stops as well at the other end, and that will be slightly frustrating. That number 74 car has gone out ahead. That was Gar Robinson who brought the car in, and I think stayed behind the wheel. We're expecting to see Gar do a very long stint. Also coming in the remaining United Autosport car, the 22 has gone behind the wall immediately after that brush with the tyres down at the International Horseshoe. The Wins Mission Food car in the pit lane. Nico Pino out of the lead in LMP2. Pietro Fittipaldi right opposite me as well in that 52 car. That's a very quick stop by Inter Europol. They're waiting for, now is that left rear they're waiting for? Oh no, they're waiting on fuel. I couldn't see the fuel hose because it's so low down. I could just see somebody bending down there. A little bit of wheel spin. Again, didn't see a driver change on that one, but Shea will confirm that as it goes past her. Kuba Gimasiak then jumping into that car. As he went through. So that was a change of driver. Thank you, Shea. I mean Kuba Szymowski, that Gimasiak. Sorry, Jakub. Hasn't come up on the screen yet, but it will. Yes, Szymowski out in that car, which means Pietro Fittipaldi can have a quick chat with Shea Adam. We'll get to that in a moment. Action up on the high banks. Side by side down into turn number 1. Very tight indeed with Pipo Durrani, and Richard Westbrook goes through into third place in that number 85 JDC car. Excellent driving. Down on the inside first of all, then had to go around Gar Robinson. Oh, and in fact he touches the 74 Ranch Resort car, so that was the yellow Richard Westbrook car, got through and then slid down the inside on the transition. For a moment it looked like the Wayland Cadillac would get back in front. Westy into the braking area down the inside of Gar Robinson, and has managed to make that pass stick. Meantime, Shea Adam has stayed down at Europol and has Pietro Fittipaldi.
Yeah, and thanks for Pietro for the quick conversation before you even really get to debrief. But just a quick debrief there with Jonathan Bomarito. You didn't have time to worry about this race, to think about it for a long time. Has that changed the entire experience of the Rolex for you?
Yeah, it's very different. I mean, unfortunately for the team, you know, Clement got injured, and then they called me yesterday. I was in Indianapolis, flew in here this morning, arrived at 3 in the morning, and straight on the seat fit. So the team did a great job, and went straight out to green flag racing, no practice. So not an easy task, but I'm looking forward to the challenge and doing a good job for the whole team, because they've been preparing very well.
When was the last time you actually drove an LMP2 car?
The last time we drove it was with Team Joda in WEC in Bahrain, and we finished on the podium, so we got to keep that momentum up.
Yeah, now all three drivers, well, 3 of the 4 drivers have cycled through. Is that just keeping everybody fresh because it's so warm, or giving everyone an opportunity to see the rhythm of the race?
Yeah, I mean, this race, you know, it's always the end that counts, so I got in for the first time, trying to get in rhythm. I mean, first time out on track, and just get a rhythm with the traffic. It's so much traffic racing, so, but yeah, and then carry the momentum onto the night and then tomorrow morning.
Good luck keeping the streak alive.
Thank you.
CrowdStrike pit reporter Shea Adam there. 107.9 FM around the circuit. Around the world on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of audio and video channels. Sirius XM, channel 202 as well for this race. And for all of the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship races this year, the race will be flag to flag once again on Sirius XM. If you go to their webpage and search IMSA, IMSA, it'll take you to the page. And that updates normally in the week of the event. Tuesday, Wednesday, for a Saturday or a Sunday race. So when we get to Sebring, it might change channel. And we've also got an FM down there as well, with the local affiliate handing its airways back to us.
Yeah, just looking in LMP2, we just heard from Pietro Fittipaldi, who's sharing that jumped into that car at very, very late notice. Just looking also a little bit farther back, up now into 5th position is Matty Brabham, making his debut in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. Hugely experienced driver, of course, in all sorts of different categories. He'll drive anything, anywhere, anytime. I mean, most of his driving has been in the Robbie Gordon's trucks series in the last few years, but he's done a lot of Trans Am as well. You name it, actually, he's done it. But Matthew becomes the 5th family member to race in the Rolex 24 after Grandpa Jack. He ran here in 1970. His dad, his father, i.e. Matthew's father, Jeff, who finished 2nd here in 91, and his uncles David, who was 2nd in 92, also won a DP class in 03 as well. And Jeff's brother Gary, he's raced here as well in the past. So great to see Matt Brabham having this opportunity to join the AO Racing entry car number 99. Just moved past Gar Robinson into the 5th place in that class, and next in his sights will be the number 88 AF Corsa car with Lilo Wadu driving that car at the moment. She's very impressive. She does a really, really good job. She was part of the WEC Young Driver program last year. Got an opportunity to drive. Did she drive the Toyota?
Let's go down to Shea Adam in the pit as we have Porsche number 7 from Porsche Penske Motorsport coming into the pit lane. Pick up that in a moment after an incident on the far side of the track from us. That was the BMW M-V8 going off. But no harm, no foul. Just a grassy moment there for that car. Shay, what's going down at Porsche Penske Motorsport?
Dane Cameron has climbed aboard his number 7 full season ride, this mighty steed, which has done him well in the past, driving for Penske, for the captain. As a matter of fact, he's won championships for him, never been on the podium of this big race. Mr. Penske not winning this race for a very long time in the modern iteration of sports cars. As a matter of fact, fuel and 4 tires for Dane Cameron as he is sent out of the pit lane. Right behind them, Pfaff Motorsport is in for their first racing pit stop with the McLaren. Interesting way for Ollie Jarvis to clamber out of the car. He basically ducked underneath the door, as now they are installing Marvin Kervarcher for the second driver. We wait also for the number 6 to be coming in, because the other Porsche Penske Motorsport car coming into the pit lane here in just a couple of seconds, and that too will be a driver change to Mathieu Jaminet.
Pit stops continuing up and down the pit lane. McLaren leaving, and that was the Inception car. Good to see the Inception team back as well. Dane Cameron, as you heard Sheer said that to Dane Cameron getting in the Porsche Penske Motorsport machine, as Sebastian Bourdais comes into the pit lane.
The 01 Cadillac hitting its marks perfectly. Driver change going on here. Scott Dixon climbing aboard for Sebastian Bourdais. So I know my next interview target. They are doing 4 tires and fuel as a couple of boxes up. Also into the pit lane, JDC Miller Motorsport. That looks like Timon Vanderhelm might be climbing aboard that car. Actually might be the helmet of Phil Hansen. I'm a little bit too far back to be able to see it clearly, but they also are doing 4 tires and fuel, as 4 tires and fuel for the number 6 Penske Porsche, as previously noted, and 4 tires and fuel for the number 40. That is the second Wayne Taylor Andretti Motorsports machine, and that car is also getting a driver change. So Louis Delatraz out, and now both of the BMW Team MRLL cars have scrambled their crews up onto the wall. Looks like we're going to be getting 2 driver changes here as well. Nick Yellowly climbing aboard the number 25, and Philip Bang in the 24.
Found out what happened to change over Richard Westbrook and Pipo Derani before these pit stops. Richie got him back, and I'm indebted to James Gibson for that. He slightly got, I think, stuck behind traffic and then came back through. Hello to France and Coupe de Couture de la Giotte. James Gibson we've mentioned, Ian Katz, sometimes grouchy guy, at IMSA Radio. If you'd like to get in touch with us, if you're spotting something you think we could be mentioning, please give us a shout, particularly to those of you here on 107.9 here at the circuit. Got a guest. I've had to sit down to do this one because my guest is vertically challenged. He can't stand it. Johnny Herbert, 1991 Le Mans winner here.
How are you?
How are you? Fella, long time no see.
Very long time no see. No, really good. Good to be my first time.
Norway.
Yeah. Well, of course, when it was sort of the IMSA sports cars, the American Le Mans series, of course, they were split.
Correct.
Weren't they? So this was never on our diary, so we never ventured this way, sadly. What a venue, eh? It's a fantastic place.
This place empty is quite impressive. But,
yes.
you know, as you can see, the infield's absolutely kicking. Come back tonight when it's dark.
I will do, don't worry.
This is outstanding. So, come to take this in as just as a spectator. You're going to make a dashing comeback. I know, because
I'm
I've
60
seen
this year, but go on.
Yeah, but that's just another downgrade, mate. Does that take you down
that
to
could
a
be a
silver?
positive thing. Yes, I think it's
It's
a super bronze, I would imagine.
I keep my FISC license up, and it's down to so-and-so's like, I can't get a drive. You and both bronzes now.
No, I'm here to obviously sort of see the race over the weekend, which is great. Load of cars, another sort of great British racing car manufacturer that's coming back into racing. So we're here this weekend having a lot of chats with various people, and that's a very exciting new venture that's going on. But of course the racing is something that's still in my blood. I still do a little bit of go-kart, not racing but just testing, and you can never get it out. And like you said, John, am I going to make a comeback? You never know.
Well,
say never.
I thought you were going to say, Hindhoff, I've never left. I know you can still get into your 1991 Le Mans winning race suit, because I've seen you do that.
Yeah, it's tight, but I do get into it, yes, very tight.
It's only a problem when you have to breathe out, isn't it?
It's actually both. I can't do either.
When you think back to the cars of that era, and you drove for a number of different manufacturers, the screaming triple rotor Mazda, obviously we think of you in that fabulous win. And then you look at these GTP cars. Some people would say these cars aren't as sophisticated, but these are unbelievable.
No, they're unbelievably sophisticated. And you know what I like about it as well? They look mean.
Don't they?
They look really, really cool. And I know all the drivers that drive them thoroughly and love driving them as well. And that's all the different classes we've got, the 4 classes we've got here this weekend. they look in such good condition, and the drivers thoroughly enjoy driving the cars, and that's how it should be. Enjoyment is a very important part.
We were talking about drivers of a certain age, and your name did come up the other day about this in one of the other sessions, about who you would put in a GT3 team, like a Legends team, to represent a particular manufacturer. And of course Bentley came up when we thought straight away of you, Dindo, Smithy, to go back and do maybe, I don't know, Nürburgring 24. How does that sound?
Well, I have done that only once, did that with Marky Blundell, strangely enough, in a VW. So yeah, I think there are things that maybe, you know, you could sort of get together some of the old boys to have a go in the race. Again, it's like anything. As long as the enjoyment factor is there, they want to do it, then I'm up for it. Can you organise it?
I know people.
So do I.
Brundle's already done it, of course. He did it with his son.
Yes,
yeah. With Alex, and there's an opportunity there. That's a different race altogether than something like this. But the GT, I mean, even now the GT3 cars are so sophisticated, aren't they?
Yeah, pretty much so. Well, I always remember when I drove the Aston Martin in, was it Le Mans 2007, I think it was. I was so surprised with how much grip that they had. They were absolutely brilliant things to drive, and I think that is just the lovely thing, that you've got the top class, the quickest cars out there, you've got sort of the slower cars out there as well, and they all have the same ability for the drivers to push it to that very, very limit. It might be a little bit slower, but that is what it's all about, is pushing the cars to the limit.
Are we in another, you were in a golden age when you were racing. Is this another golden age? When you see a new Ford GT3, a new Corvette GT3, a new Ford GT4 as well, for goodness sake, that we saw racing yesterday. Never mind what's going on in GTP at the front of the field. This is a canny little battle just on the high banks at the moment, with the Ferrari chasing down the Ford at the moment. That's Daniel Serra getting on the back of Joey Hand in GTD Pro. Yeah. They'll come in this time around, both of those cars. Meantime, Scott Dixon is with Dane Cameron at the front of the field. Dane Cameron coming through the field in the Porsche. And there's the other thing. It's Johnny Herbert, by the way, if you haven't worked out who we're talking to here. The crossover that we're getting. Jensen Button's here this weekend.
Yeah, indeed.
Does that say that we're doing something right in sports car racing again?
I definitely so. You know, when you go through the list of the drivers all the way through the classes, there are some proper drivers that are turning up here from Formula One World Champions. So with Jensen, it's always great to see Scott Dixon here, the multiple IndyCar driver.
14 active IndyCar drivers.
Yeah, exactly. So again, you go on, there's Felipe Massa, who's out there having a good play as well. Roman Grosjean, I saw yesterday as well. Good to see Roman once again. So yeah, there is a love for the sport that I think everybody has loved for such a long time, but it just seems to be in a very, very good place here in America, but also in Europe as well, and what we see happening at Le Mans as well.
What we're going to see, where we're going to see you? You're going to pop up in a few more places that we're at in the next few months to the what?
There has been no plan for that, but as you know, in this game, things change very quickly, so you never know. I may be sort of on your shoulder, tapping away.
That's all right.
Oi, I'm back.
Oh, I might have to have you talk about some cars. Probably, that's the
thing. You got it.
Get you back in the comms box. Got to ask you this one question. It was loud and kept us awake when we were at Le Mans. Now, I missed 91. I wasn't at 91, but I probably know as much, if not more, about 91 because I wasn't there, because I had to read up on it for everything else. I had chicken pox. Was it as loud for you in the car?
In the car, no. The biggest problem I had, having, I think there were three of them, was when you got into the caravan at the back of the pit to have your little kip during the night. Those three were never together. They were always spread out by about a minute. And every time it came past, there was no rest, no sleep, because the damn thing was so noisy. In the car, I probably should have gone to sleep, because that was the quietest place to be. But what a noise, what a time, and what a lovely victory that we had that day.
Thanks, mate.
Really good to see you.
Johnny Herbert, 1991 Le Mans winner, with us here in the studio. From one legend to another, Shea Adam has Sebastian Bourdais.
Yeah, and Seb, definitely with that start, you wanted to lead this race, but how important was it to get a grasp on exactly how strong the Cadillac is for the 24 hours?
I mean, it's always great to be in clean air, so I wasn't gonna not take it, but yeah, it was a bit harder than I would have liked to get there. Yeah, obviously, I think the Cadillac team's done a great job. We have some some really good cars. We have a pretty decent handle on tire deck, which being the lightest in the class does help that. But yeah, definitely being the least power makes it having to do it the hard way when you gotta make passes. So yeah, it was a big fight. But yeah, the setup of the car is pretty good. I think we seem, like I said, to be in pretty decent shape over double stints, which we're all going to be doing right now to not have to endure the pain later in the race. We only have 21 sets for the whole race. So it's about 8-9 sets that you got a double stint, maybe 10. So yeah, it's early days, but it's always good to feel like you're competitive and the car responds well. We have a lot of tools these days in the cars to manage balance and tire deck, and it's working pretty good. So we're just gonna try and stay on top of it and see how things go.
Fingers crossed for now. Fingers crossed for now.
Thank you.
Very, very interesting indeed there from Sebastian Bourdais. Share Adam talking to him there. I mean, the honesty that you get out of some of these. We're so fortunate, but Sebastian, particularly on these CrowdStrike pit reports, he's just so honest.
No, he is, and he's not, holding the cards close to the chest or playing them in any way to manipulate anyone else. He's simply telling it as it is, and when he's out on the track, he drives how it is. That's exactly what we love and what we hope for when we get people coming into IMSA.
Sure, there was a couple of pit stops there while I was having a quick chat with my old mate Johnny Herbert. Anything of great note there? I mean, we've still got 22 hours to go, so but I didn't see any problems. I was sort of glancing out the window whilst Johnny was going on and on about that 1991 race. What was going on down there?
A lot of driver changes, which is interesting, especially for early on in this race. A lot of people had been planning on paper to send their starting drivers long, but we are seeing drivers getting out and handing over. Joey Hand, I believe, got out of the Mustang. I think I saw Harry Tingnell's helmet around the sister car Mustang. There was a driver change, Daniel Serra taking over the 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari. Further driver change, Alex Riberas taking the 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin from Mario Farnbacher, and the 3 Corvette Antonio Garcia made way for Alexander Sims. So lots of GT driver changes.
And the number 19 drove through as well with a penalty. I'll have to scroll back a little bit through the race feed on that. Oh, minimum refueling time was the drive-through penalty for that. See, that didn't take me too bad. And we've also got, that was the number 1955, also with a penalty. That was working on the car outside of the box. So 2 penalties there. So Gianmarco Liverato for Proton Competition, that was the 55 outside the box, so that car, if it hasn't already, will have to come in. And the 19 Iron Links, Jordan Pepper, for the minimum fuel time penalty.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, John, because 40 seconds is the minimum full refuel time for a GTD car, and there was a memorandum sent out last night to the teams, just to all the GTD teams in particular, just warning them that any kind of, well, anything out of the ordinary, so to speak. I mean, they're very strictly controlled in GTD with the balanced performance to try and make sure the cars can do the same sort of stint lengths, have the same amount of time with their refueling, and just to make it as even as possible. And the note came out yesterday that basically one of the new rules said application of penalties: A, deliberately providing false information or attempting to influence the BOP process through manipulating performance by any means, or displaying a new level of performance above or below the expected result in any session by any entity specified below, mainly maybe penalised to the fullest extent. They're serious about this, in other words, about.
And every pit official this year, something new, has a stopwatch. Yeah. So they are watching intent. They're not just relying on the information. TDS, this is the full course yellow. And Stephen Thomas, not for the first time in trouble. This is so unusual for Stephen Thomas. This will be a full course caution. He's been into the wall very hard indeed on the far side of the circus, and almost everyone's just cycled through the pit, so I don't think this is going to be an advantage for very many people. Through goes the leader, Scott Dixon. Dane Cameron was 6 seconds behind, but of course he'll close up. It's just coming out of the bus stop chicane, and he's gone straight in. Very easy to drop a rear Michelin on the dirt on the inside. I suspect that's what's happened here as he came through. He just lost it on the bump, took a tiny bit too much curb. Actually, it's not the fact he took the curb, it's the fact he still had lock on, he still had steering applied as he hit the curb, unsettled the car and fired it straight into the wall. That happened earlier on today actually with a course car that did exactly the same thing, and Stephen Thomas has been bitten by that curb on the exit of the Le Mans chicane. AMR safety Chevy truck already on the scene. Left hand front, left hand rear of the TDS Orica heavily damaged. This brings out, what's this, Jeremy, our fourth full course caution? Third full course caution, excuse me.
Yeah. And we've been green for about 54 minutes this last run. Well, yeah, plus of course it was there was another short yellow before that, wasn't there? So as you say, most of the GTP cars have all been in the pits just a few laps ago, maybe 8 laps ago. Interesting to see whether any of them come in to top off. Don't think we'll see much in the way of tyre changes, which we know they have the tyre rules are pretty stringent for this race. We've only got a total of the GTP teams of 21 sets of tyres for the entire race here, including qualifying. They can use the same tyres from qualifying for the race, but yeah, I mean, the GTP cars, they can go around about an hour on a stint, whereas the LMP2 cars, they have a few more tyres at their disposal. They have 23 sets for qualifying and the race, but they make pit stops a lot more frequently than the GTP cars do.
Hello to Rafi in Germany having a question about the Pro Class Lexus. Would it be possible for it to rejoin the race? If it can be repaired, Rafi, yes it can. I know what you're talking about in terms of outside assistance. This isn't Le Mans. You are allowed to get the car back, and that's what's happening. If it can be repaired, it will come back and potentially take the fight. Hello to Gator Patterson with a fantastic setup, to Gasoline Alley Cat as well, and to Josh, who says thanks for being the voices of IMSA Radio. Well, thank our partners, commercial partners, for that, and the Responsible Adult for the hard work she put in at the end of last year. Another F1 page has had a absolutely massive tactical error. Went to grab a snack and had the horrible realization I forgot to get beers. It's a devastating blow to morale.
How can you make that mistake?
That is, I mean, that's rookie, I'm afraid. That is just... Hello, John. John Daly's tuned in. Andrew Luscombe. We'll take this opportunity to say hello to a few people whilst we're under yellow. Do you think IMSA should do something like the Garage 56 at Le Mans? It would be great to have seen the Chevy caning it around today. Hey, look, I'll take 16 of those Chevys around Le Mans any day. Incredible piece of kit, and I love the theatre of that car being there. And by the way, Rafi in Germany, and thank you to Aaron and our production team up at Concord, North Carolina, in their brand new, ooh, love that new control room smell up there. Quick shot on our screens of the work continuing in the Pro Lexus pit with that number 14 car. It was Mike Conway who was caught up in someone else's accident. Stathis won the iRacing 24H last weekend. He's tuning in. Welcome back to Mustang Sampling, says Mex72. Excuse me, says Chris, Mex72. Missed his train back home from the airport to see the start. And now that's impressive. Hello, Mex. Hello to Nolan Moore, who is tuning in from X-Track. James Bonniger, epic racing in all classes so far. JP listening from high in the stands on 107.9 FM. Wantage tuned in with Sib Racer. Hi guys. Hi to you. Positivity Racing sim racers there. Jordan Groves listening in as well, having a watch party with sim racing fans. Hello Jordan, nice to know you tuned in. And also SKD1DZ from Germany. We've been looking forward to Daytona all of December and January. Thanks very much. Keep them coming in. And everyone around the world, fantastic stuff. I cannot keep up. It's like the early days of switch messaging when we were at Le Mans. I cannot keep up with the messages coming into at IMSA Radio. We're in our third full course yellow. This one for Stephen Thomas, who clipped the curb on the exit of the Le Mans chicane, the bus stop chicane on the back straight, and pretty much took a header straight into the outside Tech Pro barrier. Well, in fact, it's a safer barrier there, isn't it? And that's dissipated some of the energy. That is quite badly damaged car. I'm looking to see the rear suspension's been deranged. And what else has happened there? The front left wheel's been pushed back quite a long way. Let's go down to Shea Adam for this CrowdStrike pit report. Not long since the GTPs have come in. The prototypes, LMP2s were in as well recently. Do we think we'll get a few splashing?
It's about to get busy down here, which is kind of surprising, but the number 10 Koenig Minolta Cadillac, that one has been out the longest of all the GTP cars, so that one will need the most energy replenishment and fuel, so both liquid and theoretical, metaphorical? No, it is actual energy. It's just the hybrid variety. But I am seeing something a little bit intriguing. As far as number 7 Penske Porsche is concerned, this one is going to be getting some used tires, or at least lightly scrubbed tires, put on at least one half of the car. So they do have brand new tires behind the wall, but the ones that are up on the wall, they've already seen the racing surface before. First car into the pit lane is the 01. This should be a splash only for Cadillac Racing. And there we go. Yep, just fuel nozzle attached. Right side tires for that number 7, as I mentioned, previously used tires, and a new steering wheel. That is big for Dane Cameron. So clearly they must be fighting some electronic gremlins. Jack Aiken is back out in the number 31 for Whelen Engineering Racing. Dane Cameron told to go, has a little bit of a hiccup and then manages to get the car rolling. The number 6 has a hiccup as well. And the 10 is the last car that came in that managed to sit in its pit box that was still here. That makes perfect sense. I'm happy with that.
Mustang Sampling number 5 in as well, a little further up the pit lane, just getting service as well. That looks like fuel only. Joe Bradley is at United Autosports waiting for the leader. Are they due in, Joe?
Oh yeah, due in right now, just coming literally to my feet now. We've got a red lighted pit out, so the queue is forming whilst the number 2 is serviced. Padua Ward is going to get his first race stint now in the car, as we've got a driver change as well as tyres and fuel, taking advantage of this full course caution. The LMP2 leaders. It's still early stages, isn't it? This is the car that started on pole position, and the tacticians, I should say, will want this car to be right where it is, pretty much all the way to the flag. Brand new unscrewed rubber going on the car, being waved down now. And what a lovely soundbite that is. Number 2, Padua Ward.
Shea Adam with more pit stops coming in a moment. Give us the skinny.
Looks like the Ford Corvette will be coming back in. This is the car that's now driven by Nicky Katzberg. That will be a splash of fuel only. Not seeing any other GT teams up on the pit lane from my end.
And up in North Carolina, Mike, who is at Hully Gully, is listening on, as I say, on Sirius XM.
Hello, Mike.
That's what he wanted. He wanted a. So here's Gearbox Girl, and Gearbox Girl says
hello
to Mike. There you go. He was worried about half an hour ago that you weren't there. I just told him you were on a little bit of a break. We cycling through our drivers as well. This is British team water skier Charlie Emmett watching from the International Horseshoe, listening to the best radio ever. Third Rolex, originally from Buckinghamshire, now living in Claremont, Florida. 14th Le Mans this year, and excited for Sebring. Charlie, thanks for flying the Union flag high in your sport and coming to watch ours as well. Hello to Ed Sir, to starting from the pits. All good stuff going through. And we have a little update. From back in the paddock. And thank you to Aaron, who's been scanning the cameras for us up in Concord, North Carolina. The driver of the number 14 Lexus is back in, so Mike Conway brought it in. Let's see if he takes it out. And the hood is, well, it's back on. The hood was being offered, now it's back on, and that car is ready to go. We've got electric on the front, the lights have come on, they're getting ready to fire up the V8, and Mike Conway back in the GTD Pro Lexus as the rest of the GT field comes into the pit lane. Shea Adam.
And there are actually a couple more cars than I was expecting. The number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW is in. Neil Verhagen staying aboard, just a splash of fuel. And in is the number 19, that's Jordan Pepper for the Lamborghini of Iron Lynx. This too just being a splash. Claudio Schiavone is in the pit lane as well for the number 60. That is the sister car. He is the bronze rated driver of this quartet for Iron Lynx in the bright yellow Lamborghini. And he right now is very happy that it's yellow because he's getting his drive time done, where then he can hand over to Matteo Cressoni, Matteo Cairoli, and Roman Grosjean for the remainder of the race.
That's a lot of Mateos. Joe Bradley, where are you?
I'm in the 13 pit. The NWA Corvette just comes to a halt now and taking on field of what looks like tyres. Now, this is the car that had a nightmare start to this race. And when you consider the effort that's gone in, Ore Fidani, Matt Bell, Lars Kern and Alex Lynn, all superstars behind the wheel, these drivers. Even the AM ones are superstars behind the wheel of this number 13. So I'm intrigued to see whether or not this pit stop goes off without, nice and clean, no problems. And the moment the car's still on the jacks, the fuel's still going in, and fingers crossed that the problems, the woes that we talked about earlier for this number 13, you would say, why am I pick 13? What are you asking for? Here we go. Car fires. And that was the soundbite. The car is fine.
Lovely. Can't beat the sound of a Corvette revving up. Thank you very much. Hello, Simon Huff is doing the 48 hours of Daytona, or is it day by, as there are 24 hours this weekend. Hello also to all of the marshals and flaggers, etc., around the circuit, either on duty or off at the moment. That is... you guys and ladies are doing a tremendous job around the circuit, and I know that there's one or two watching at the moment who are just taking the race in before they start their evening shifts. Thank you to one and all. We simply can't go motorsport, any type of motorsport, without you. I know you're volunteers, but you're all pros, and your dedication to what you do is fantastic. You give us your most precious gift, the gift of your time, and thank you very much indeed for that. Full course yellow then, as we're maybe coming back to green here. See if the lights are off on the safety car as it comes towards us. No, lights are still on the Cadillac at the moment, and waiting to see who decides to come in. We've got a BMW prototype coming in, whips down the inside, and this will be the number 24 car, Shea Adam.
And it should just be a splash of fuel and energy replenishment. They're going to try and elongate their stint, maybe go a little bit further than everyone else. And we do have the Endurance Cup to remember in the back of our minds. Ooh. That will come at the 6-hour mark. So are they back timing to that? Possibly.
Well, that's a very good point indeed. And thank you for the first mention of the Michelin Endurance Cup. That's a championship within the championship. Very important for those that it is important to. It's very important. You're going to get a trophy at the end of the year. And the Shea has just said in my ear
Forte is back.
Right.
The Lamborghini just rumbled by me. I'm walking down to Lexus to try and get a look at that car. And instead, Shane on the golf cart leads out the Lamborghini once again. So that car is back from the dead. Take away the Andy Blackmore Spotter's Guide Black Pen of Doom. That car is not yet out.
Yeah, yes, be careful with the Sharpie of Doom. Might have to be the dark pencil to start with, and then you can always remove it. And well, we're coming round to 21 hours and 48 minutes ago. Shall I do it? I think I'll do a VP Racing in-race update before we go back to green. It's Louis Delatraz now aboard the leading number 40 Acura. This is the Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosport. Second in the queue will be Cadillac Racing, Scott Dixon in the 01, the gold-fronted car. And then in third, it's the similar car, but from a different team, the red-fronted number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. Then 3 Porsches, 2 from Porsche Penske Motorsport, and the third from JDC Miller Motorsport. Dane Cameron in the 7, Mathieu Jaminet in the 6, and Ben Keating. Yes, that Ben Keating was in the LMP2 car earlier on. Yes, that's the same Ben Keating doing double duty because he can, basically, and he's quick in both of them. The BMW M Hybrid number 25 is in 7th with Nick Yellerly and Ricky Taylor for Wayne Taylor Racing, and the other accurate ARX06, the number 10 car, is in 8th. 9th is Jimmy Bruni now aboard the 963 number 5. That's the black and gold car. And Philippe Eng has just rejoined in 10th. In LMP2, Jakub Smakowski, I got it right this time, got the right Cuba. In the Europol leads in the number 52 from Pato O'Ward for United's number 2, and Nila Wadu Dusselier for Richard Mille in the 88 Oregon. In GTD Pro, Marvin Kerkhofer for Pfaff Motorsport, McLaren leads in overall and in GTD Pro in the number 9 car. Then it's Parker Thompson for the Vassar Sullivan Lexus RCF GT3. Then it's Alex Sims in the Corvette number 3, Davide Rigon in the 62 Racing Competition Ferrari, and Indy Doncha for Winwood Racing 57 makes up the top 6 in GTD. That's your VP Racing update as we go back green with 21 hours and 46 minutes to go. Nice clean restart up on the high side. Looks like the Ranch 74 car trying to make a move. No, it's not. It's the Wins car with the number 2 of Pato O'Ward, and that I think was for the lead of LMP2. Pato wasting no time at all in going past the Inter Europol car. Yes, indeed, the green side of the car to me as it comes out of the International Horseshoe. So a change in LMP2 leader going down into turn 1. Pato O'Ward wasting no time to stamp his mark on the 62nd running of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. The leaders are up onto turn 1 and the banking. Looks like it's all clear. And I've got more good news, because going into its pit at the end of the pit lane is the number 22 United Autosport car that had that big... Now, it's not in its usual colours. This is going to confuse us later on, Jeremy, because that car's got a lot of bare carbon fibre. But the 22 car is back on the pit lane and will rejoin the fight. So all 3 of the cars that were damaged earlier on are now back. Daniel Goldberg brings it back onto the pit lane. The only one we haven't seen, and I doubt we'll see for some time, if at all, is that TTS racing car that Stephen Thomas crashed to cause the last full course yellow. And out goes the 22 car, back into the contest. Excellent work by United Autosport. Pit lane speed violation. No penalties, we said. Anthony Mantella, slap your wrist for AWA Corvette, the number 17 car. Pit lane speeding, and Porsche key to the race. No penalties. Already seen quite a raft of them. 3 wide across the start-finish line for a moment in front of us as down the inside, the Ferrari number 34 going through and making up some positions there. Brilliant manoeuvre, to be quite honest, there for the Conquest Racing machine. Eccentric Spinazzola behind the wheel of that car. Back off running again, Jeremy, into the late afternoon. I'm not even going to call it early evening yet, but it's still beautiful. Temperatures out there, air temperature 28 Celsius, on the track it's 34. That's 93 Fahrenheit on the track, 82 Fahrenheit in the air, so still very pleasant. The Michelin tyres not having to work too hard when they come out cold.
No, it's ideal racing conditions, I'd say, right now, pretty much. And we should start to get dark around about 6 o'clock, relatively early here, still on the east coast. It's absolutely gorgeous right now.
No rain forecast in Saturday's part of the race. Side-by-side action again. Spinazzola with a point to prove, coming through the field in the red, white and black Ferrari through the Le Mans chicane, taking a position there from the number 80. Was that for position? I think it was actually for the AMG. And so Cedric is on a bit of a hurry up early on. Past a couple of cars on the restart, and that was Sally Jolich he went by there. Jordan Pepper's not that far behind him either. There's a big mix-up as far as GTD Pro and GTD runners in that field. Comes Jordan Pepper in the Iron Lynx number 19 round the outside of said Sally Jolich, the Turkish driver for Lone Star Racing AMG. Inserted themselves into the battle there. Sun Energy 1 and Harter Racing having a battle as well, and the Wright Motorsport number 20 car as well, the movie car, right in there. That is, again, battles for position off the restart. Indy Donche, Alex Riberas, and is the 120 laps down? Or is it further up the field? Has it not been scored? Oh, yes, it is. There it is.
12th in GTD.
Yeah. Maro Engel behind the wheel of the 75, by the way. Ian James for Heart of Racing. So that's 11th, 12th, and 13th, that little battle.
New best lap of the race for the leading car. Louis Delatraz driving the number 40 car. That's the car that did not stop during this previous caution period, so leapfrogged its way from 6th place into the lead. And Delatraz just turned that his best lap there, 136.255. All of the GTP cars have turned laps very, very close together indeed. The fastest of them is number 31 car. That was Pipo Derani back on lap 2 with a 135.8. So just 4/10 away of that time by Louis Delatraz last time around.
Ford Mustang versus 66 Gradient NSX.
Just looking at that GTD ranks for a moment, taking the pro or non-pro, it's McLaren, Lexus, Chevrolet, Ferrari, Ford, Mercedes, Aston Martin, and
BMW.
And BMW. That's how many cars is that? That's 8 cars, isn't it? And aren't they all different? McLaren, Lexus, Chevrolet. Yeah, all different. Top 8, fantastic.
LMP2, Pato Award, got to the head of the field and is cleared off. 4.7 seconds. The gap now back to 2nd place. Really impressive. And he has absolutely put the hammer down. Toby Sowery for CrowdStrike. What a week he's having, Jeremy.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? And he's right on the tail there of Jakub Śmiechowski, looking for a way past. And Toby doesn't really have much sports car experience, i.e. one race actually in British GT, that's it. But he's shone over here in the past. He's been driving in Indy Lights as it was, Indy Next as it is now, and had some success there. And a young man from Cambridge loving this opportunity to drive this number 04 car for the APR, CrowdStrike by APR Racing. And he's really taken that car very well. He and Martin Jakobsen saw them both at breakfast this morning, both having a good time, both confident, very confident of their chances in this race.
And he's right on the tailpipes at the moment of the in the Europol car in that CrowdStrike 04, the Algarve Pro Racing machine. Already seen Stuart and Sam. Another crack at the American side of things for them with the 04 winners in class at Le Mans, of course, last year with the CrowdStrike car. Pato O'Ward is cleared off from this battle for second on down. Lila Wadu actually is not that far behind.
Oh no, he's right with them.
She's right there for Richard Bale in the 88.
Very much so, and Sebastian Alvarez in caliber 81 for Dragon Speed. He's right behind her as well. And we just got past Matt Brabham in the AO Dragon car last time around in 99. Spike the Dragon.
Do you know what? I know there's a lot of people think it's a bit silly, but it's bringing so much visibility, and their merch sold out in nanoseconds, particularly all the fluffy toys. Unbelievable stuff. And if it's bringing you youngsters in the sport, I'm having it.
Absolutely.
A couple of drivers who didn't see the red light, they'll get a stop plus 60.
34 car, that's Spirituality, isn't it?
It is indeed.
A while ago. Conquest Racing Ferrari.
And Lone Star Racing Mercedes as well.
Yeah, it's a car that was running, well, both those cars were running right up at the sharp end in the early stages of this race. A penalty for both of those two. Stop plus 60. Ouch, that's a killer. That's going to put you off the lead lap.
This will not surprise you to hear, but I'm saying it because I know you keep score. An official retirement, I believe our first. It's no surprise, I'm afraid, after what we saw over at the Le Mans chicane, but TDS's Oregon number 11 is officially retired. The number 78 Lamborghini came back out the Forte car, but it's gone back behind the wall, so only a lap or so. Nick Damon down in the pit lane has this CrowdStrike pit report.
Yeah, I was wandering down, came back in the pit lane. I bumped into Mike Rockefeller, obviously with his new project. You do really. The 64 Ford Performance Ford Mustang GT3. I think first of all, let's ask you how the race has gone. I think you started the car. Are you happy with performance? First race, always a bit nerve-wracking.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It's the first race in our program. A big race for Ford, obviously. The Mustang looks great, it sounds good, but now we need to make sure that we maximize the performance and have a good result. I mean, it's a long race, as you know. A lot of things can happen. So far, I'm happy. We try to stay out of trouble. You have seen how easy it is to get caught up in incidents. And yeah, let's try to survive the night and see where we are in the morning.
There's no substitute for racing. That was the first race for the car. What did you learn in that first hour you didn't know before?
That yeah, you have to hit everything right. I mean, tire pressure, maybe we were a bit high. You know, battling with the others, obviously you see strengths and weakness. I have the feeling some of the others are quite fast on the straight compared to us, but you know, we will see. There's always a lot to learn. Under yellow, we learned some stuff. On the downshift, we were struggling. So, you know, it's like you said, it's the first big race we have been testing, but it's always good to go racing, and that's why Ford is doing it. Obviously, you want to compete against the best out there and beat them eventually, but we also have to be realistic. It's the first race for us.
I mean, we've got a very interesting race for that first race. It's horribly hot, it's humid, but it's going to cool down. Have you actually even tested in these various conditions?
Yeah, we did. I mean, this week was pretty warm. Last week, the Raw was very cold. So we have been in all conditions. I want to say I think everybody is a bit more happy when it cools off. The tire works better usually. You get a little bit more power from the engine at night. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that period in the race.
Great stuff, thank you. That's Mike Rockefeller out of the new GT3 Ford Mustang. He's in a 64.
Thank you, Nick. Nick David down in the pit lane, delighted to see it. Jeremy,
well, just a quick note, yeah, the number 6, number 25 have exchanged positions a couple of times in the last couple of laps. Matthew Jaminet, number 6 Porsche, lost place briefly to Nick Yellerly, number 25 BMW, but has regained it. A couple of notes a bit farther back here in the GT ranks. up into now the 5th position in GTD Pros. Alex Riberas, number 23, Hearted Racing Aston Martin. Happy birthday, Alex. It's his birthday today, and he's looking for another strong result in this race. The Hearted Racing team, Aston Martin, of course, had a great result here last year, winning the GTD category. And they want to get back to the top step in GTD Pro as well. It's a pro car that Alex Riberas is driving, of course.
John DeGeese, SportsCar 365, joins us. Hello, John. How are you? And I can say this, Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year, John. Great to be here.
You fitting well?
Yeah, doing pretty well. It's an amazing start to the year, and obviously we've had a great start to the race so far.
How many people have you got here? Because it seems about every 5 minutes I see something that you guys have posted about Super GT, Dubai 24 Hours, what's going on here, what's going on in the rest of the sports car world?
Yeah, we have a core group of 3, myself, Jamie Klein, and Davey Umawa, and we've been keeping up with everything going on, just like you guys as well, because it's a crazy weekend between here and Dubai and everywhere else.
I was up at 4 o'clock in the morning to watch the start of that. What a start to IMSA's season. The Raw last weekend brought out a raft of stories. Second year, of course, for GTP. That's a big story. New GT3 and GT4 cars from Ford and from Corvette. I mean, where do you even start? If you were talking to somebody to say, here's 2024 sports cars, this is what you need to know, where do you start?
I think the GTs, obviously the Corvette, Ford, those are bringing in a lot of traffic from our side of the website. And
interesting.
It seems like there's a lot of people interested in that. Also, the updated Aston Martin. There's a lot of intrigue about that because that car hasn't been formally unveiled yet. We're planning to get, I think, unveiled sometime next month. So there should be more details.
Which is why it ran in camel.
The GT4 ran in camel, yeah. And if you look at the headlights, the headlight covers are a little bit covered up on the GT3. So
I was talking to the guys this morning about that and saying, thank you for not talking about it so much. And I said, well, it's not our story to break. It's not the first time it's happened, but it is quite unusual. So GT cars are good in terms of traffic. People like GT cars.
It seems to be that way. Wow. After the first year of GTP and the LMDH formula, everything's sort of settling into a good rhythm there, and we don't have any brand new content here. Obviously, we're going to get the Lamborghini SC63. I was just talking to Giorgio Sana just a few minutes ago. Exciting details on that development program and how they're going to be debuting that car at Qatar for the World Endurance Championship event, season opener. But also, another car will be at Sebring for the 12-hour in March.
I heard the American car hasn't even been finished yet.
They're still working on it. They're building it. Yeah. So the first race chassis has just been completed, and that's going out testing in Europe and then going straight to Qatar from there.
My goodness. John has just brought with him some new toys. You brought me a new toy. Tell me about what you've got on your phone and what I've now got on the screen to my left.
Yeah, thanks to Nate Stevens at IMSA Communications, there's a new live telemetry link for GTP cars in the WeatherTech Championship. It's imsa.com/GTP-telemetry, and it gives you all sorts of information from the amount of energy remaining on the cars to the energy regen and when the cars are using the energy recovery, live mile per hour gearing, brake throttle. It's extremely useful just to see how much energy is remaining, because we saw the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti car take the early lead. That was because they short fueled that stop in terms of energy. Now we have to see the 40 car leading. Same thing. They have 35% of remaining energy compared to the rest of the GTPs that are running at 60.
We've seen this before graphically on World Endurance Championship TV, and we've been talking about this for IMSA for a while. They've listened. The other thing, we get a tyre change logo as well when they come in the pits. As yet, we haven't got tyre information here. It does exist, though.
Yeah, it does. And I think that's something that IMSA and Michelin are working to roll out over the course of the year, especially at some of the races that have multiple tyre compounds in GTP, like we see here with the soft and the medium.
And Sebastian Bourdais saying how many times they've got the double stint tyres. That kind of information for us to be able to tell the story. I fought for it for very many years on WEC TV, and the year after I left, they got it. I was very, very annoyed, to be quite honest, when the Audis and the Porsches were all battling, because the Porsches didn't go very well, I seem to remember, on used tyres. Let's get back to this. Thanks to IMSA for all of that, making everybody's life easier. An informed audience is a better audience, as far as I'm concerned. Wayne Taylor racing with Andretti Autosport Acuras here. Wayne being guarded about what he said to us earlier in the week. They seem to be good off the start, the restart, as they get into their stints. The performance drop away, but good still to see the two Acuras here.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this early pace, at least the cars staying up front. Obviously, they're carrying some additional weight compared to last year, same power levels, but the BOP has been tweaked a little bit based on the evolution of the 2023 season and some new philosophies within the IMSA technical team. No changes since the roar before the 24. That's the important part. We had a lot of changes in the GT classes, but obviously looking pretty strong for the pair of Acuras right now. Cadillac had been the benchmark of the whole event, sweeping every single session at the Rolex 24 and qualifying, but let's see how the race shakes out. We're still very early on.
Talking about those changes, John, we've been talking about here on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. The changes to GTD didn't totally, in fact, didn't come from IMSA. This is a committee of teams, having been given the information by IMSA, they sit around the table and make some of these decisions.
There's a lot of dialogue between the manufacturers and IMSA. I know that for a fact. I'm not entirely sure what is exactly changed for this year with that, but I know there's an increased level. Over the course of last season, there were times where manufacturers proposed changes and maybe gain 20 kilos of weight, but getting a little bit of a power increase to counteract that as well.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, the ball has been put back into the court of the manufacturers rather than IMSA making the changes to the BOP. The manufacturers decide amongst themselves. I know there was a meeting of the technical working group on Tuesday this week. I think it was the 8th meeting they've had, and that it was a result of that meeting, not led by IMSA, but led by the manufacturers, that made all that raft of changes in the GTD cars between last weekend and this. It's fascinating, isn't it? They can't blame IMSA anymore. They can only blame themselves.
Yeah, but you also have to look at the so-called sandbagging situation too, because there's been extra verbiage in the regulations.
Jeremy read it out.
Yeah.
He read out the whole thing earlier on. We've got John DeGeese with us in the studio. Andrew Mather says, I'm loving the GTP telemetry. I'm going to need another screen.
Yes.
Yes, I've just got a bigger screen with more windows open. 64 Mustang, I'm hearing, with a little bit of damage on the back of that car for Chris Meese in the Ford Multimatic car. Oh yeah, that's more than a wee bit of damage.
BMW yesterday.
Now, how's that being caused? Yeah, that was the BMW, the boot deck, the rear deck trunk lid, I suppose I should say, over here, was acting as a reverse air scoop on the back of that car, so that's happening again. Got to have a word, and this is just, I've just seen a tweet come in from somebody about this. Here we go. Sam the Enduro fan, he says, I created this account just to ask how Ben Keating is able to run in 2 different cars. Impressed that the rules allow it and that he seems physically able to. Not only that, John, but he's quick in both of them. Extraordinary.
Yeah, it's been impressive to see how he's come to grips with the GTP car. He's told us that his first test here back in December, not the official sanctioned test, but it was a private test a few weeks later. He said he was intimidated by the car initially and actually didn't get to read the owner's manual, the manual for the cockpit and all the buttons and everything until he got to the track. And so he was in a bit of a hurry-up mode to understand how it all works with all the buttons and everything that goes on inside the car.
And I'm told by the team that he had barely 10 laps before he did that qualifying run for the LMP2 car at the weekend. I mean, he's driven LMP2s before, but my goodness me, to step into a new team, they're very impressed with his feedback and his general attitude. Imagine what he would have been like if he started racing in 8 and 12. He'd have been top class.
Yeah.
He's top class. Is he the best bronze driver in the world?
I would have to say, no doubt. Looking at the strength of drivers, and there's a lot of good bronzes around the world, but I would have to say he fits the bill.
And he even impressed himself, didn't he, last Sunday with his qualifying lap. It was 2 seconds quicker than his lap time from last year. Okay, conditions probably more conducive to fast lap times last weekend, but he was amazed how fast he went. But even more amazed to see that Nick Bull was only a 1/10 of a second behind him in qualifying last week in the 52 car. That was seriously impressive too.
Yeah,
He's also, of course, we have to be bronze rated to do the qualifying in LMP2.
Yeah. And also, obviously, jumping between these two different prototypes. See, 2 years ago, he was in a DPI and an LMP2, and he said those were much similar to each other. The GTP is in a totally different league.
Just hearing about a powertrain violation for the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car. Now, that's this is IMSA doing their own monitoring all the way through. Remember, there are things like torque sensors on the drive shafts of these cars. The wiring loom that controls all that is significantly different between the WEC and the IMSA. So if you've got a car that's competing in both, and there are people who do that, notably Porsche, then it is not the work of a moment to change that backwards and forwards, but for the loom that looks at all the bits and pieces, so the wiring that looks at all the sensors, if you will, that the sanctioning body puts on the car. So we'll wait to see. Porsche must have been in and out, actually. I think it's happened. Nick Damon is at that end of the pit lane. And testament, though, as we're keeping our eye on what's going on in GT with Mustang versus BMW, that's the number 66 car, and the number 1 having a scrap out at the far end of the infield at the moment. That is Fred Vervish and Neil Verhagen, 7th and 8th in GTD Pro for Multimatic and for Paul Miller Racing. Testament, though, that as these cars, John de Geese, get more and more sophisticated, therefore the monitoring of the cars has to get more sophisticated as well. And in both IMSA and the WEC having designed their own wiring looms to make the sensor arrays work. Yeah, and it might even get even more complicated for the GT cars next year, because there's talk of bringing torque sensors into the class, just like as is the case for the LM GT3 class in the WEC. That there's a little bit of contention with that because of increased costs, but that could effectively help the balance of performance process even more significantly. I think the Ford boot lid problem, trunk lid problem, is possibly not an issue anymore, because I've just seen a large chunk of bodywork down at turn 1. The logging
Press
loom.
the eject button, did he?
Yeah, that's finally good. It was described to me as the logging loom in the lounge as we were coming out by somebody who knows infinitely more about these things. So I've stolen that. The logging loom. You know who you are. I know you're here. Thank you for the chat. It was very illuminating, and the logging loom between WEC and the logging loom for IMSA, very different indeed. Takes quite a bit of time to swap between if you have to do that. First race of the season, John, so a little bit harsh to ask you this question. What are your hopes, what are your fears for IMSA in particular in 2024? There's a lot of good news coming. You mentioned Lamborghini, and it seems the good news stories don't stop going, but keeping up that impetus is one thing, getting that impetus, keeping it up is another. Over in Europe, you've got the ACO looking at a problem that they've got too many cars in some respects, and I'm dying to see what the WEC and Le Mans entries are going to look like. Yeah, it's slim pickings in terms of the auto invites. What I didn't realize, for instance, was that the class winners from Le Mans last year didn't get invites for this year, because they actually cut back on that. I talked to Sasha Fassbender, the team manager for Inter Europol, who's here with PR1 Matheson Motorsports, and he said that even though they won the race in LMP2, they don't have an auto invite currently, even though they've submitted 2 entry requests. And sure, I'm sure they'll get at least one of their cars into the race in LMP2 with the allocation of at least 15 entries for that class. But it's astounding that how many fewer invites there are now for Le Mans, just because of the size of the grid for WEC. And that, I mean, that's good news, bad news, isn't it? For the IMSA have had to do a lot of swapping and changing around side by side. Mustang, Fred Verveesh, down to the inside, actually being joined as well by Gianmarco Leverato in the lighter blue Mustang. Neil Verhagen was ahead at the line, and has he got that one done? Yes, he has. Here comes Leverato in the light blue Mustang, gets a clip from the factory car. Oh no, that still does have its rather unusual movable aerodynamic device behind it. Oh my goodness, they're not sure that they'll be allowed to continue with that like that. IMSA have had to do a bit of swapping and changing in the classes this year as well, John, to be able to give everybody the right number of races but fit them into paddocks and pit lanes.
Yeah, like CTMP is going to be an LMP2 headline race per se, along with the GTs. That's going to be an interesting one. Long Beach, I believe, is just GTD Pro with the GTP cars. So
and back to Mid-Ohio SportsCar course, where Michelin Pilot Challenge is the headliner with a 4-hour race.
Yeah, with all the extra single make series in the mix, including the new Mustang Challenge, there's a lot of back and forth and trying to figure out how these weekends will be, because we had jam-packed events throughout the course of last year, and now adding another single make series, which is great for the sport, but trying to juggle it all into place. I don't envy the schedule makers at IMSA for sure.
All the reporters, I might say.
Yeah, that's a tough weekend. That's the Le Mans test day weekend.
It's the Le Mans test. It's the debut of Mustang Challenge. It's the 4-hour race.
Porsche Carrera Cup in Montreal.
Yeah, exactly. I have to be in 3 places at once there, which might be a little bit. How do you guys manage to do that then? You say there's a core team of 3 of you. Do you have to take on extra people?
Sometimes, yeah. At certain events, we'd bring in extra help. It all sort of depends on the situation, but I'm sort of technically, I'm the editor-in-chief. I sort of take care of the U.S. continent since I live here. Then we have Jamie, who's actually based in Japan, and he's covering the WEC from there, and also Super GT and other championships. And then Davey's in Europe, and he probably gets the bulk of the work throughout the course of the year.
I say Davey a lot when we're doing that. Final question, we'll get back to the racing, and keep an eye on what's going on as the 31 of Jack Aitken is picking his way through traffic at the moment, trying to get back on the back of Scott Dixon, who's slightly further up the road in this train of GT cars.
Yeah, there's top 3 cars overall that close right up together in the last couple of laps as they work their way through this huge gaggle of GT traffic.
Jerry Bruckheimer is here this weekend and rapidly rewriting the script to exclude Formula 1 and just have IMSA racing in it. Because when you see those low shots with 3, 4, 5 different cars, 6, 7, 8 different cars in 2 or 3 different classes coming towards you, it's absolutely, it's so cinematic, it's unbelievable. Not sure the 65 car is going to be allowed to stay out much longer without doing something. I think they've already been in once to have a look at that.
It was a 64 car that came in a few laps ago.
Was it? Okay, yeah. Okay. Excellent.
Out of the 3, 4, 5, it was 6 of the GTD cars. It was probably 3rd in.
But still got plenty of pace.
Time. Yeah.
He's going over the top of the class of 1, 2, 3, 4 across the track for a moment there as the Porsche number 6 comes around the inside. BMW down the inside. That's a pass for position in the GTP category, but can't make it stick because they've got the Iron Lynx bright green Lamborghini right in front of it. Turner BMW in front of that as well. This is extraordinary racing. John de Geese has been with us for the last little while. Are you allowed to have one favourite thing to do this year, or do you have to just settle back and say, oh, we're just going to have to do everything?
I think it's everything. You know, from here it's Bathurst 12-hour, then straight to Qatar, and then a week off, and then there's Sebring, and the year goes on. So really fortunate, and I know you have a very similar schedule yourself. So you just kind of roll with the punches and soak in all the great tracks and series and races we can do.
Yeah, what a great time to be involved in sports car racing. John de Geese is the man behind SportsCar 365 with that small but dedicated team who've posted 127,000 different pieces of information this week already. John, thanks for joining us and thanks for all the hard work.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Say hi to the team for us. John de Geese there in the Global Broadcast Centre with us. We are just coming down to the bottom of the hour. We'll do a VP Racing update for you, still monitoring the tail of this Mustang that is flapping in the wind. There's not much of that boot lid yet left, to be honest now. It's holding position, that's the thing that's interesting to me, Jeremy. It's the Fred Vervies car still ahead of Maro Engel. And a few moments ago, let's see if we can, oh, you see. Well, that's the 64 car, sorry, my apologies. So it has happened to both cars now.
Wow.
Both the factory cars. Now that's interesting. Let's go down to Nick Damon in the pit lane.
The 40 Acura has come into the pit lane. Louis Delatras has got out. Colton Hurd has got in. They're getting 4 tyres, so not one right side or left side. A long fuel stop. So they're going to get all the energy in here, not do a short field to get a bit of track position. Man, cleaning out the various gunk that's got into the air. Last thing to finish is the fuel. They're actually plugging back in the airline. Oh, right, when they put the car down, they actually managed to put the car down on the lines for the wheel guns, so they had to put it back up again. Didn't lose any time doing that, so that's pretty impressive standard. Shane.
We've got the Ford in finally, and what they have done are right side tires only. Now, Michelin did issue a statement earlier saying that you can double stint the right sides, not the left sides, with this special compounded car, special compounded tire, excuse me. Now they have finished the service on the car. Let's see as it rumbles by me what they've done to the boot. They put a new boot lid on, and they've actually taped it down. This is the 65. This is the car that had damage, yes?
Both of them. We've seen the 64 and the 65 car with issues of a boot lid nature, but only the 2 Ford Multimatic cars. None of the existing cars this far. So very interesting. Second.
Just the one customer car here for Ford, isn't there?
Yes, sorry. But it hasn't had a boot lid issue.
Not yet,
no.
So hope it stays that way.
Yeah. It almost looks like it's just snapped right down the middle. That's a very odd one. Peter Mackay's joining us. He'll keep a look. I just want to follow something. I mentioned a penalty for controlled powertrain parameters early on. Say that 20 times after a couple of gin and tonics. A warning it was for the 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car. So this is the logging loom that we were talking about. This is IMSA in real time looking at what is coming out of the car, and remember all of the balance of performance that we have here and in the WEC now, it's not about what goes in, it's about what comes out and how you use it. Each car effectively has a performance potential of 100%. Those 100% sort of have to be balanced together, and then if you're going to do well, you've got to get as much of that 100% as you can. If you're only getting 80% of your car, then the tech guys will say, well, you're not using 20% of your performance. That's not our fault. You need to be better. And if you start using 101 or 102%, of course, that's when they go, excuse me? Well, that is an ex-boot lid. It is no more. That is just incredible, Peter.
What's amazing is that the Ford Performance team have done a lot of testing. You know, they've had the car out on track since March, I believe, last year. So it's very surprising that this is showing up now. You think the amount of running that the teams have had. You know, we've done the GTD cars have done 82 laps so far. They've done more than that in practice.
Yeah.
So it's very strange that this is happening now. The conditions.
Here's the thing.
Maybe a touch warmer today, but really not an extreme situation.
Here's the thing: running in packs at speed.
That'll be it.
Is this a low pressure area around the rear of the car if you've got somebody right up your tailpipes?
Yep.
And is that causing some kind of low pressure area that's starting just to lift the boot? Now, I think the BMW in Michelin Pilot Challenge yesterday, I think that was exactly what that was, because as the it was an Aston Martin, wasn't it, that pulled out around it, and it got to the rear quarter panel, and you just saw it flip over as the airflow changed.
Jeremy and I were sitting having a natter, as we do, at breakfast, and Daniel Morad had mentioned to Jeremy that they were getting a real Mercedes, although it didn't have the pace in clean air. This is GT4 cars we're talking about now. It didn't have the pace in clean air. They could get a great side draft off the BMWs, which I thought was a fascinating piece of piece of insight there. So there's definitely something afoot there. Just a point on the GTP the GTP power regulations. They not only did the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport Porsche 963 get a warning, so did the number 5 Proton competition Mustang sampling Porsche. So same manufacturer, 2 different teams.
That's interesting.
Hello to James O'Donnell, who's tweeted in at IMSA Rage. He says, I'm a bit late, but I'm been out with a friend who's having a major surgery next week. Supporting friends is what life's about. James, you're a good friend, mate. Settle in for the evening and settle down. Hello to Benny, who's tuned in, to Kevin, and to Mum Spaghetti. Can we have a track mat and a horizontal graph for the brake throttle trace on that? Oh, come on. Johnny just pointed it to. I can tell you that Scott Dixon's only got 15% of his energy remaining, leading the race. Jack Aitken has 20%, 15% for Dane Cameron. Matthew Jaminet, 15%. Jimmy Bruni, 15% in 5th. Nick Yellerly, 15%. Ricky Taylor, 15%. Thomas Eng, 20%. Ben Keating, 20%. Brian Herter, 90%, because he was in the pit lane most recently.
And I can tell you that Pato O'Ward has at least 50% left in him, because he's going out for another stint in the number 2 United Autosports USA Orica, the LMP2 car, as it is LMP2 pit stop times. We have had a pit stop from Spike. Looks like Spike's got a new driver. Couldn't see who it was because I was a little bit too far away, waiting for Gar Robinson, because Gar Watch continues, Gar Watch 2024. He's staying aboard. This will be the start of his 4th consecutive stint, but we do finally have a backup driver up on the box. It's Felipe Massa.
Thank you, Shea. It's time for a VP Racing in race update. Here's how it stands. Let's start in GTP, where Scott Dixon is leading the motor race at the moment for Cadillac by something in the region of 1986, 1.986 seconds from Jack Aitken in another Cadillac. That's the 01 gold-fronted car from the 31, the red-fronted car, Dane Cameron. The red, white and black pinstripe Porsche Penske Motorsport number 7 is about 1.5 seconds away from the white striped, pinstriped Porsche Penske Motorsport 7 from 6th and 4th and 5th. Top 6, Jimmy Bruni for Proton, another Porsche, that's the number 5. And Nick Yellerly for BMW Team RLL in the 25. This is in LMP2, Toby Sowerby for CrowdStrike leads because Jakob Smirkowski's just come in the pit lane into Eurosport, and Era Motorsport, Kristen Rasmussen in the 18 is in 3rd. So the red and grey from the yellow and green and the blue LMP2 cars. In GTD, Parker Thompson leads for Vassar Sullivan. The Pro car had a big accident early on, not of Mike Conway's making, but that car has come back out many laps down. And we've just had the number 9 Pfaff driveway McLaren pull out of the lead into the pit lane, which means Alexander Sims leads GTD Pro Corvette Racing by Pratt Miller. From Risi competition, about a 2.5 seconds back, Davide Rigon driving the 62, and then making up the rest of the GT, Indy Donchi in the 57 Winwood Racing. Going well, that car, 2nd in class and 5th before the McLaren pulled in. 6th, Alex Riberas for Harter Racing Team, their 3rd in GTD Pro. That's the VP Racing in race update. We have still got 21 hours and 5 minutes to go. Let's go down to Shea Adam in the pit lane.
We just had a slew of pit stops, including the 32 Team Cawthorne Preston Motorsports Mercedes. That's the sound of Kenton Cook taking the car back out on the track, but they could not get the right front tire removed. The right front tire was stuck, and what they had to do was push it back on with the gun and then pull the nut off again. Well, that time it did come, but it still lost them about 15 to 20 seconds on their stop. So that is a big loss from the number 32 Mercedes.
0-4 going slowly up the pit lane, but we've got a spin at turn 1. It's the Sean Creech Motorsport LMP2 with the Andy Blackmore livery, and I don't think there's anybody else involved in that. That was Lance Wilsey, not his outlap though, but he hasn't been in that very long.
No, just, I think it is his outlap actually.
It's not showing us that.
Joao Barbosa was driving it. In that case,
it must only be second lap then, yeah.
He's not long out the pits.
It could be there if he just come out the pits.
Yeah, last pitted on lap 87 and lap, one first flyer.
Yeah.
Nick Damon down in the pit lane with the overall race leader.
Has come in. I mean, there's about to be a slew of GTP stops now. I mean, the outlier being that 40 Acura. This is a fuel service, and I'm not seeing any tyre changes at all on the Cadillac there. So they're going to give it a go with a second stint, which you did see didn't work particularly well a couple of hours ago. Has got a tiny bit cooler, but not a lot. But they are short tyres, and that is just a long fuel flow for that number 1 Cadillac.
We've stayed green, and that has managed to get the Ligier pointing in the right direction. There was a Mustang involved there as well, Peter, I think.
Either that,
even if it was only a distraction.
Yeah, I think the number 33 Sean Creech Ligier LMP2 span on its own, and then the Mustang had to take avoiding action. I didn't quite catch which number it was. It was one of the factory GTD Pro cars, either 64 or 65, but managed to dodge it. And great job from race control, not smashing the full course yellow button, allowing the Ligier of Sean Creech to just get back going again if it could, and it did. So we stay green at flag. Race is what we like to see. It seemed like the 04 CrowdStrike by APR car it came into pit lane very, very slowly. So maybe ran out of fuel. Maybe our CrowdStrike pit reporters can find out what the story is there. That being said, Toby Sowery, who's gone back out for a second stint, what a stint he put in there, because he was chasing down Pato O'Ward, and that's quite the boast.
Yeah, they were running sort of similar lap times towards the end there. He got within a second and a half at one stage, and that gap sort of stabilised around about 2 seconds. And Toby certainly is making his mark here in that number 04 CrowdStrike entry.
It's back to Nick Damon, who's got more action at pit in.
Yeah, we've got the 7 Porsche in. That's got seemed to get left side tyres only, actually. And they are having a look. Interested in having actually a look at the rear right as the fuel goes in. No action on that yet. I think they're just checking to make sure it's as they believe. There's no driver change. Behind him, a couple of pit stops behind, the blue Acura, the 10 car, that has had a driver change. Slightly out of my vision to see who it was that got in. That's getting a full service and a full set of tyres. But the Porsche up just left-hand side tyres and fuel driver stays from 4-7. The 10 a full service with driver change.
Yeah, Ricky Taylor finally getting out of that number 10 car. He's the only driver still at the wheel at this point from the start of the race. So almost 3 hours at the wheel there for Ricky Taylor.
Carl Robinson as well.
Well, no, in GTP.
GTP, yes, no, I totally agree.
That seems to be a bit of a tradition for Ricky to do that long stint early in the race here at the Rolex 24. It seems that he gets on with that every year. The sister car's been running well too for Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti. Louis Delatras, the Swiss driver in the number 40 Acura GTP car, running a really strong stint there before coming in. A little bit off strategy with everyone else.
Nick Damon continues with the GTP. This time it's the red-fronted Cadillac, the number 31 Wheeland car.
And that is not getting a driver change. He's currently getting some right-side tyres. The 6 Porsche comes in behind me as well. So it's just wait and see. Yeah, and it's 4 tyres for the 31 Wheeland Cadillac. The 6 Porsche is getting some right-side tyres. Will he get left side? This is very exciting. The driver staying on board again. And they're going to give the 6 the benefit of 4 tyres. No, so right, the 7 only got left-hand side, and the 8 only got, and the 6 only got right-hand side tyres, full set of fuel, no driver change either 2 Porsches, but perhaps they're just trying stuff now to see what it's like, do something different on each of the cars and work out what works. The Wheeland car has just had a big lump of something removed from its front splitter, probably a part of the boot lid from Mustang, I expect, but they've got that out and they're away. The JDC Miller Motorsports, the 85, the bright yellow customer Porsche is also in now. That dives into its pit box. It's a little bit out of my sight and the sun's in my eyes. I'm working hard today. No driver change there either. So the 85 is staying on board with the pilot. And they are doing, well, they're doing right-hand side tyres at the moment. Let's see if they decide to do left-hand sides as well. And the answer is no, because it's off the air jacks. That's another Porsche just doing 2 tyres at this stop and fueling up as well. In comes the number 3, and of course it's the Corvette in Pro, GT Pro, that is also retaining its driver, currently doing right side tyres. Fuel going in, not sure we're going to get left-hand side tyres in this one either. We're right into a two-tyre world. Yep, that's a two-tyre as well. It's a different class. That's the Corvette in GT Pro has also gone two tyres. So we are now seeing tyre strategies playing out because they've only got a set number of sets. That makes sense to use over 24 hours.
A set number of sets? How many sets is a set number of sets?
Is that a set square?
Well, no, that would be many sets if it was set squared, wouldn't it? We got the BMW 24 coming in as well, just as Nick decided he was going to hop away.
Yeah, I'm sorry it's becoming the Nick Damon show.
No, but it's all about you, love.
But do you know what? I'm glad you said that because I've been wanting to say it for the last 12 years. The 24 is in. This is getting right side so far. It's come in a bit of an angle. He's come a bit too far points to the left. I'm not quite sure why. It wasn't the car he had to clear. Fuel, nope, they're giving him 4 tyres. That's 3 actually at the moment. I'm not sure. I don't think they've changed the rear left, but they've changed the other 3, which is a bit strange. We usually see what's going on there. Perhaps they, I may have missed the first one, I'm not quite sure. Rear right. I do think they've, I wonder whether they've done diagonals there. But they definitely changed the front left, and they definitely, I think they changed both the right-hand side tyres. The rear left, not so much. Oh, that was difficult. Had to come out at a very, very oblique angle because the acute angle, sorry, I should get my trigonometry correct, because he was actually trying to avoid a tyre that was kind of left by the Heart of Racing team to the right-hand side of their car. Calm down for a bit.
Trigonometry with Nick Damon down there in that crowd strike report.
He's brought his pencil case with him, clearly.
Well, yes. Have you got your protracted? Protractor. We've done another race hour. We're down to just under 21 hours gone. As in the pit lane, we have the number 12. This was the leading GTD Vassar Sullivan RCS GT3. Nick's finding out how many tyres they did actually put on and how many credits to get from Michelin for us mentioning that, as the fueling continues on the Vassar Sullivan number 12 machine. It was brought in by Parker Thompson. He's already dropped down to 5th position as Wright Motorsports 120 Elliott Skier driving that car has gone through to the lead. Wright Motorsports Elliott Skier has gone through to the lead. Inception and Brendan Arib in second, and Chetila with Roberto Lacorte has gone through, as has Triazzi, Competizione, and the Ferrari there, Charles Scardina. So at least down to 5th so far. Charlie, we're allowed to call him. Then again, it said Prior, it didn't say Sebastian Prior. But it does say Gian-Maria Bruni on my timing screens. So moving into the late afternoon stroke early evening. Bit of cloud bubbled up earlier on and I was slightly worried, but Aaron up in Concord is keeping me aware of what's going on the weather radar. It's a real team effort here at IMSA Radio and IMSA TV, and before something kicks off, see, I mentioned the word radar and Aaron is saying, would you like to see the radar? Well, for our international TV world feed stream, let's have a look at some weather radar while I tell you about absolutely nothing. Oh, great evening. I'm very sorry if you live in Oak Hill because you've just had a shower or at least a little bit of cloud. It's a big team effort on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. Our voices are part of it, and therefore thank you for all the very lovely comments that you say about all of the on-air team. But behind that, it's a bit like Inception. And I mean Inception the movie, not Inception the motor racing team. There are layers upon layer of layer upon layer upon layer of support and help, and if any of it fails, we all fail. So Aaron is cutting pictures and talking to me. He is up in Concord in that brand new NASCAR Productions facility that was the tape was cut on earlier on this month. Back in London, we've got Tim Gray, we've got Hugh, we've got Kerry Cobb, and a number of others. And of course, here at the track, we've got our camera operators, plus everybody here makes sure that the fibre is talking to each other. We've got Matt Roper and Christine, who have been helping us out directly, but add to that the IMSA technical team and Bilal and everybody else that goes on. And that's before we talk about paying the bills to be here, which is the commercial side of things of all of our sponsors, with a responsible adult, Dave Hewitt, and then you. Yes, you. I'm talking to you out there who are watching and listening, because without your eyes and ears, we don't give the return on investment to the sponsors. We can't pay for the coverage, and then you wouldn't see it anywhere. Does that make sense? That's what I mean when it's team. So thank you very much indeed to everybody who's been involved in getting us back here for 2024 and allowing us to do our job. Because yes, here at Daytona we can see all around the circuit, and I remember the binoculars today, but the overhead shots, all of the camera operators who are out there in the heat, the cold, the wet, the dry, the foggy, etc., they make it happen, and it's a big thanks to everybody, including my co-commentators. Into the pit lane again for, was that the 19 again that came through, guys?
Yes, it was.
Jeremy.
For the second time, a stop and 10 seconds. Thank you, Peter McLaren, for failure to adhere to the minimum refueling time, i.e. they refuel too quickly. You have to take, if you're doing a full fill, you have to take 40 seconds for that fill. If you're not taking on quite as much fuel as that, the time is prorated effectively. So if you refuel too fast, you're going to get a penalty. That's the second time it's happened to that number 19 Lamborghini. That's something that the teams should have been very, very well aware of, because IMSA certainly pointed it out to them on numerous occasions.
We've also had a couple of penalties for working outside the box, and I think the Inception McLaren might get pinged for that, so let's wait to see. I was watching them, I didn't need to see the binoculars, it wasn't that close, if I'm honest. This from the RWEC Discord group on Nick Damon. Set theory is the branch of mathematical logic that studies sets which can be informally described as collections of objects. Although objects of any kind can be collected into a set, set theory, as a branch of mathematics, is mostly concerned with those that are relevant to mathematics as a whole.
Beg your pardon?
I blacked.
Now you'll understand this.
I dozed over there.
Next week, a second level course in nuclear physics. Auburn University late night television. Men in jumpers with patches on their elbows. That's pretty much describes what we do here at IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. The movie car, which is in the race, is here pulling into. Now, is it pulling? There's two pit stalls there. It pulls into the one that is actually a pit stall, and Shea Adam is down there.
That's because it has to be serviced by Wright Motorsport, and Wright Motorsport, with the pit box just before the Rolex chute is open, the effectively next pit box down is null and void for this race purposes. Right side Michelin's only, and no driver change, as I think that Jan Halen, who's showing up on telemetry, is driving the car. It has been going very rapidly. Adam Adelson did start this car, and there's quite a bit of debris on the front that the movie production company will want to look at to try and mimic for where the car should look at about this point in the race. But just waiting on fuel. There we go. And glasses. No, that was Elliot Skier behind the wheel, who stayed aboard.
Shea, whilst you're down there, can you pop into the 04 CrowdStrike pit? Because that car lost a whole heck of a lot of time coming into the pit last time around. Went past Nick very slowly. There's speculation we might have run that car out of petrol. And so we'll just need that for Jeremy's notes. And
penalty for the car number 70, Inception McLaren. Drive-through penalty for pit lane speeding. So there's a lot of what is one of our Porsche keys to the race. No penalties. Well, they've not been listening to us there. And that was something that in night practice, off goes the Sean Creech car again.
And just getting, it's right in the middle of the circuit, and it's been past either side. The 33 of Lance Wilsey, and he's at turn number 6, just coming back onto the high banks. He's not too far round the corner, so he should be able to be seen. Lance is staying steadfastly where he is. I think he'll be able to pull forward when it's safe to do so if he's got motive power. Full course yellow. Pits are closed.
It's too dangerous a spot there, really, to be for any length of time.
Tell you what, João Barbosa was driving that car through the last stint and running nicely. That's the only Ligier. We haven't seen a Ligier in this series for 4 or 5 years. We've seen a Ligier anywhere in LMP2 for 4 or 5 years, quite frankly. And that Sean Creech Motorsports, they've had a pretty steep learning curve, had to completely rebuild that car. It was, I think, an ex-ALC Bratislava car, but it hasn't been run for a while. They were learning fast, and clearly it's a good pace for João Barbosa in that last stint, but unfortunately Lance got caught out a couple of times in this stint.
Jeremy, ask and thou shalt received. Oh, now, is the number 10 or the number 10 Acura? Oh, that's very weird. As the 10 Acura leading the race, no, sorry, not leading the race, because he's stopped. Brendan Hartley in the 10 car, coming through with Philip Eng right behind him, went through, and Lance locked up a wheel as they were going past, and Philip Eng just missed him, as did the Heart of Racing 23, who took evasive action down the inside.
As did the Risi Ferrari.
The other way.
Yes, on the other side, correct.
And of course, as soon as we call full course yellow, he's got to go and point. He was in a dangerous position.
No, you couldn't afford to wait there. No way.
In
right
fact,
on the apex
he might have been
of.
restarted actually, because he was on the track.
He was right on the apex of turn 6, which is just coming up onto the out of the infield section and onto the super speedway. So the Acura number 10 Konica Minolta, it's really hard to tell whether there was contact or not.
No, I think he just locked up the brakes and spun.
I agree, Jeremy.
There was no contact from behind.
No, he was already spinning.
Yeah.
Yes. It was very tight, mind you.
Rear brake bias, maybe?
Yeah, it looked like, as you said,
or
John.
maybe a nip on a downshift as well, possibly.
It's difficult to do in these things, isn't
it? Maybe with the Acura just pulling across a tiny bit. Oh, that was very, very tight. Man. There's no ABS on any of the prototype cars, so if you slightly over brake, you can easily lock a wheel, particularly if you're down changing.
He'd only just come out. Yeah, he'd been.
It's been
5 laps, so everything should have been up to temperature.
Oh yeah, no, because you already had to spin a little while ago.
Correct.
We just completed 100 laps, by the way, before this caution came out. So it'll be 101 as they come up to take the full course caution.
Remind us, I'll give you due warning of the lap distance, because somebody's going to ask me any second now. I'm counting down. What's the lap record, the distance record? She'll probably have it in her head. I've given you due warning, and let's rattle through some of the audience. Jesse Young says, every year I watch the Rolex, see the new GT3 Evo kits, get envious knowing we've got to wait a whole year to see cars like Corvette and Mustang at the Bathurst 12 hours. Hello to Philip, who says, oh, now we're cooking. Great work to have the telemetry site for the fans, as ever. IMSA, yeah, Dr. Don would be proud of that, no doubt. Hello to Tao Murph, allowing me to listen as I drive around working this afternoon. Looking forward to getting home for some live coverage. Not sure where you are in the world, but thank you very much indeed. Hello to Uncle Kevin. Is the Mustang moving side to side? Is the door moving? Interesting, keep an eye on that. Hello to Leafs, enjoying it from Canada, Toronto. Cold beverages and hot race cars, doesn't get any better than this. Can't wait for CTMP this year. Be good, I promise. Hello to Minty GTS. Oh, hello, Minty GTS. Long way to go. Chill all. Minty GTS is two of my favourite Porsches that I've ever seen, and he keeps them absolutely fabulous. Two great coloured cars. Loving the Club Sport as well, Minty. Got to see that at some stage.
Are they mint blue or mint green?
Yes. Is the answer to that. Hello to Bucky fan. He said, I'm listening, but I get a bit of a, I need a bit of a delay. You can dial in a bit of delay if you need it on the player. It's up to you on that, because there is a pause switch on the audio player and the video player, actually. So if you're trying to sync it up to something else, that's fine.
Good for watch parties, that. If your Discord watch parties are quite popular nowadays, and you can then sync up to the same second in the race.
Ah, very good. So everybody's watching at the same. That's like looking across to somebody on the plane and going 3, 2, 1, press play. So you're all watching the same part of the movie
at the same time.
Yeah. Okay.
I do have an answer.
By the way, that did happen. That was Nick Damon and Joe Bradley did that on the way over. Wait until I tell you which film it was.
Okay.
Well, was it The Fast and the Furious? Was it the new Maverick? Was it
I think it'd be more the Barbie movie, maybe?
It was the Barbie movie.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Of course it was.
I do have an answer on laps completed, not the record, but what we had last year. We had 783 laps last year.
Yeah.
87 of which were on the full course record. No, it wasn't.
Got that somewhere, but
we're not going a good way about it to break the record this year, it must be said.
Shay, what's the number?
For the prototype class and the GTD class, both records were set back in 2020. Prototype was 833 laps, GTD was 765, and GTD Pro, which was set last year, was 729 laps.
What was the GTD Pro, did you say, sorry?
GTD Pro is 729, GTD 765, prototype 833.
Okay. Thank you. Nick Damon has some pit callers.
Yeah, I've got the Mustang sampling Cadillac. I've also got the Whelan Cadillac, which I think has already been in and been out. They've got the 25 BMW, both the pair, the 7 and the 6 Porsche. I think it's just been top-up through them. I haven't seen any tyres being taken back off the apron, and obviously it's a bit far away for drivers. Unlikely to drivers. There's the top-up for the 40 Acura, and just calling JDC Miller are now just pulling into the pits at the moment. So that's good news. We're about to get the a couple of the P2 cars coming as well. Something got past me already, and therefore I'm sure I've gone to Shay. The only car that's going to pull in my area is going to be the 52 Europol car, which very nearly had it coming together with the JDC Miller car as it was coming out. It was that probably would be an unsafe release in F1. It's just normal day. Now, interestingly, there is a problem or a delay on the Mustang sampling car. They've been, that's the number 5 Porsche. They've been sitting there they came in almost first, they've gone out almost last. Obviously under yellow, it's not a major thing, it's just track position. But they're having a good old check at something in the driver's side door.
I think Shay is just about to change over, so do we get a quick word from her beforehand? No? Okay. Fine stuff. By the way, 833 laps. That was 2,965.18 miles, or 4,772.48 kilometres. That was the Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, with Ryan Briscoe, Scott Dixon, Kamui Kobayashi, and Renger Fontazanda in that car. Thanks to our producer back in London.
They were very strong that year.
They were.
Yeah, 2020, very, very strong. And they with just a couple of hours to go towards the end, Ryan Briscoe actually, Ryan, missed the red light at the end of the pits and got a big penalty, and they still won the race. That's how strong they were in that Konica Minolta machine, as it was, now with the Acura brand. And of course pairing up with Andretti as well. Also, while we're doing the shout-outs, a big hello to 2023 Nürburgring 24-hour winner Felipe Fernandez-Lazar, who's watching at home. A couple of his teammates, Nicky Katzberg and Earl Bamber, are in the race.
Does he still hold the lap record for qualifying in the Nürburgring?
Felipe? Oh, that's a good question. I think it's Raffaele Marciello, isn't it?
Yes, you're right now. Michael Racing says, what time will the points be handed out for Michelin Endurance Challenge? Jeremy?
6 hours.
6 hours the first one. So, and 1
6
hour
hours,
away.
12 and 18.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So every 6 hours and then at the end. There you go, Michael. Ask and you shall receive. At IMSA Radio, by the way, is where all this is coming from. These questions. Does the Barbie movie obsession explain Joe Bradley's obsession with pink shorts?
Does he have pink shorts?
Oh, I've got pictures of him at my first ever Grand Prix. Now, in fairness, that was the 80s, so, you know.
Were they originally red and they just got... No, they were pink. Okay.
We've got the GT field coming in. Let's go to Nick Damon's first of all. Joe Bradley's joined us at pit out. Nick?
Joe's actually going to be in pit in, and that's where a lot of the action is. We've got these rotations. Our first hour in, we're in pit in, then we're going to pit out for the second hour. It's very organised.
All right, well,
it's like we're a team. Anyway, there's lots of GTD cars coming. In fact, the whole, virtually 2/3 to 3/4 of the field has come in. I'm looking to my right, and to my left, I've got one of the Lamborghini, the 66 Acura. That's getting a set of tyres and some fuel. They're having to queue at the end. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 14 of the, or 13 of the cars are queuing now, waiting for the red flag to go. This has happened quite regularly, actually. I've had the GTD, the Pro cars being held at the end. Nothing exciting to remark. No one's done anything particularly special. They're all rolling off, and it seems relatively, at this end at least, with little incident.
And likewise in pit in. I've literally just walked into a cloud of brake dust from the GTD field. The 65 Ford was the nearest car to me. I can tell you it just took on tyres and fuel, no driver change on the 65. And I think I need to find some sort of defence for the pink shorts. I don't know where that's come from. I have got a bright red suit at the moment.
Thank you, Joe. One of our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters. 20 hours and 37 minutes to go here in the 62nd Rolex 24-hour at Daytona. As the sun begins to just, it's not quite setting just yet. It's actually a beautiful late afternoon here in Florida, just coming up to 4 minutes past 5 local time. We're under full course yellow for now, but hopefully it won't be too long before we're back green flag racing again. It's the number 86 MDK Porsche is still taking service. Nick Damon is down there at the moment. Nick, what have you got?
Yeah, I was kind of saying, oh, everyone's fine. And then I noticed that firstly, the 44 Magnus car was slow away, but only by about 25, 30 seconds. Whereas this 86 car has been here, sitting here for the MDK car. It's about to go now, obviously, because I've walked all the way up there. It's an exercise car, basically. Walk up, it disappears off without you. But they were having a bit of a look both into the driver's door and onto the rear left, which was the last tyre to go in. Obviously, if you've got a slight question mark or the driver's report is a bit strange, now is the time to have a shifty at it, because of course you're really only losing track position and not any time.
Thank you, Nick. So good to see the number 86 MDK car back and running again. It was Kerong Lee who was in that car. Who's in it at the moment, Jeremy?
Which car?
In the 86 MDK car. They've done it. Looks like they've done a driver change.
Anders Fjordback.
Anders Fjordback. Okay, so it was Clive Backler who started the car. Kerong Lee in second, and now Anders Fjordback his turn at the wheel.
GTD. 3 cars that did not pit out of the GTP ranks. The number 01, number 10, and number 24, so they will lead the way at the restart. Number 31 car did get out next in line, so first of those that did pit. Number 40 car, that of course running on a slightly different strategy, did need a bit more fuel, because that was in 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 laps, depending on which other car, earlier than the other GTP cars, so that has dropped down to 8th position now. So certainly interesting that 2 WTR Andretti cars running on very different fuel strategies, and each time they manage to keep one of their cars up front while the other one falls back into the pack.
Quite clever, they're splitting them at the moment as the way of things have gone. Now Nick Damon is down in the pits, and here's another CrowdStrike lane report.
With Keron Lee, just out of the 86 MD car. Keron, a bit of a long pit stop for your team. What was the problem there?
I think we have some engine issue. We lost the power in the street, so the team was checking the car a little bit. Hopefully nothing wrong, but let's see after the next caution finish.
Was it indicative perhaps an electrical problem, the power missing? Was it like a misfire, or you just pushed your foot, nothing happened?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty tough today. I mean, this traffic is crazy, and also the restart. And like when I drove in my left leg was a little bit hurt, so I almost lost the car in the turn 1. But you know, my job is to keep the car one piece, to give my pro driver the solve the target, and finish my stint as soon as possible. So, but the good thing is I already done 2 hours 30 minutes, so I still have 2 hours to do, which is okay. Hopefully we can finish. You know, this is the target.
Well, at least the next 2 hours you should be cooler. It's getting cooler from now on. Will you go out in the dark? I mean, I know it's not that dark here because of the floodlights, or will you wait till the morning?
Yeah, I mean, like Porsche always faster in the night because the cold air, and also because we're in an engine. It's a little bit dark, to be honest. Even you have the lights here, you got too much traffic behind you, all the prototype. You are like flying white, flying yellow on your barrel. So, but we have a good spotter. I think we can figure it out. So that's the plan. We need to finish.
Hope you do. Thanks, Carl.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So the CrowdStrike pit lane reports are coming thick and fast. Great to hear there from Kieron Lee in the number 86 MDK Porsche, but we're about to go back to green here with the 01 Cadillac ready to lead us back into green flag racing. It's Scott Dixon, multiple winner of this race, at the wheel right now, waiting for the green flag. Green flag in the air, back to racing with 20 and a half hours to go. So Scott Dixon leads down into turn 1 with the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Acura right in there behind. That's Brendan Hartley, the 4 times world endurance champion, right in there in second place. Then it's the pole sitting Whelen Engineering Cadillac there in third of Jack Aitken, and oh, you won't believe this, it's the number 33 Sean Creech. Ligier again has had an issue, manages to get back going, and it's the same corner that threw out the last full course yellow at turn 6. Oh, but gets back going again. We stay green nonetheless now. Joe Bradley, one of our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters, is down in the pits with Harry Tingle.
I was, but then he got dragged away by his engineer. I couldn't see if Harry's just preparing his drink, getting ready. He hasn't been in the car yet in the race, but I thought I'd take the opportunity, Harry, and catch you before you go to work, so to speak. And tell me what your thoughts are on this brand new GT3 Mustang, and the GTD, sorry, but it is a GT3 spec Mustang in the project from Ford.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, this car's going to race all over the world in GT3 spec, obviously called GTD over here, and we're super excited to get going. We've got the whole Ford family here, Bill Ford and his sons, and Edsel as well. So we're hoping to put on a show for them. I think we showed some really strong pace in those opening few stints there, and obviously we had that little issue with the rear end. Our car had a little bit of contact, and anyway, nothing that couldn't be fixed super fast by this Multimatic crew. So we're yeah, first race, of course, tons to learn, tons to prove to the world. First time, you know, with a car in public, but we're quietly confident that we just stay in the race, get to the last 4 hours, and we know that's when it all gets a bit tasty. So that's our aim, get there in one piece, and then we'll see.
At this stage of the program, Harry, no one's expecting anything from you. I think, you know, if you get icing on a cake, then all the better. But where do you feel the car is? I mean, you've got a lot of experience with coming into new programs, too numerous to mention. Where do you feel the car is? How long before we see the car, you know, not just going for wins, but going for that championship?
We're still at the point now where every day we run the car, we learn more, and we're improving it. So I think we've still got steps to go for sure. And like I say, every day, every time we go on the simulator, every time we do a test day, we've got the team back in Canada and in Mooresville just analysing the data, working and improving. So yeah, definitely haven't seen the best of us yet for sure. And I think obviously, you know, the dreaded phrase BOP, you know, I think clearly with a new car, I think their IMSA and all the governing bodies are a little bit, how do I put it, just cautious, shall we say. And so I feel like, you know, maybe straight line speed this weekend, we're a little bit down, but I think actually we're really happy with the handling of the car, and we've just been moving up the field, and I think we're running in the top 4 then before those little issues. But like I say, in this type of racing, doesn't mean anything. We're all on the lead lap here, and the plan is to just stay there until 4 hours to go, and then hammer down as much as we can and see what we can achieve.
So what concoction are you mixing up there? You sort of white powderish thing going into a drink, into a bottle of water. What will that do?
I'd love to say it's a gin and tonic, but not at this point. Maybe in 24 hours time or something. But no, just a little hydration drink. You know, we sweat quite a lot in the car, and if you just put water back in, that's not good at all for the body. So it's just an electrolyte mix, get some salts back in the body, and yeah, just try and keep that topped up before the start of the race, because you want to be sort of overhydrated, because during the race you're going to sweat it all out, and it's difficult to put it back in. Obviously in the middle of the night we're trying to sleep, and you just got to try and rehydrate as much as you can. So yeah, just a little passion fruit mix there today.
great stuff. We talk about the cars a lot, but we sometimes forget the human element. Good luck, Harry. Thanks for talking to us, mate.
There you go, folks. That is how Harry Tinkle stays hydrated in the race car. Now there's a little bit more action going on down in the pit lane. The number 20 high-class racing with MTK LMP2 has got some issues. Nick Damon's been down there. Nick, what do you see?
Well, I must admit, it's one of the most interesting pieces of mechanical work I've actually seen during a race. They've completely rebuilt the rear suspension. Not because anything was broken, or not anything was obviously broken, but obviously wasn't feeling right. They've replaced both the dampers, and they're very nice, expensive dampers they are. They've also then had to reset the lengths of the wishbones and the toe links, and then they had to look at the anti-roll bars. Now, I'm not sure whether that was setting it back to where it was. Normally, of course, you have the spare damper set the same as the main ones in the car, but possibly perhaps that wasn't working. So they've done a huge amount of work on the rear of that car. Obviously, that car was in the wars earlier in the day, but it looks it's more like a simple suspension problem.
Thank you, Nick. So the few bits of repair there for the number 20 high-class racing LMP2, which has already had a pretty interesting day out there, it must be said, after a little spin right in front of the number 12 Vassar Sullivan Lexus that was leading GTD Pro at the time, and a big impact for both cars. The number 20 got away a little bit lighter, but only relatively speaking. Seems, Jeremy, that we've seen quite a few incidents where the tyres aren't quite up to full temperature and pressure, where it's catching a few drivers out so far in this first 3.5 hours of this race.
True that, yes, it is, and it's something that is more of a problem when the conditions are cooler, which it will be overnight, but not nearly as cool as it was last weekend. A couple of drivers just turning their best laps in this race, notably Felipe Massa in the number 74 car. He's just taken over from Gar Robinson. Did an absolutely stellar stint there of about three and a half hours in the number 74 car. Felipe Massa then, and he was running it nicely in the, he was running about 8th or 9th towards the end, Gar, but he had a really good effort for him, and he's now handed over to Felipe Massa. It's Nico Pino who leads the class now in the United Autosports car number 2. He's just overtaken the Dragon Speed entry of Sebastian Alvarez, who was leading at the restart. So Toby Sowery, meanwhile, is moving his way back up towards the front, having had that problem at that last pit stop, or the previous pit stop, when he lost a lot of ground, having been closing on the number 2 car, currently driven at the time by Pato O'Ward. So Toby Sowery once again now on charge at number 04 car, up to 3rd position in LMP2.
That's just going to go on all day long. Problem for the number 9 Faf car. The number 9 Faf McLaren at the Le Mans chicane, running straight on and is staying down low. So there's an issue here for the number 9 McLaren Faf, their first race with the British brand. They're very familiar with the brand in retail of the McLaren supercars, but their first race with the 720S. Well, he's making sure he's out the way, that's for sure. It's Marvin Kruphofer at the wheel right now. I don't see a tyre going down, Jeremy. So what is it that's wrong with that number 9?
Serious, that's for sure.
Oh, that's such a shame, that they were running really strong, particularly with Ollie Jarvis at the wheel. They were running well.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, they've been running at or around the front for pretty much the entire race, which is already 3.5 hours more into this race. So we've already completed more than a regular season event in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. We're generally 2 hours and 40 minutes, so 3 hours and 34 already in this race, and yeah, that car continuing slowly into the pit lane.
The car's got quite a lot of grass in the grill.
Behind the wall.
Straight behind the wall. Oh no. Straight behind the wall then for the Faf McLaren. So we'll go back to the garage and the Canadian crew will jump into action to try and fix whatever is the problem. So we just had a pit stop there from the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Acura. That's the Dex Imaging car. Nick Damon, you saw the stop. What was the service taken? I was
looking at it from a long way away, but it was fuel only on that 40 car, just fuel.
Strange, they shouldn't have needed fuel because that car was in during the previous caution period. So something not quite right there.
What are they up to, I wonder? What's been a little bit of a surprise so far in this race, in the GTP category, is if you look at the times in the roar before the 24 test, and indeed through practice, the Acuras have just been that little bit behind some of the other manufacturers, particularly the Cadillac. But in the race, they really are working their strategy hard and are keeping themselves up there right now. Brendan Hartley driving the number 10 Konica Minolta Wayne Taylor Racing Acura with Andretti. Brendan became a 4-time World Endurance champion at the end of last season, and he's chasing down his countryman Scott Dixon. So we've got a Kiwi 1-2 at the front. Just 9/10 of a second between them at the last time that they came by the start finished, and they were separated by 19 thousandths of a second on the last lap. So it is mighty tight between the 01 Cadillac, the leader, and the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Acura.
That's right, with the pole-sitting car, Jack Aitken at the wheel, number 31 Whelen Cadillac right there in third position as well. Philip Eng's not far back, is he? Just less than a second in the number 24 BMW, and he's got his teammate as his tail gunner too, Nick Yellowly, in number 25 car. So the 24 and the 25, they've been running kind of at the back of the pack in the sort of second or third stints in this race, but since then they've moved forward again. We're going to see this ebb and flow, particularly through the opening half of the race, if not more, as the teams employ slightly differing tyre strategies. We know they've got a finite amount of tyres they have for this entire race. They're going to have to double stint their tyres several times during a race, and obviously they want fresh tyres for each of the stints in a ladder stages, so they get all that double stinting done now. But it's getting a little bit cooler now. We've got the shadows beginning to cast a little bit longer by the main grandstand here. Most of the front straight is now in shade, yeah, it's certainly fascinating to see how already in this race we've seen cars kind of drifting up and down the order for various reasons.
So the Faf McLaren going around the outside. I've got a big draft on the Ford Mustang there, but it just loses huge amount of power coming into the Le Mans chicane a little bit further round the lap. So something has gone wrong quite quickly and quite dramatically for the number 9 Faf McLaren. What a pity. This Faf crew, multiple IMSA champions, and the crew are already, and they're looking around the front right corner, looking at the suspension. One of our fans writing in on IMSA Radio said, have a look at the. Just thought the wheel looked slightly over cambered. That was Andrew Mather. Thank you for writing in. So very strange, and what a disappointment for Faf Motorsport. They didn't have they did the very best they could last year in the Rolex 24. They didn't necessarily have the outright pace, but they, with a huge amount of strategy, they actually won our BDO No Strategy Award for keeping on the lead lap and finishing 5th. And that was a very good result in the circumstances. This race, they definitely got stronger pace, but that's no use if you're in the garage after just 3 hours and 40 minutes.
Change of position there with number 31 Cadillac moving up to second position. Jack Aitken finding way past Brendan Hartley. So Cadillac ahead of the Acura down to third now. And Jack Aitken will set sail after Scott Dixon here.
That he is. Aitken really on the charge here now into the draft of Dixon as they come over the start and finish line, and Dixon having to make his way through the traffic into turn 1, and the two Cadillacs are absolutely nose to tail now. Nothing between them at all. Jack Aitken there last time by a 138.4, playing a 138.7 for Dixon.
Yeah, pulling away rapidly there from Brendan Hartley in the Acura, who's now got his mirrors full with both of the BMWs. Philip Eng in number 24, Matthew Jaminet, Philip Eng in car number 24, and Nick Yellowly in car number 25. Those two will look pretty racy. As does Jack Aitken, and putting the pressure on Scott Dixon as they head up toward turn 6.
jacket and running with the Scottish Thistle on his helmet, especially painted for this race. Now, Joe Bradley, one of our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters, is down in the lane right now. Joe, what have you got for us?
Yeah, I got a bit of inside information actually, Peter. The 66 Gradient Racing Acura is being driven by Stephen McAleer, and Stephen reports that he is completely relying on his spotter, Reid Sorensen, into turn 1, as the sun has made the rear view camera completely unusable. Just an interesting insight, isn't it? You know, we sort of take for granted, like as we're seeing about Harry Tinknell having to, you know, rehydrate. We take the human element for granted, don't we? We think that the drivers out there can see what we can see, and it's just not true. And things like the sun going down, it's very low at the moment, just disappearing behind the main grandstand, but it does make things tricky.
Doesn't give you an excuse for your shades though, Joe.
You know what, Peter? You were completely and utterly drowned out by the cars going by there. I mean, that's how loud it is. I've got cans on, and I would completely drowned you out.
Thank you, Joe Bradley, down in the pits, giving us the CrowdStrike pit lane reports. The two Cadillacs just marching away at the front of the field now. Are they starting to pull the pin here now as the sun comes down at Daytona International Speedway? We've got quite a lot of long hours of darkness. It's like 6 to 7 o'clock in the morning, official hours of darkness. Interesting, Jeremy, in our Michelin Countdown to Green show, Ricky Taylor saying he reckons they're going to have to do 10 double stints on tyres throughout the race. So that's a big effort.
Yeah. Not sure whether the GTP cars need to do that. I mean, it'll depend on cautions and everything, and strategies and all that sort of stuff. But the LMP2 cars, a couple of drivers there were telling me they certainly have to do it 10 times during the race at least, because the LMP2 cars, they pit about every between 40 and 45 minutes. The GTP cars can get a better part of an hour of green flag running.
If you wish, one really good resource to go on if you've got the screen capability, IMSA.com/DGTP-telemetry, where you can keep an eye on what the GTP cars are doing, what speed they're doing, are they on the throttle, are they on the brake, you even know which gear they're in on those X-Track gearboxes, so do catch out that. So the Faf McLaren seems to be a little bit of a mystery. It had attempted a move around the outside of the Ford Mustang, number 64 in GTD Pro. Still didn't see any contact between them, but it was a pretty sudden failure just before entering the Le Mans chicane. But we're hearing word from the pits, from the paddock, that they're working hard on one of the axles and trying to replace one of the axles, Jeremy, and at the front of the car. So that's not the driven, it's not as if it's the driven part of the car, that's just the steering part.
Yeah, some sort of hub problem there, or yeah.
And that's on the right side, so if there were contact, we'd be looking at the left side of that Faf McLaren. So that clearly it wasn't as a result of that side-to-side racing with the Mustang. That's heartbreaking. But for me, the attrition, actually, for 3 hours and 45 minutes in, we've had a pretty heavy rate of attrition. The number 20 high-class racing LMP2 cars behind the wall right now. After taking some repairs in the pits, they clearly felt they need to get more involved with that. What is the difference of working behind the wall compared to in the pits? Well, in the pits you have a very limited number of pit crew that can work on the car at any one time, but if you take it behind the wall back to the garage, is about 200 or 300 meters away, depending on where your pit box is in pit lane, then you can put as many people on it as you want. And just like that, Joe Bradley, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporting, has more.
And of course, the other thing to add to what you were saying there, Peter, you don't just have to focus on the repair job whilst you've got a team repairing the car. You can also completely service the rest, the remaining areas of the car. So you know, you can change brake discs all around, or you can replenish oil and top up your fluids and stuff. So it can completely unrestrict you for what you can completely do on the car, and you can, you know, do as much as you can whilst that repair job is ongoing.
Thank you, Joe. That's an excellent point. Yeah, because with the attrition rate that we're seeing, you just never know how important a finish here could be and to score points, whether that be in the overall IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship or indeed the Michelin Endurance Cup, which is run across the Rolex 24 at Daytona here, the Sebring 12 hours, the Watkins Glen 6 hours, and indeed Petit Le Mans at the end of the season. So there's a lot to play for here. Okay, the race win might be over, but definitely those points, they all count up at the end of the year.
Yes, they do, and yeah, absolutely. As we saw last year, I mean, crazy close going into the final race of the season in terms of points. It's 22 points or something covering the top 4, I think it was, if I remember rightly, something like that. It was, and considering you got 350 for a win and 35 for pole position, that was just ridiculously close after a 9-race season, or 8 races prior to that final round. Yeah, no, this is a fascinating contest, isn't it? Just looking there, those two BMWs that were closing up onto the tail end of Brendan Hartley in 3rd position, they just changed places again. So Nick Yellerly, number 25 car, just moved past Philip Eng. And those 3 cars battling for 3rd place. Brendan Hartley has it at the moment in car number 10, but the 2 BMWs are right behind him. And the gap back to the number 6 Porsche, around about 3 seconds. That's extended just a little bit over the last 4 or 5 laps. Looking at LMP2, saw a pit stop for Sebastian Alvarez in car number 81 just a little while ago. That's the car that did not pit during the previous caution period. So he needed a pit stop. He's relinquished what was 2nd position because he'd already been overtaken by Nico Pino in car number 2. Toby Sowery, after earlier problem at the previous round of pit stops, moved himself back up into 2nd position in the CrowdStrike by APR number 04. But right on his tail and looking for a way past is Felipe Massa, a former F1 driver, driving the number 74 Riley 74 Ranch Orica as well. So he is right there. And Nick Bull in the number 52 car for into Europol by PR1 in 4th position. And only losing about half a second a lap to the ex-F1 driver. That's a pretty stout effort by Nick Bull.
That it is. That it is. So time for VP Racing in-race update. As Jeremy just gave us a good rundown there of the LMP2s in particular. At the front of the field is the 2 Cadillacs, Scott Dixon and Jack Aitken, who are marching away in quite a formation right now. They lead Brendan Hartley's number 10, Konica Minolta Acura, by just over 4 seconds at the moment in that top GTP class. Nick Yellerly, the first of the BMWs, in car number 25, and it's Philip Eng, car number 24, the 2nd BMW, 5th place. Then it's a string of Porsches, 4 Porsches in a row. Mathieu Jaminet, car number 6 for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Car number 5 is Prodon Competition, the Mustang sampling car, Jimmy Bruni. Then it's car number 7, Dane Cameron for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Ben Keating doing a double stint in the number 85 JDC Miller Motorsport Porsche. And then it's the Acura of Colton Herta, car number 40.
Which is a lap down, having made that pit stop a little while ago. So there must have been a slight delay, I think, of the number 40 car to cause it to go a lap down. Those 2 of those Porsches, by the way, number 5 and 7 just exchanged positions as you were talking there. So Jimmy Bruni moving ahead of Dane Cameron, the Proton car number 5 moving ahead of Dane Cameron in the Penske Porsche Motorsports team, number 7. So that number 5 car has been running really nicely. And Ben Keating, look, he's losing maybe 6 or 7 tenths of a second a lap to Jimmy Bruni and Dane Cameron. That's not bad, is it, for a gentleman driver? Once again,
he continues to amaze us. No matter how long we've been talking about Ben Keating in motor racing, he's done this race. He's had 13 years he's been here, but on 7 occasions he's he's had 2 cars to enjoy it with. As the 2 Cadillacs continue to march at the front, we've covered LMP2. We'll carry on with our VP in-race update here. GTD Pro, it's a Corvette 1-2 now. Car number 3, Alexander Sims and Nicky Katzberg. Car number 4, separated by 4 seconds at the moment. Then in third, it's the Sun Energy one, Mercedes. Car 75 with last year's GTD Pro winner, Maro Engel at the wheel. Then it's Seb Prio in Rexy, the Porsche. Car number 77, 8 seconds off the lead at the moment in GTD Pro. Then it's the 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari of James Calado. Then 6th place in class is Neil Verhagen in the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW. Then the Frederick Vervies driven number 65 Ford Mustang. The Jordan Pepper piloted number 19 Lamborghini. Then it's the first of the Aston Martins, new Evo kit for the Aston Martin, Alex Riberas driving the Heart of Racing number 23. And then rounding out the top 10 in GTD Pro is Harry Tinknell, who we heard from just a moment ago, who's been filled up with a passion fruit flavoured electrolyte drink. That's a mouthful at this time of the day. So that is how they stand in GTD Pro. In GTD, it's Robbie Foley who leads for Turner Motorsport in the car number 96 by 2.9 seconds from the number 12 Vassar Sullivan Lexus of Ritomo Mayata, the Japanese single-seater star. Third in class is the much stronger running Aston Martin of Roman De Angelis, car number 27.
And sports car star, because Miata won not only Super Formula last year, he also won Super GT as well.
You're quite right, Jeremy.
But his first race in North America, and doing a really stout job. That number 12 car has been running up at the sharp end of that field all the way through. He's running some excellent lap times as well. Interesting, I saw the team manager there at Vassar Sullivan, Greg Cates, saw him yesterday morning, and we were comparing notes about he was at Tasman Motorsports in the Champ Car days, along with many other people in this paddock, and for some reason we got on that topic, and we were talking about Steve Reagan, who used to be a crew chief at Tasman. He's sort of semi-retired from the sport these days. He was working with Kelly Moss with Riley and its Porsche Carrera Cup North America a couple of years ago, but not doing so much now. And I happened to speak to Steve about 10 days, well, the last week actually. I said, are you going to Rolex 24 this year? He said, no. So I've had various offers to work with various teams, but no, I'm quite happy sitting here in California. And I speak to Greg Cates yesterday morning, and he said that Reagan's going to be here. Steve Reagan's going to be here. I said, why? He lied to me? No. They called him up last Sunday because Steve Reagan is half Japanese, speaks perfect Japanese, and Ritomo speaks pretty good English, but they thought in the heat of the battle, when he gets out of the car, they want somebody to give him the precise information to the team. So they called up Steve Reagan, who flew out here just a couple of days ago, and he's there as not working on the car, just as a translator these days.
Also, that makes a driver feel welcome in the team, that you're making an effort. Valentino Rossi, now sports car driver Valentino Rossi, but former MotoGP multiple world champion, when he switched to an Italian crew chief, he found it actually a little bit easier to really express exactly what it truly meant with what the bike was doing, and I'm sure it translates very well across with cars. Just finishing off our VP Racing Fuel update, 4th in GTD Pro as things stand right now is the number 47 Chetelaar Ferrari of Eddie Cheever. Then it's Indy Doncia in the number 57 Windward Racing Mercedes. Then this number 70 Inception McLaren of Ollie Milroy. Then 7th in GTD Pro is Kenton Cook for the number 32 Mercedes. Then it's number 120 Elliott Skier. That's the Wright Motorsport Porsche. Then the Acura, the only Acura in the GTD field, Stephen McAleer, the Scotsman, car number 66. And rounding out the top 10, Onofrio Triarzi driving the Triarzi Competizione 023, rounding up your GTD field. That is your VP Racing Fuels in race update.
Yeah, so the Corvette, they're running at the front in GTD Pro, taken over from the Ford Mustang that was leading at the restart. The Mustang made a pit stop, number 64, when only a couple of laps ago. So that car has fallen farther back in the field. Actually a lap down now with Harry Tinkman, number 64 Mustang.
Well, down in the pit lane, Nick Damon, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter, has found a fellow Scotsman.
I felt I had to, Peter. I mean, I was looking at other Scotsmen, and I found the most Scottish person who's probably actually got American citizenship now, which is Ryan DL from the 18th year in motorsport. Ryan, putting double duty again, driver and manager.
I don't know about manager, but just trying to keep up with some of these young guys in the team now. But it's going good. It's going to plan so far. As you can see, all the P2 teams are trying to get their bronze drive time in before it gets too dark. We're on the lead lap. I think we're in 7th or so. Christian has the fastest lap so far in class, so I think we're in good shape.
It's interesting you say too dark, because absolutely too dark in Le Mans, it's pitch, but here with the floodlights, it never gets that dark. Was it still a point where you feel that that's where bronze experience is limited?
Yeah, I mean, the visibility ahead's never really the problem at night. It's more the flashing from behind. It's a lot better without having the P3 cars. I think the traffic is way more manageable than we dealt with last year, especially on restarts when they didn't sort the grid between P2 and P3. So it seems so far at least like everybody's behaving themselves a little bit, but you know, nighttime usually brings the crazy.
As you say, the P2 teams all doing the same things, trying to get through the bronze drive time. When is it gloves off with the P2s? We know with the P1, at the top class, GTPs, it's the last half hour. When do you guys start going for it?
Usually lap 1 for us. I mean, the cars are so well built now. They're detuned a lot from what they can run. So, I mean, the cars are built to run multiple seconds faster than they do. So there's not really a conservation anymore. And I mean, I feel like the last 10 years or so of doing this, cars are so well built. GTP is obviously a little bit fragile being new, but I think everybody P2 and GT is pushing from lap 1.
You say the cars obviously are kind of detuned. Does that mean the reliability can still be taken for granted now?
I mean, the things that we can't control, right, are gearboxes and drivetrains and engines. You know, those are things that are spec with the class. But for sure, the engine runs, 100 horsepower down than what it's capable of. Revs a lot lower than it should be. So from that point of view, I mean, we're 15 kilometers slower at the end of the straight than we used to be. So the car should be able to run this fairly easily, but we don't take it for granted.
When do you actually get a go in the driver's seat?
I think I'm scheduled to my first stint about 8 or 9 o'clock, and then we'll push me and Christian hard for the kind of last half of the race.
Great stuff. Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
Nick Damon down there with Ryan DL, one of the most experienced drivers in the field here, driving the number 18 Aero Motorsport LMP2. Won the race in class a couple of years ago, did that crew. So just coming up to the 4-hour mark, and Scott Dixon, the leader of the motor race, has come in. Car number 01. The Chip Ganassi crew go to action, and Joe Bradley is down there.
Yeah, just heading down there of the car. I can clearly see though, getting tyres during this pit stop and a driver change. I know from you guys up there on the perch, you've got a clear and unobstructed view also. This looks pretty regular though. The fueling being the restricting, or the longest thing that it takes during the pit stop. It even takes longer than the driver change, which when you consider you've got to get a driver out and then get that driver strapped in. Still the fuel goes in, the tyres are done, the car's ready to resume, and we're still waiting for that fuel. So it just shows how much green running we've had, because that's the car just pulling away now.
Thank you, Joe. That CrowdStrike pit lane report that the former leader 01 Cadillac carries on ever so slightly off strategy compared to the 31 Whelen Cadillac of Jack Aitken, who's still got about 30% of his allowable stint energy left. We've got some great information here, imsa.com/GTP-telemetry, where you can keep an eye on who has got what left in the tank, both fluid and virtual.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Great to see that information. Should have known about it before, actually. Because that 01 car was off strategy with the other teams, because it did not pit under the most recent caution period, nor did the number 10 or the number 24 that continues to run in close formation. Number 25, but we talked about number 10 car, Brendan Hartley, struggling to hold off the two BMWs. Well, Philip Eng and number 25 car got past a while ago, and in fact now Brendan Hartley, I think on this just a lap or two ago, has been passed by Philip Eng. So Nick Yellerly got past a little while ago in car number 25. Now up into second place with that pit stop for the 01. And now the other BMW up into third place, Philippe Eng, that's car number 24.
Now, one penalty we haven't seen come up as yet, in fact it's not a penalty just yet, a warning has come up for the number 80 car. That's the Lone Star Mercedes at the moment, driven by Sally Jolic. That is a warning for blocking. So the race control team are keeping an eye out there on everything throughout this field. 59 cars to keep an eye on out there. Okay, we've lost one or two, but it's a big job and a big team in there doing some great work. We've gone past the 4-hour mark, and when have we got to start thinking about Michelin Endurance Cup points, Jeremy?
Yes, 6 hours for Michelin Endurance. Another 2 hours to go before that happens.
Now that might be what some of the teams are thinking about. They'll be thinking, if we run green for the next 2 hours, you've really got to be thinking about that, where you don't want to be caught on the wrong side of a pit stop and chuck a load of points away.
That's exactly right, and they'll have been planning from that, right from the start of the race. What happens if we've had 4 full course cautions so far? It's often difficult to, you have to think on the fly here, because full course caution, you never know where they're going to come out. And here now is the Acura of number 10 car comes onto the pit lane out of 4th position.
As does the sister car, number 40, and Joe Bradley is down there.
Yeah, 2 of the Win-Taylor Andretti cars in together. Not really a problem for the team. Well spaced out pit aprons here at the Daytona Super Speedway. I've got the number 10 in front of me, and no driver change on either of the cars from what I can see. And the number 10, again, the pit stop time is completely governed by the fueling going in, but this looks pretty straightforward. Now the 40 is off the jacks. Oh, they're pushing the 40 back. The 40 is going to get out first, it looks like. Yes, it has. So the 40 has gone out first, and now we get the 10 pulling away, and that was all to do with fueling. So the number 10 needed more fuel than the number 40. I know the 40 is a little bit out of contention, but that's a bit of an insight.
Yeah, Joe, in actual fact, Joe, maybe we need to find out what's going on with number 40 car, because that was into the pits only 14 laps ago, and even that stop was way earlier than. No, that one was about right. Well, it was closer, but clearly there seems to be some sort of problem number 40 car, because that was in not long ago, whereas number 10 car, that was the first time it's in over an hour that car had been on pit lane.
Well, into pit lane comes car number 74, the Riley Ranch Resort machine, driven by Felipe Massa, who comes in to hit the marks, and Nick Damon's there.
Yep, so Felipe comes into a pit stop. Last time I saw him do a pit stop was in 2002 when he was driving for Sauber in F1. So I'm sure he remembers me staring at him through his helmet back then. Not so sure. He once took me around the Lebanon circuit, which is near Magny-Cours in a Subaru. And he was a very good driver, unsurprisingly. Not as good in fairness as Dino Capello when he took me around Bahrain. That's another story entirely. One thing that Felipe has to do is make sure he doesn't drive off with a fuel hose attached, which I'd like to point out also happened in Singapore. I think, why am I in Singapore? Well, that's what Felipe Massa is all about at the moment. Well, off the record, today he's all about driving LMP2 cars, which is doing particularly well. And the Ranch Resort 74 Riley flies up the way there. That's 2/3 of the tyre left on the pit apron.
Definitely got some good burnout lessons there. Thank you, Nick, for that CrowdStrike pit lane report. This is Felipe's IMSA debut and Rolex 24 debut, therefore, but it's not his multi-class sports car racing debut. He actually competed all the way back in 2001 in the 24 Hours of Sicily in an Alfa Romeo 147. So that was quite a while ago, and quite a different vehicle to this Orica LMP2 machine. It gets back going again. Now remember, no tyre warmers here in IMSA, so all the teams have got to be very, very careful on those opening laps, just to let everything come up to temperature and pressure. We've seen several drivers so far throughout the week, and indeed today already in the race, get caught out on cold tyres. Now, cold temperatures is not something we're going to have to worry about. Last year, we didn't get below kind of 18 ambient, and well, at the moment we have a 28 degrees Celsius ambient and 29 degrees Celsius track temperature, so very balmy conditions for late January, even for Florida.
Yes, not too shabby, isn't it? No complaints here. Absolutely glorious conditions at the moment, and certainly, you know, all of the track is now in shade, so the sun dropped behind the grandstand. What time's sunset here? It's a bit after 6 o'clock, I think, isn't it? Where are we now? It's 5:47. So yeah, it won't be long before you know, already the lights are on around the racetrack. At least, yeah, the lights are on around the racetrack now, and it's, you know, this next. In about 10 minutes time, the next half an hour is going to be really tricky out there, and you've really got to pay even more attention than usual. So with that pit stop for the number 01 car, Jack Aitken leads the way in caliber 31. Nick Yellowly dropped a couple of seconds on that last lap. It was 1 minute 37.5 by our race leader, and he pulled away, extended that lead over second place Nick Yellowly by a full 2 seconds. And Jimmy Bruni moves up to third place in number 5 Porsche, having found his way past number 6 factory car of Mathieu Jaminet.
This is interesting. This is something that we saw in the 2023 Rolex 24, that when we got long green flag running, the Cadillacs really came into their own, and that seems to be the case whenever we've got a little bit more prolonged period. Just being able to extend those gaps. Jack Aitken up to 8.5 seconds now ahead of the BMW of Nick Yellowly, but we should see some pit stops fairly soon, particularly from Nick Yellowly. He's only got 10% of his usable stint energy left in that number 25 BMW. Pit stops galore though right now. The 04 CrowdStrike car from LMP2 is in. Our CrowdStrike,
and the GTD leader as well.
Reporters are down there. Our GTD leader, Turner Motorsport, number 96, in there as well.
Is that me or Joe? It's me, isn't it? Yes, it's coming at a jaunty angle actually, because you have to avoid the car in front of him. That's going to cost him some time when the Turner car wants to leave again, and being cost some time during a green flag pit stop is not what you want. He's had the windscreen tear off. Certainly they've not had a go at the right hand side tyre. The driver change though, so they've changed drivers, left the tyres on, got the car at a funny angle, and it's not particularly going, I would say, well at the moment.
What was that?
Not overly sure whether this is a problem or not. The car is there, it's being fueled up at this strange angle, and it is now trying to drive away. Lurched there, now she lurched on its marks. It comes away and rolls around, and there they go. Now I don't think, I wasn't looking at, they actually changed all 4 tyres. Next to it comes to the P2 cars.
So the 45 Windtail Racing Lamborghini has just been handed over to Graham Doyle's teammate, because Graham Doyle has just got out of the car. Graham, looks like hard work out there. The heat's beginning to subside, but you were in the thick of it.
Yes, sir. So at the start of the stint, for sure, the heat was a big issue. I wouldn't go far as say issue, but it was something that was affecting me, especially towards the end there as the track started to cool down. Though I could really feel the car start to come to life. Our car especially loves the cool temperature, cool air. So at the end there, when it started to cool down and everything was great, you could see the consistency of the lap times really started to come through, and we were getting lower and lower.
Do you think as we get into the nighttime hours, the car's going to give you a better chance of getting back into contention?
Yeah, I agree. I think especially now with one of our pro drivers, Danny Formal, in the car, getting into those nighttime hours, the temperature's starting to come down. I really think we're going to have a good chance of getting back into contention and being a big contender when it comes to tomorrow.
Graham, it's the first time I've had a chance to meet you. What's 2024 plans for Graham Doyle?
The plans for 2024 is I'm running the full endurance season with Wayne Taylor Racing in the Huracan GT3. And I'm also doing Lamborghini Super Trofeo full season in the AM class.
You enjoyed that first stint?
Oh, it was incredible. First of many, and it was special, and I'll never forget it.
I wish I was TV so everyone could see you smile. Great stuff. Thank you, Graham.
Thank you, Joe. That was great to hear there from the number 45 team there, Graham Doyle.
Yeah, just 17 years of age is Graham Doyle. From Clearwater, Florida. He ran his first season of racing last year in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Series, finished second in the LB Cup category. I'm not quite sure as a youngster how he was eligible for LB Cup, but he was. It's generally for the older guys that who are certainly new to the sport. He was new to the sport, I'll give him that, but did a good job. I think I think he might have won the World Finals as well in LB Cup. He's certainly up at the front, sharp end of that field, but big step forward for him to move up into the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship this year. And of course he will be elevated into the at least AM class, if not more than that, for next year, or this coming season in Lamborghini Super Trofeo, which will kick off this year at Sebring.
So the GTD leader, or former GTD leader, the number 96 Turner BMW, had a little bit of an issue there in the pit stop, and Nick Damon has got the story.
With Robin Foley out of the car that was leading, bit of an issue getting into your pit box, just the car too close to it.
Yeah, with the LMP2 was in the box behind us, so we just had to 45 it in, which isn't ideal, but I think it worked out okay. Yeah, the car's good. We're cruising around. I think you're seeing a lot of double stinting on tires, depending. So I was lucky I had fresher tires than the cars around me, I think. So I was able to just get some track position, cover our loss on fuel. So all good for now. Long way to go, just cruising around, trying to stay out of trouble.
How is the heat affecting the cars and you?
For us, it's a bit hard on rear tires compared to the Roar and stuff. But as it cools down in the night, I think that will help. Obviously tomorrow we'll see what the weather does, but you have to be good at the end. So just trying to protect our rear tires over the course of the stint.
Are you getting an idea now of where you stand competitively with the other manufacturers? Because it's gonna, everyone's had a bit of a bop change since the Roar, and it's all been, who knows what's in the sandbags and everything else. Are you now seeing a true pecking order?
Yeah, I think we're in good shape. Again, I think I was on fresher tires than some cars around me, but we're good in the middle of the straight, but the end of the straight is where you have to make the move, and it's kind of quite equal to at least the cars I was around, the Corvette and some others. But we're fairly good. I think competitive, which is a good change for us since the last couple of years. And yeah, I guess we have to see once the sun comes up who really has it.
Great, so thank you, Robbie. And important news for all people out there in the real world. I've just seen Brad Pitt. He's out the back there. They were doing a practice of him looking disappointed as he ran out the back of the Chip Hart garage. I think I may have walked into shot the first, so I might have to do it again. But they'd even made him very wet. They had a very sweaty time. So that's the magic of the movies happening as you speak.
He's probably thought, Nick, I've just seen Nick Damon.
Well, in fairness, I've had many drivers run away from me on many occasions before, so it's not the first.
Thank you, Nick, one of our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters. So the one of the Corvettes has just come in for service, both running in the GTD Pro class. That's car number 4, just been brought in GTD Pro. Nicky Katzberg just bringing that car in. News on one of the Porsche GTPs as well, Joe.
Yeah, the number 7 Porsche came in while Nick was chatting there, and that was pretty straightforward. Here we have the number 9 rejoining us from the paddock and just pulling on a pit apron. That was very timely. The number 7 Porsche, by the way, as that was straightforward pit stop and out. The number 9 McLaren, this is the car that's had the suspension damage, remember? We saw it looked like a wheel bearing had collapsed from what I could see on the TV screens down here. The number 6 Porsche comes in and closes off the escape route from the number 9 McLaren. It has to be pushed back now as the number 6 Porsche, the GTP car, pulls it at 45 degrees. The 9 McLaren back out on the track. Meanwhile, the number 6 pit stop continues. Brand new Michelin's going on to this Porsche. It's off the jacks, however. Once again, we're seeing the fueling taking the longest. Bit of a tear off coming off the windscreen. Whilst the fuel is still on, we're pulling the car back so that it can get the right angle to get out. Still fueling, but this car will shortly be very quickly back into this race. And there it goes.
Thank you, Joe, one of our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters. We should see Jack Aitken coming in at any moment, the number 31 wheel and engineering crew up on the pit wall, and also his stint energy out. And Joe's got it.
Yeah, I've been waiting a while for this one. Everything else I've just told you just happened in the background. The 31 Whelen Cadillac is brought in. Jack Aitken is getting out of the car, so we're seeing a driver change here. Let's just remind ourselves, all that time ago, in fact it was a week ago, this car took the pole position to start the race at the front of the field, and it remains in contention, doesn't it? We're not going to know anything until after midday tomorrow. Tear off on the windscreen, that's pretty standard form. Cars off the jacks, tyres on, and once again we're seeing the fueling taking the longest. The driver's already in.
Thank you, Joe. That's Tom Blomqvist, last year's winner for Acura, getting into that Cadillac. We're still having to get used to this a little bit, Jeremy, but Tom Blomqvist, he's been the master of the Rolex 24 the last couple of years, but now with the Whelen Engineering Cadillac team.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it? What a year, couple of years he's had in sports car racing. Won this race, of course, and getting the opportunity to drive for a Cadillac, having won it with Acura, now getting a chance to drive with a Cadillac. So this is the first time he's driven a Cadillac in race conditions, and it was a great stint there from Jack Aitken. That car has been super fast all week long and last weekend as well. So yeah, they're looking in pretty good shape at this stage in the race. It's a Cadillac team. It looks like we're waiting for a pit stop here for the GTD leader. That's Rutomo Miyata from Japan, making his first pit stop in these cars. Handing out, looks like he's jumped out of the car and getting aboard that. Most likely will be Frankie Montecalvo.
Yeah, I think it will. Going into, and of course now carrying the hopes of the Vassar Sullivan team. They've clearly got a very strong race car here with that Lexus RCF GT3. Early in the race, both the GTD car, the number 12, which is still running, and the number 14, which had that incident early on, were running so strongly. The 14 not so good, so now for the Vassar Sullivan team, they've got all their hopes pinned on that number 12 car to win in GTD. Pit stop for the number 120 Wright Motorsport car. That car being brought in by, now having a look to see who was in that. It was Elliot Skier for Wright Motorsports. This is the car, you'll see Chip Hart Racing written on the side of it if you're watching on IMSA TV or indeed Trackside. It is the car that will feature in the new Brad Pitt movie, as Nick Damon alluded to. And well, you talk about superstars. Brad Pitt is certainly a superstar. I think that's out with of argument. But also another superstar in our world, Fred Makovecki.
Superstars, isn't it?
Well, quite, Jimmy, yes. Fred Makovecki, certainly a superstar and a Porsche superstar too. Been in that factory for such a long time. He's gone on board that Wright Motorsport machine and see what he can do. So another taker in pit lane, car number 75, Sun Energy, won them. Certainly the most eye-catching machine in the field. Is in for a pit stop, as well as his fellow Mercedes, car number 57, the Windward Racing Mercedes, a car that ran so well in the race last year, but had an incredibly fractious journey to that. Had a big accident in practice and had to drive a new chassis over in the truck from Texas and rebuild it and get it back out in the race. They very nearly won the race. And quite this team have got a lot of heart. They put together a huge run yesterday in the Michelin Pilot Challenge. I'll be hoping to get a good result here and hopefully go for a Rolex watch in the 62nd Rolex 24 at Daytona. That car brought in by Indy Doncha. A little bit of adjustment for the driver. Move. Usually in these cars the seat doesn't move, but the wheel and the pedals do, so just to make it as comfortable as possible. Off they go. So 19 hours and 41 minutes to go here at the Rolex 24 at Daytona. The sun now, well, setting into the horizon, and we will be under official hours of darkness all the way through until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. And we normally are treated to fireworks. I don't imagine the plan's any different this year, Jeremy, do you know?
Yeah, good question. No, you're probably right. Always wakes everybody up, including me. I look across there and, whoa, what's that? And then we realise, of course, what it is. So with that pit stop for number 31 car, the number 01 moves through into the lead of this race. It's Alex Palou driving the number 01 Cadillac Racing entry just now. He took over from Scott Dixon, so the last defending champion in the IndyCar Series. Alex Palou driving that car now from the 6-time former champion Scott Dixon, and Tom Blomqvist follows. He's about 4 seconds back. He closed in, he made a couple of seconds on Palou that last time around. The two Cadillacs then still running at the front of the field, around a dozen seconds clear of the pair of BMWs that continue to run in formation. 25 ahead of the 24. Now it's Maxime Martin from Belgium at the wheel of the number 25 car, and Augusto Farfus from Brazil, originally he's been based in Europe for many, many years, in the number 24 car. Brendan Hartley in the best of the Acuras in car number 10 in 5th place. And then Timon van der Helm at the wheel of number 85 Porsche. So the best of the Porsches is now in 6th position. That is that number 85 JDC Miller Motorsports entry. Behind him, the other privateer car from... no, I beg your pardon, it's one of the factory cars, Laurens Vanthoor, who's just overtaken Romain Dumas in the other privateer team, the Proton number 5 car, and then it's Maddie Campbell at the wheel of the second Penske Porsche Motorsports entry, car number 7. So there's Porsches running in 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. And Colton Herter is just 1 lap down in car number 40. Got off sequence with everybody else, and I think it's got some sort of a problem because it comes into the pits much more regularly than any of the other GTP cars.
So it's all going on down in the green with our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters. And Shea Adam, what have you got?
Well, I've had 2 cars with fuel and tires, one that had a driver change. No driver change for Fred Ravish. He stayed aboard the number 65 Ford Mustang. There was a driver change for the number 55 Ford Mustang, that one being the Proton competition car. They did change over to Ryan Hartwig, so John Luca has gotten out from behind the wheel of that car. But further down the pit lane, bad news for Ferrari fans all over the world. There was just a fire for the Risi Competizione Ferrari. James Colato had brought the car in. They did do a driver change, and the car is now attempting to leave its pit box, but they had to remove the engine cover, make sure that everything was okay. The car's been in here for quite some time. It is now leaving. It's still lightly simmering, just as if it was an overcooked hamburger, and it actually caused an issue coming into the pit box for the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW. That car has also done fuel, tires, and a driver change. Brian Sellers, 2 times a GTD champion, and once a winner of this race, is now aboard that car.
The 77 Porsche, that's the T-Rex one. Rexy just been handed over to his teammate by Seb Prio. Seb, who was that got in the car?
That was Lauren, my teammate. Some tricky stints there for me. I had to cool the engine down. We had some stuff in the front grille. So the first stint was very hard for me, and then the second stint a lot better pace-wise. We're still in the game. It's going to be tough. We're lacking straight line speed, but we're there or thereabouts.
How do you think your car's going to react to the cooler overnight temperatures?
I think it's the same for everyone. I think everyone's going to react better. We've got a good car. Just going to have to really grind this one out, I'm afraid.
So everyone's going to move forward and be more settled with their pace?
Yeah, I mean, we've got, like I said, it's going to settle down a little bit. We got lucky there with the safety car. But yeah, I really had to push that one to keep with the guys.
Ready? You feeling good?
Yeah, feeling good, thanks.
Good stuff.
Thank you, Joe. That was the number 77 AO Racing driver Seb Prio. That's Rexy, the dinosaur, if that's more affectionately known as. Now, getting word that there might be a little bit of weather in the area. We've been talking about this all week. At the moment, things are dry here in Daytona Beach, but just in the kind of in the surrounding area, there might be some
the other side of this
gathering.
On the side of the state. But there certainly was a threat of rain when I looked at the weather forecast earlier on today. See what it says now. It was possibility of something later on. Thunderstorms developing late is what it says at the moment.
Late.
Rain
Well,
possible Saturday overnight.
I did see my report that I looked at this morning was that it could be maybe a little bit of rain in the morning tomorrow, but we shall see. But what we can tell you,
the percentage possibility has gone up considerably for this morning. It's now over 50%, which it certainly wasn't earlier in the day.
More probable than not. So, well, what we can tell you is what's going on down at Risi Competizione Ferrari, because we've got the best in the business. Shea.
It was a refueling fire, guys, that when they went to attach the probe to the car to the Risi Competizione number 62 Ferrari. This is the 62nd running of the race, so there would be a nice little bit of symmetry if that were the car to win, but we're about 20 hours away from that. The fuel spilled out all over the side of the car and got on the brake rotor, and that's what caused the conflagration. So Risi immediately on it already. They're going to change out the fuel hose, and if they need to, they'll change the nozzle as well. But they're making sure that this doesn't happen again and that they are good to go for the remainder of the race.
There was a problem at their first stop early on, but it wasn't that, was it?
No. This was just the stop right now. It was
Right.
welcoming me back to the pit lane with the barbecue.
Right, so that's the second problem they've had in the pits, Jay, isn't it? Because
Yep.
I forget what it was earlier on.
Well, then of course they had the opposite.
Well, the jacks didn't work. The air jacks didn't work. That was the first problem.
Well, they had the opposite of a problem with the start of the race, where they were 10. They gained 10 places early on with Daniel Serra coming through, charging through the field. It must be said. So 19 hours and 34 minutes to go, and the possibility of weather coming in increasing. So could that flip this motor race on its head? Because we've got a good idea now, I think, Jeremy, of who's got strong dry pace. The answer is a lot of cars in every single class, but we've got absolutely no idea who's got wet pace, because did we have any rain during the Roar?
No, it was mighty cold, but no, it was dry.
But no rain.
LMP2, meanwhile, I think 3 or 4 laps ago, we had a change of lead. It was held by Nico Pino in the United Autosports USA car number 2. It's now held by number 74 car, the Riley entry of Felipe Massa, the former F1 driver. Has taken the lead in LMP2. He's got about 3 seconds in hand over Nico Pino, and in third position is Malte Jakobsen, who was significantly quicker than both of them last time around in the number 04, the CrowdStrike by APR entry on board that car now as he sweeps down into turn 1, and that was a good lap by him, a 41.9. 1 minute 41.9 as opposed to 143.3 for Massa and 145 for Nico Pino, running second in that class.
The LMP2 class is just going to roar on all night and into tomorrow. The race finishing at 1:40 local time. Malte Jakobsen for the 04 CrowdStrike team has done a huge amount of heavy lifting through the Roar and through the race week practice sessions, and is quite often been the fastest driver on the timesheet. So really impressing.
Well, he or Toby Sauer, you're right, they've both been really fast.
Yes, the CrowdStrike team, they've certainly put together a great lineup. George Kurtz, renowned as one of the top bronze drivers in the field, and Colin Brown, well, we don't need to give him much of an introduction, do we?
No, that's a very strong lineup. I mean, there's a bunch of strong lineups in LMP2, and that's always does provide a really good race. And those cars, they've they're compared to the GTP cars, they are certainly 3 laps off the ultimate pace after 4.5 hours of this race.
It's about a 4-second delta between them, give or take. It does depend on the driver at that given moment. Of course, the big difference, GTP, in the most part, you've got factory driver lineups all the way through, whereas the LMP2 class, by regulation, must have a mixture of professional and bronze graded drivers or silver graded drivers. And there's quite complex regulations over which FIA driver gradings you can have in each, but in general you've got a bit of a mix, whereas GTP is completely open. You can put whoever you wish in the car.
That's right. In LMP2 you have to have at least 1 bronze. There's, as you say, there's other things as well, but there has to be at least 1 bronze driver in an LMP2 car, and he has to qualify and start the race.
That's right. So car 01, that's Alex Palou, the reigning IndyCar champion, who has just dazzled in this car every time he's gone on board, whether it be practice, qualifying, or practice in the race, whatever. He's just been fantastic, the Spaniard. And he leads by 2.1 seconds from Tom Blomqvist right now, the 31 Cadillac.
But that gap has just come down just a little bit over the course of the last half dozen laps. It was when Tom Blomqvist got out of the pits and up to speed, he was about 4 seconds behind Alex Palou, and despite the fact that Alex has turned some really good laps, that gap down to 2.1 seconds at the moment, and they are pulling away pretty rapidly from the BMWs behind them. The gap between the second and third is now 17 seconds, and on the last lap around it was about 7/10 the differential between Tom Blomqvist in the second placed number 31 Cadillac and Maxime Martin in the 25 BMW.
those two BMWs running really line astern. Augusto Farfus has driven this GTP car since its inception, but Maxime Martin, more of a new addition to the prototype lineup with BMW. He's had some success, quite a bit of success with the brand in GTs. Had a lot of success when he drove for Aston Martin too. So great to see the Belgian ace getting opportunity. Likewise, his fellow Belgian Dries Vanthoor, who we've seen impress here at Daytona before in GT machinery, and now getting his prototype chance too. Bless him, Dries last year he had to come to the race and basically be here for the whole time and never got to race in the end. He was very much in an observatory role, but this time he gets to bring his helmet and hands device and get stuck in.
Yeah, in that number 24 car. Of course, his brother Laurence is driving number 6 car. In fact, he's driving number 6 car at the moment, and he's going pretty quickly too. He's overtaken a little while ago the number 5 car. Now he's closed right up and putting pressure on Tymon van der Helm in that JDC Miller Motorsports entry, number 85. That's the battle then for 6th and 7th places.
What a performance so far from the JDC Miller crew. They got that Porsche 963 middleway last season and have worked away at it. A private team going up against the factory and going up against the might of Penske, the Porsche Penske Motorsport team, and at the moment they lead just ahead of the two works cars driven by Laurence Vanthoor and Matt Campbell. And sorry, go on, Jim.
No, I beg your pardon for interrupting, but what I was going to say there was Dane Cameron was driving one of the Penske Motorsport entries up until the last round of pit stops, but his father, Ricky, is the race engineer for the JDC Miller Motorsports team.
So there's going to be bragging rights.
Particularly, there's not a lot of information transfer between the Porsche works teams and the privateers, surprisingly. And we saw on a couple of occasions last year, but perhaps the Penske team could have benefited from the number 85 car, because the number 85 car was quicker on more than one occasion.
And of course, that JDC Miller team, there are no factory drivers in that car. It's a completely privately arranged lineup. Whereas you look at the Proton competition, the Mustang sampling Porsche, which is also a private team, but there are Porsche factory drivers in there. You've got Neil Gianni, Jimmy Bruni, Alessio Piccarello, and Romain Dumas, who's driving the car right now. Romain has, his career is just, it's like you could write a book alone in just his CV. He's won everywhere. He's won everything there is to win in sports car racing. Le Mans, the World Endurance Championship, the American Le Mans Series. He won Sebring overall in 2008 in an LMP2 car, in a Porsche RS Spider. And this is the third generation
to mention Pikes Peak.
Pikes Peak too. Yeah, you're a Pikes Peak fan, Jeremy, aren't you?
Well,
so am I.
Look, I mean, that is something completely different, isn't it? And he's nothing if not versatile, Romain Dumas.
Well, he must be quite tired actually, because he has one of the most incredible schedules. He's always doing interesting things, and he's just finished the Dakar Rally, which is a hugely grueling feat. 3 weeks of driving in the desert, and he set a lot of top 5 stage times in a privately entered Toyota truck, and then came straight from Saudi Arabia over here to Florida and racing here for the first time in the Porsche 963, which is a car ever since it was announced. I know he's been desperate to get behind the wheel of. So Romain Dumas, at the age of 46, still driving every bit as fast as you'd expect him to. So GTD Pro, the brand new Ford Mustang GT3 with Multimatic Motorsport, car number 64. Harry Tincknell leads the way by 17 seconds right now.
That's fantastic. A huge lead in GTD standards. Roman DeAndres, of course, leading the GTD category for non-pro. So it's the pro car of Tincknell out front by 17 seconds, you say, Peter Mackay, and that's by far the largest gap we've seen in GTD through this race. So that car's been running a slightly different strategy than everybody else. It was last into the pits on lap 110, which was 13 laps before the other contenders. Some of the other contenders, it was during the caution period. So different strategies being employed, and there's pro cars, there's 3 of them in the top 4 positions out of all the GT cars.
Another problem for the number 33 Ligier, the Sean Creech Motorsport car that is ground to a halt just out of, now we're just coming out of turn 6. So that's the corner, the left-hander that takes you up onto the banking. So trying to get it back going again. As that is going on, we've got a significant penalty. Car number 6, that's Porsche Penske Motorsport GTP, driven by Lawrence Fanto right now. They've just got a drive-through penalty for failure to adhere to the controlled powertrain parameters. In short, they're using more juice. They're using more juice than they, or using more power than they are allowed to. So a drive-through penalty. They had received a warning, as had the number 5 Mustang sampling Porsche, and they will have to have a drive-through as well. Now, Shea Adams got a bit of an update for the Risi Competizione car.
As the full course yellow comes out, Risi leaves its pit box. Perfect timing from them, but they were able to successfully change the fuel hose, to change the nozzle, and to successfully refuel the car without fire being involved. Now, also significant, the number 6 Porsche that you were just talking about with that penalty, they did make it to the pit commit line before the pit close lights came on, meaning that they have just served their penalty, and effectively they lose no track position because of this, or minimal track position, I should say, because a penalty served while it's yellow is a lot better than a penalty served when it's green.
You generally can't serve a penalty under yellow. So if he was already committed to the pit lane before the yellow came out, maybe he'll get away with it, but otherwise he won't, and he'll have to come in again.
Now, this could rumble on, because if you entered the pits before they closed, so indeed before the full course yellow was actually raised, then you're okay. But we're getting well, we did get a flash up on our screen here that the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine entered a closed pit. So we'll let that one. We'll let that one play out. I don't think that one's over yet.
No, well, he will then for sure have to come in again to serve that penalty.
So, what is one of our Porsche, ironically, one of our Porsche keys to the race? No penalties, avoid that. And it seems, Jeremy, from what we've seen, that it's fairly clear that the Cadillacs, both the 01 and the 31, have got great pace. The Porsches, they're going to have to execute this race perfectly if they want to challenge for the win, and that's not going to help, penalties like that.
No, it's not. So the Porsches look pretty strong, no doubt about it. I mean, at this stage in the race, there's still no real clear picture, I think, of who might, if anybody, challenge the Cadillacs. The Cadillacs, as you said earlier on a little while ago, Peter Mackay, they've looked strong right from the get-go this week. But the Porsches haven't been far behind, nor the BMWs. The Acura has certainly been struggling a little bit compared to the other 3 manufacturers, it would appear. But look, there's still a long way to go. We're still only 4 hours and 38 minutes into this 24-hour race, and for sure, none of the teams has yet really shown their ultimate capabilities, I believe.
So we've got a quick CrowdStrike pit lane report from Joe Bradley. Joe, what have you spotted there down in the pit lane?
Just as it was literally, the teams are watching the TV screens, and I was down at United Autosports, and the team burst into life, and then you mentioned the Sean Creech car coming to a halt. So it just shows that how on your toes you have to be to take advantage of these situations. And it's clearly the tactic that the number 2 is going to employ. Ben Hanley was already in the pit box waiting. He wasn't suited and booted, but it was clear that he was due next in. And that's what's going to happen when these cars eventually pit.
Thank you, Joe. So it's all that Yorkshire tea they've been drinking that's got them on the ball there down at the number 2 United Autosports crew. It's been a kind of mixed day for them. They've got the 2 and the 22 in the LMP2 class. The 2 running very strongly. That's the car with the Wins livery on it and the Mission Foods. The 22 had to have some damage repaired after a little spill off at the International Horseshoe. So the field is now behind the Cadillac pace car. Get in touch with us in the booth here at IMSA Radio on Twitter, or X as you're now supposed to call it, but at IMSA Radio, send us a tweet. There we go. Hello to Adam Loya, who's rebuilding his snowmobile while watching the race and listening to us. Well, good luck with that. I've never been on a snowmobile. It does look quite fun, so hope it all comes together quite quickly. Shea Adam, one of our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters, would might be able to fix that. Shea, is that a promise?
Maybe. Maybe, it depends. I mean, I've had to fix a snowmobile before. It's not necessarily a fun thing to replace a track on that. But I can't believe you've never been on a snowmobile, Peter, especially someone involved in motorsport. It's a jet ski for snow.
Well, you'll need to sort that one out for me, Shea. That's going to be fun when we give it a go. I have been on a jet ski, but not a snowmobile. How about you, Jeremy?
Yeah, I did a little bit many years ago in Colorado. Fantastic fun, I have to say. So full course caution number 5, 148 laps completed by our race leaders, and 9 of the 10 GTP cars remain on the lead lap. The one car that isn't is number 40, and I would for sure all of the GTP cars will be onto pit lane during this full course caution, and that will allow the opportunity for number 40 car to get back onto the lead lap. But I wonder whether, I still think there's some sort of a problem on that car, although it has done a pretty long stint this time since it was last on pit lane. The previous 2 stints for number 40 car were much shorter than was optimum.
Now, we're delighted to welcome new fans to sports car racing all of the time, and new fans to IMSA, and the Rolex 24 at Daytona is a great time to do that. Under these full course yellows, Jeremy, you'll see something that's slightly different to maybe other forms of motorsport under the pace car. What do we see here with cars going around the pace car? Explain that process for us.
Yeah, so these are the cars that are going past the safety car and past the other contenders are out on track, are the cars that are stuck between the safety car and their respective class leaders. So we're talking here about the LMP2 cars and the GT cars. None of the GTP cars are allowed to go past because they've already been lapped. That's pretty clear out on the racetrack that they are a lap down. But the number 40 car will get the opportunity to get back onto the lead lap once this round of pit stops unfolds, because when the other cars come into the pits, the number 40 car almost assuredly will stay out on the racetrack, so that will be ahead then of the other GTPs once the stops have been completed. However, before we go back to green, once again there is another wave around for those cars that are in between the safety car and the class leader, and the number 40 car will be between the safety car and the GTP leader, so it will be able to go around past the safety car and run around and try and catch up to the back of the pack before we go green. And while it's doing that, you can hustle into the pits, top up with fuel, and then get back on the lead lap and be you're back in contention again. He probably won't have caught up to the back of the field by the time we go back to green, but he's still at least on the lead lap, and that's all that's important at this stage in the race. In LMP2, it's Felipe Massa who still leads, number 74 car for the Riley team. In second position, Malte Jakobsen in the number 04 car. In third position, Nico Pino in number 2. And then PJ Hyatt in Spike the Dragon, car number 99. Fourth position, excellent run for him. Nick Bull in number 52 car in fifth position. And James Allen in sixth place in number 81 car for Dragon Speed. And I think that 81 car actually is the first car that is a lap down. Didn't see whether it got the wave around. I fancy it didn't, so I think that has actually fallen a lap off the lap leaders at the moment in LMP2. In GTD or GTD Pro, it's that Mustang that still leads, but that substantial advantage that Harry Tincknell had in the Ford Mustang over the Corvette car number 3, Daniel Juncadella, who incidentally had just overtaken right before we went to caution. He'd just overtaken the non-pro class leader, the Aston Martin Vantage car number 27, Roman DeAngelis. That's the car that came up right from the back of the pack. Had a problem in qualifying last weekend, started, well, last but one on the field, and now is in the lead of GTD. So it's been a great run by that Harter Racing team, Aston Martin, in the new Evo Vantage to get up into the lead of GTD. Behind him is the second of the semi-factory Corvettes. Earl Bamber at the wheel of car number 4, and then 4 more non-pro cars. The GTD entries number 47, the Chetlar Ferrari car number 96, the Turner Motorsport BMW, number 32, the Courtois Preston Motorsports Mercedes, number 57, Windward Racing Mercedes, and Miguel Molina in car number 21, the AF Corsa Ferrari.
There's some big movers in this field. Harry Tinknell's number 64 Ford Mustang has gained 12 positions over the course of the race, but nothing in comparison to the number 27 Roman De Angelis that started at the back, and he's up to third,
leading class.
Leading class now, excuse me. So now that everyone is gathered up behind or nearly all gathered up behind the pace car, in fact, yes, so the pits are going to be opened when the pace car comes around. The train is just coming through the Le Mans chicane at this moment, so it's about to get very busy. I know that our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter Shea Adam is on her tiptoes, ready to greet all of the GTP prototypes. The 01 Cadillac's only got 20% left in. Now, also the number 85 JDC Porsche's only got 20%. The number 31 Whelen car's still got 55% energy. So we could well see the entire GTP field coming in here for service. So the prototypes all pulling off. In fact, not all of them. So Shea, are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready. The Whelen Cadillac is coming in. I can tell you that. Staying out is the number 40, as Jeremy rightly said, and the number 24. So one of the Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosports prototypes has stayed out, as has one of the BMW MT RLL cars. But into the pit lane comes the number 10. They are doing right side tires on this Acura. Stickers by the looks of them. They are brand new. No tires going on to the Whelen Engineering Cadillac. That car has stayed firmly on the ground, just doing fuel and energy replenishment. We're waiting on the service to finish for the WTR with Andretti number 10. That's the sound of the Whelen Cadillac going back out, and it is fuel for the Porsches. I did not see if they changed tires on both of them, but the 7 rejoins first, and then the 6, but both of those cars are behind the number 25 BMW, which did come in for fuel, and also still sitting on the pit lane. Now rolling away is that 01 Cadillac, so that one had a longer service. The last of the GTP cars on the lane is the 85 JDC Miller Motorsports, the yellow Porsche.
And another stint completed for Nico Pino in the number 2, leading the LMP2 class for United Autosports. They're right at the very last pit and pit out. And so the car seems to take forever to get here, but it doesn't take forever to get away. That was that car just wheel spinning its way off. Ben Hanley now at the wheel at the number 2.
Thank you to both of our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters, Shea Adam and Joe Bradley, keeping an eye on a very busy pit lane, as is often the case when we go to a full course yellow. So 2 cars did not pit there, Jeremy, in the GTP category. The number 24 BMW of Augusto Farfus and the number 40 Acura, that's the Dex imaging car of Colton Herta.
Yeah, no idea why the number 24 car didn't pit, because it certainly should have done. I think there was must have been some sort of, maybe there's a miscommunication there, because it's been a while since that car has been on pit lane.
Yeah, it's got 30% left in the tank.
Yeah, so I think he must have just missed the call, quite frankly, because I don't think that the team would run that risk. I mean, yeah, he's going to have the track position now, but he's going to be coming in to make his next pit stop a long time before everybody else. So I don't know, it could be a strategic decision to run at the front for a while at the restart and see whether he can hold on to it, or there was a miscommunication, one of the two.
So Shea Adam down in the pit lane is suggesting that it could be that the BMW M team did not want to bring both cars in at once and get them double stacked and get them kind of stuck. That's certainly one possible reason why that
there's
might be
enough
the
room
case.
down there. No, sorry.
So we're getting word from the pits as well that they are getting ready with some tires, so planning to bring that car in. That will drop the 24 BMW M GTP car to the back of the GTP field when we go back to green. Now it's the turn of the GT car, so they get their chance to run into the pits here and go for some service. Now, unfortunately, we don't have telemetry on them, so we've no idea how much fuel they've got in the tank, but it's what I can tell you, it's going to get busy. Down to you, Shay.
Oh, it's very busy. It is going to be fuel only for both of the Corvettes, the 3 and the 4, no driver changes, so it is Ewan Kadea and Bamber staying aboard both of those cars. And the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, the 23 is coming in, but the 27 has stayed out, so Roman DeAngelis continues to lead the class as he's out there on the racetrack.
Our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter. So nearly the entire GT pit coming in. Joe, who have you got?
Yeah, I'm with Lone Star, the number 80, the Lone Star Racing Mercedes. Now the driver lineup in this car is quite mouth-watering. Sally Yulick, Rui Pinto de Andrada, Scott Andrews, and Adam Christodoulou, who's a Mercedes specialist. Cut his holiday in India short and had quite a convoluted journey to get here. We'll talk to him when we can later on in the race. No driver change on the number 80. I'm not quite sure where it features in the field, but it's just a refuel. And no tyres, so just a top-up. Who's at the wheel of that number 80, guys?
So the number 80 Lone Star is Rui Pinto de Andrade, who brought it in. Was there a driver change, Joe?
No driver change, no tyres either. They had a sparkling fresh set of Michelins ready for it, but no, they are already into the realms of double stinting since the sun's gone down.
Thank you, Joe.
The tyres, that is.
Our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter.
Yeah, they'd lost a lead lap in for some reason in that number 80 car. They were running really well earlier on.
I don't, as Joe rightly points out, they've got a great spread in their driver lineup. Of course, GTD, like the LMP2 class, you have to have a balance of drivers. You can't fill the car with all pros like you can in GTD Pro. You've got to have a balance. But I think their spread of drivers, Jeremy, as we discussed at lunch earlier on, very good in that Lone Star car.
Yeah, certainly is. And we had a quick chat with Scott Andrews down there. I mean, it was a deal that came together very, very late. As Joe Bradley was alluding to there, Adam Christodoulou, he only got the call on January 11th. I think he had 5 days to get here, thinking he wasn't going to drive. He'd left all his gear was in London, because as Joe said, he was on holiday, so all his kit was in London. One of his buddies brought that out from here, and after that very convoluted trip that he had to get here, 46 hours, he was telling me this morning it took him to get here, and he's glad he did. I mean, he loves this event. He's been on the podium here before. He's had a 4th place finish last time he was here. I think it was 2018, and he just loves this event. And he's one of the sort of semi-works drivers, if you like, for Mercedes. Gets opportunities to drive Mercedes AMG cars all around the world.
So under full course yellow at the moment, as the number 24 BMW M Hybrid does come in for service. I think you're right, Jeremy. And we saw, of course, this in the BMW M Endurance Challenge on Friday with the 2 Turner cars missing a pit call. Great to see the FAF team marching on. Lost several laps when having to take the car back to the pits, but Shea Adam, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter, has an update on why that 24 BMW came in a bit later.
It was exactly as I thought. They did not want to compromise either one of the cars by pitting them together. They've been having issues for most of the race, so they said they chose to take the 24 out of it and pit it at the last possible opportunity. They're not worried about it moving back up. It's still early on in the race, but they didn't want to impact the pit stops.
Oh, so that's thank you, Shea, for that CrowdStrike pit lane report.
It's bizarre for a professional team. I mean, there should be room down in the pit lane. We've often see team cars pitting alongside each other. That's a weird one.
Keep your tweets coming in, folks. At IMSA Radio, do talk to us up here on the 5th floor at Daytona International Speedway. GF Musial, this is heartwarming. Anyone that's reading this has said, I've never seen a Rolex 24 like this. So many new fans, so crowded. Talk to a few, they can't believe the access. The sport is exploding. That warms the heart.
Yeah, I mean, access has been a feature here of this series for many, many years, and it is one of the big attractions of IMSA, no question about it.
Hello also to Matthew Freed. Thank you for your kind words, watching from Shreveport, Louisiana. Also, thank you to Justin Howell for the kind words too. Great to hear from you. So keep your tweets coming in here on at IMSA Radio. We're coming up towards the 19-hour mark, and I think, Jeremy, it's time for a VP Fuels in race update. While we've got the field neutralised, take us away.
Right, in the GTP ranks, it's number 31 car that leads. Tom Blomqvist at the wheel of that car right now. The BMW car number 25 in second position, Maxime Martin. The two Penske Porsche Motorsports entries, number 7 and 6, running in third and fourth places, Maddie Campbell and Lawrence Vantour. Then the privateer Porsche number 5 of Romain Dumas. Then the best of the WTR Andretti Acura's number 10 car, Brendan Hartley in sixth position, followed by Alex Palou, who lost some ground during that pit stop in number 01 Cadillac Racing entry, down to 7th position ahead of Tymon van der Helm in number 85 JDC Miller Motorsports entry, and then Augusto Farfus in that out of sequence BMW. The number 6 car is just coming onto the pit lane as well. Just made a quick stop. It's not serving its penalty, I presume. Or maybe it is. And the Colton Herta car, having stayed out when the other cars pitted, has just got the wave around and come in to make its pit stop as well. That's number 40 car. In LMP2, it's Malte Jakobsen who leads the way now in number 04, having vaulted up one position during that round of pit stops. Number 2 car is in second place. It was in third. And the erstwhile leader, number 74 car, with Felipe Massa having handed that car over to Felipe Fraga, has dropped to third position ahead of number 99 and 52, 81 and 18, the youngster Connor Zilic driving that number 18 car. That's the Era Motorsports entry. Another very exciting young talent there in Connor Zilic, who last year was driving Mazda MX-5 Cup cars, for goodness sake. And here he is in the LMP2s. He also did a lot of other stuff, by the way. He's a Chevy contracted driver, and big things expected of him.
So we'll continue with our VP Racing Fuels in-race update in a moment, but down in the CrowdStrike, down with our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters is Joe Bradley. Joe, who have you got?
I've got Felipe Massa of all people, just out the 74 LMP2 entry. Felipe, I think we could tell by the timing screens how much you enjoyed that.
To be honest, I was not expecting, to take the car 10th or something like that, and go to the leading. But also in the good pace, overtaking cars, fighting and understanding the traffic, for the first time. I was really enjoying, and especially, my first stint ever here in Daytona, in this race with this car. So I think it was pretty good. The race is really long, but I think it was definitely a good start.
So you enjoyed the mixed class aspect. I mean, have you done any mixed class racing? Because your Brazilian stock cars, I believe, is where you've been keeping yourself busy.
Yeah, but it's 30 minutes race, so it's sprint race, so it's not races like that, that you really have a lot of traffic, a lot of cars, quicker, slower than you, and you really need to manage, in the right way. So it was definitely the first experience I had in this type of situation, and it was pretty nice.
Well, we love having you here, Felipe.
Thanks.
Don't be a stranger. I'm sure we're going to...
Congratulations for the event. It's really nice to see the people, to see the atmosphere. So beautiful. Looks like we are in the stadium racing cars. And thank you everyone, because they was really welcome me in the fantastic way. And I'm so happy for that. Thanks.
Cheers.
Back to green flag racing here with just over 19 hours to go at the 60-second Rolex 24-hour at Daytona. And it is Tom Blomqvist who leads us away down into turn 1 for this restart with the number 25 BMW right behind. Now, during the pace car, we had an issue for the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Acura that's got to take a little bit of avoiding action there at the Le Mans chicane. Also, it looked like the 023 Ferrari had been run into the back of. There was damage on the rear. Now, this is behind the pace car, something we really don't see very often at all. So we will get the second half of our VP Fuels in race update in a moment. We've gone through the prototypes, we'll get the GTs, but Jeremy, it's all happening all at once.
It is, isn't it? Absolutely right. There's never a dull moment in any of these races, it seems. Yeah, it's continuing right away at the restart. As we saw earlier on, you know, the old adage, yellows breed yellows. I hate it, quite frankly, but
Get
it's
that
true.
one off your bingo card.
Yeah, exactly. You know, but it's true. You know, all the cars are packed up together at restart. Any sort of a misjudgment or miscommunication between two drivers out on the racetrack there can lead to another incident. We see it so often, you know, hopefully it looks like that number 40 car, Jordan Taylor, has finally taken over that car from Colton Herta, and he's underway again.
He's got damage on the rear left there, I think, so I think it's about to get busy again.
But he is on the lead
in
lap,
the
so if you can stay
pit lane. There's shards of carbon fibre bodywork, and indeed we are back to full course yellow. So Jeremy, you said yellows breed yellows. It's a truism, isn't it? Yeah. It's that's what we have. So another full course caution. Now this will be what's called a short full course yellow because it's within 15 minutes of the last one, so there won't be the whole process that we've just seen. The Triarsi car is into the pits, and they've got a whole rear deck. Now this is something that the new 296 Ferrari GT3 is so impressive with. This very much won them the Nürburgring 24 hours last year when they had a puncture, got a bit of rear damage, and they can just simply clip the whole rear of the car off and put a new one on. And this could keep Triarsi, who've got great pace, the 023 in the race, because they've been able to just remove that whole damaged section off and whack a whole new one on again, Jeremy. Yeah. Proper serviceability.
Yeah, but this is emergency service, so they can't do too much down there, and Shea Adam, I'm sure, will fill us in on that one.
Yes, so what's strange is we've got two cars with rear damage, which is unusual. So we saw a bit of damage to the rear of the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Acura GTP, and rear damage to the Triarsi Competizione GTD car. Well. And that damage appeared to be inflicted behind the pace car. We're also getting a report that there is fluid on the track at turn 7. That's the exit onto the super speedway. So a few driver changes as well. One notable one is in the 86 GTD Porsche, the MDK Porsche. Larry Ten Voorde on board now, his IMSA and Rolex 24 debut, but an absolute ace in the Porsche Cup cars, and great to see him getting that opportunity, the rapid Dutchman. Now this intervention of the safety car here for the full course caution, Jeremy, this is exactly not what Cadillac want to see. When it's green, they are on an express train, it seems.
Yeah, true. Any sort of interruption for them to their progress they don't like, because they were kind of commanding this race. But now Alex Palou, with that slower pit stop in the number 01 car, he did, of course, need more fuel than everybody else because he was slightly out of sequence than everybody else. It had been over an hour since that car was last in the pit lane, and as a result of that, he's dropped from the lead down to 6th position.
So getting early word that the 023 Triarsi car might have spun on the pace lap and backed into something, and then the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Acura GTP had run over the damaged bodywork. So our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters will work hard to get the answers on both of those questions for you. What we can tell you is that the field is neutralised once again behind the Cadillac pace car, which it must be said, Jeremy, has been being well used so far today.
Yeah.
It's they hope they've got enough gas in it.
Yeah, well, no, it's not that bad. I mean, we've had several runs here more than an hour, and with this many cars on track, I mean, incidents are going to happen. We knew that coming in. We just hope that not every 15 minutes or less than 15 minutes as it has been on this particular occasion. But generally speaking, I think it's the race has settled down for longish periods, and it's been a really interesting race so far, and just over the 5-hour mark now.
Well, we'll take the opportunity then to finish our VP Racing Fuels in-race update. In GTD Pro, that at the moment is led by the number 77 AO Racing Porsche, which is being driven by Lauren Heinrich, a driver who's won the Rolex 20, well, has won the Daytona 24-hour in the iRacing world, and hoping to add the Rolex 24, the outdoor version of the race, to his already growing CV. In second place in GTD Pro is car number 4, Earl Bamber in the Chevrolet Corvette. Still getting used to that one after Earl being with the Porsche brand for so many years. Kenny Habel for the 75 Sun Energy 1 Mercedes sits in third in GTD Pro. Then in fourth in class, it's the car number 1, Paul Miller Racing BMW of Brian Sellers. In fifth, it's the number 3 Corvette of Daniel Juncadella, another new signing for the Corvette team. In sixth in class, it's Frank Pereira, Lamborghini stalwart, car number 19. Then it's the second Ford Mustang car 64, Mike Rocky Rockenfeller, 7th in class at the moment. Then in the 8th in class, it's car 65, Dirk Mueller in the sister Ford Mustang. 9th in class in GTD Pro is Matteo Cairoli, another new signing in the winter, moving from Porsche to Lamborghini. That's the 60 car there. The Aston Martin Vantage for Heart of Racing, car 23. Ross Gunn sits 10th in GTD Pro. In GTD, we have leading that class at the moment is Roman De Angelis, who did not stop at that last caution, so he's a little bit off strategy to everybody else. Then you've got Russell Ward in the number 57 Mercedes AMG for Windward Racing. Third in GTD, we have Kenton Cook for the number 32 Korthoff Mercedes. Number 47, Cetilar Ferrari Antonio Fuoco sits in fourth. Then in fifth, it's the Lexus for Vassar Sullivan, Frankie Montecalvo, car number 12. Then it's Ollie Milroy for the number 70 Inception Racing McLaren squad, 6th in class. 7th in class in GTD is car 120, Wright Motorsport with Fred Makovecki at the wheel. Then it's Jake Walker for Turner BMW in 8th. Then sitting 9th in the GTD, we have the number 44 Magnus racing car of Andy Lally, one of the most highly experienced and highly decorated drivers at this race. Then rounding out the top 10 in GTD, it's Miguel Molina for number 21 AF Corsa Ferrari. And that is your VP Racing Fuel in race update here on IMSA TV and IMSA Radio. 18 hours and 52 minutes to go. The class splits are taking place, so we although we have a short yellow, which means the pits don't open, we do still do the class split. The reason for that is that you don't have prototypes on the restart cutting their way through big bunches of GT cars and causing more havoc. Hard work from the AMR safety crew to make sure that the track is cleared up, but also that it's in safe condition to go back racing again, clearing up any fluid. Now it seems that the 023 Triarsi competition Ferrari is back and moving again. That whole rear clip being put back on. Yes, it's showing us circulating. It's Onofrio Triarsi, one of the team owners, at the wheel right now. So it just shows you the serviceability of that Ferrari and how it's been designed. It's a complete Ferrari design, but the car is actually constructed by Orica, who know a thing or two about race cars. Their chassis are actually the base for the Acura GTP cars. The Cadillacs, they have a Dallara chassis, and the Porsche, they have a Multimatic chassis, and the BMW also using the BMW also using a Dallara chassis. Now we won't be long, we were due to see the Lamborghini SC63 at Sebring. That will use a Ligier chassis, so all of the 4 chassis options for GTPs being taken up. Now there's quite a lot of cleanup going on at the Le Mans chicane right now. So I wonder if maybe some fluid gone down there as well, Jeremy.
Yeah, very good point. Could be. Looks like it.
And
there's quite a lot of just general debris down there, perhaps. That's where the Forte Racing Lamborghini crashed earlier, much earlier on, of course. Is that where was the Triazzi car's problem? Was that there, or was that?
Was at turn 7, so just quite a bit further than that. So maybe they had the impact driven on, and then it spilled the fluid, and that would maybe explain why the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Acura GTP went straight on, because it probably hit the fluid and then went forward.
Yeah.
So we might be under this yellow for a little bit longer than we perhaps anticipated, because fluid on the track is not something you can mess about with, particularly in the hours of darkness.
Yeah, particularly now we're fully dark now, of course, and the whole complexion of the race has changed somewhat, and it's a good opportunity for IMSA safety track services team there to get out, the Daytona International Speedway track services team to get out there and clean up any mess so the track is in good condition for the restart.
Now our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter Shay Adams has been keeping an eye on what this will mean in GTD. Shay, what have you got?
I was pretty interested in the fact that the 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin did not come down the pit lane when the pits opened for the GT cars during that last caution we had. And indeed, they started to get ready when we went back to green, and then we went back to yellow again. Well, they have been standing on the wall with the full spread of array that you would want, 4 new Michelin tires, actually 2 new Michelin tires, up on the wall, ready to go, and then an air hose to clean out the front of this top secret Aston Martin GT3 machine. Driver change will also be taking place. Zachary Robichon will be taking over for Roman DeAngelis, the former Porsche Carrera Cup, Canada version. It was GT3 Cup Challenge back then. They were fierce competitors on the track, battling each other for the championship, now sharing an Aston Martin, hoping to win a watch together. But when Roman gets out of the car, we'll definitely have to have a chat with him. But the longer we stay under yellow, it means the longer they have to go without refueling the car. And there are a couple nervous faces on that pit box.
Thank you, Shay, one of our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters. I agree. I hope Roman's taking his fluffy pink slippers in the car with him to put on to keep soft pedaling away to get it to the end of the stint and refuel. So keep your tweets coming in on IMSA Radio. Question in from Nigel Dobby. It's a very interesting question here, Jeremy. Nigel has asked, can the number 13 Corvette, the car that had issues at the start, is it getting a lap back with every caution pitting out of sequence?
Depends on how they play it, where they are, whether they need a pit stop when the caution comes out. If they don't desperately need a pit stop, yes, each time they will stay out there and potentially gain back a lap each time. How many laps is that car down right now?
Showing on my
to that is a lot. Yeah, it's still 25 laps down on the leaders, so it's unlikely to gain 25 laps back during the course of the race. But yeah, they probably are getting laps back on a fairly regular basis. Unfortunately, it's not really significant at this stage, but yeah, they're going to start picking up some places. I still think we've only had, how many cars have officially been retired from this race? I think it's only the number 11 car, isn't it? Number 20 car we haven't seen for a long time. The number 78 Lamborghini, that is still back out there, I think, isn't it? The Lamborghini that crashed, yeah. So that's still running.
Quite possibly, but we're about to go back to green flag racing here at the 62nd Rolex 24-hour at Daytona. And it's Tom Blomqvist for Whelen Engineering who leads us back with the BMW there of Maxime Martin right in there. It's around the outside. Here comes the Porsche. It's Matt Campbell in the car number 7 for Porsche Penske Motorsport, and he gets the move done on Martin on those colder tyres. Great move there from the Australian ace. So it's Bloomquist who leads then in the red, white and black Whelen Cadillac from the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 of Matt Campbell. Then it's Maxime Martin, the first of the BMWs, and Romain Dumas in the Mustang Sampling Porsche, car number 5, right in there in 4th place. And I tell you what, Matt Campbell is giving chase here. We've seen these Cadillacs marching at the front of the field, but Matt Campbell wants to put Porsche to the front of the field here in the 62nd Rolex 24. Now, question for you, Jeremy, have we seen that Porsche, that number 7 car at the front of the field yet?
No. The cars we've seen at the front of the field so far are number 31, number 10, number 01, number 40 and number 24. So we've had 5 different cars have led the race. We've had 11 different lead changes to this point.
And there will be plenty more, you can be sure of that. So the number 20, the number 24 BMW, having been right up at the front before that sequence of yellows, is now going to fight back through after that little, after that strategical decision to not double stack the cars. Number 24 is going to have to try and fight back on its teammate, the number 25 car in that BMW GTP squad. Move for the lead here on the outside. Here comes Matt Campbell around the outside of Tom Blomqvist. Can he get it stopped in time and make the move stick right around the outside? Matt Campbell takes Porsche to the top here at Daytona. Matt Campbell is known for his Hollywood moves. He won the Bathurst 12 Hours 4 or 5 years ago with one of the most incredible moves down to the elbow that you've ever seen. If you've not, look it up. But he moves to the front then. So Porsche lead the race from Cadillac. Number 7 Porsche from 31 Cadillac for Whelen Engineering. So does the Porsche come alive during the night, or does it come alive when the tyres are still coming up to temperature and pressure?
It certainly does when Matt Campbell's at the wheel, doesn't it? That was a tremendous restart by the Australian there to move past Tom Blomqvist, who's no slouch on cold tyres. But yeah, that was an opportunistic move there round the outside. That takes a lot of bravery, particularly from over somebody like Tom Blomqvist, who has had success here in the past.
Reigning champion, of course, was in the winning car last year with Blomqvist, and was so quick every time he got on board. Now the number 5 Mustang Sampling Porsche in 4th place, under pressure from the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura at the moment, is driven by Brendan Hartley, the Kiwi. He's been at the wheel of that car for quite a while now, it seems, but no stranger to an Ironman stint is Brendan. And he right in there in the draft of that Proton competition run at Mustang Sampling Machine. It looks fantastic with the black and gold streaks. Hartley around the outside then, hard on the brakes. And Hartley, can he get the move done here? Yes, he can. So he goes past his old Porsche stablemate. They used to be teammates at Porsche, not anymore. And Hartley goes past into 4th position.
The other guy who's charging is Jordan Taylor. He's moved up 3 positions at the restart. He's ahead up now into 7th position and restarted in 10th. He's ahead of Augusto Farfus, number 24 BMW, and number 85 car of Tymon van der Helm. And Lawrence Vantour, I think, finally serving that penalty now under green flag conditions. He's going to be right at the back of the pack.
So GTD Pro seems to, every time we have a caution, it just seems to shuffle the pack and we get a complete new set of characters at the front. All of a sudden we've got the GTD Pro pole sitter, the number 77, Rexy the Dinosaur for 8.0 Racing. Lauren Heinrich now driving that car. They struggled early in the race for pace, and now they're back at the front of the field. Some great pit work there from the 8.0 squad, but they've got Earl Bamber right in behind in the number 4 Corvette. Meanwhile, Tom Blomqvist is under pressure for the number 25 BMW for 2nd position from Maxime Martin. Now, my word, do we have some penalties here. Initiating the pass around before the announcement. Drive-through penalty for the following cars. Car number 120, that's Wright Motorsport. Car 78, that's Forte Lamborghini. That's not going to make too much of a difference to their already difficult day. The number 21 AF Corsa Ferrari. The 57 GTD Windward Mercedes. The number 60 GTD Pro Lamborghini for Iron Lynx. And the number 86 MDK Porsche in GTD. That is a heck of a bunch of penalties there.
It is, isn't it? Number 57 car currently running second position in GTD. Russell Ward at the wheel of that car at the moment. Number 120, that's running in 8th position. Fred Makovecki is driving the Wright Motorsports Porsche. So yeah, critical penalties there. New best lap by the number 8 car there, Scott McLaughlin in the Tower Motorsport LMP2 car. He's a lap down still. He was 2 laps down. He gained 1 lap back during that caution period, so still not out of the realm by any means. And McLaughlin turning some good laps here in the shortly after we go back to green.
Earlier on, Harry Tinknell in the Ford Mustang GTD Pro team told us about how he'd had passion fruit electrolyte drinks. Goodness knows what they've given Matt Campbell, because he's pulled out into a 1.6 second lead here at the front of the field from Tom Blomqvist. So the Porsches up to now, they've been sort of hanging, I don't think they've been hanging back on purpose, not at all, but they've sort of been under the radar and now just forging forward. Remember though, car number 6, the sister car to Matt Campbell's machine, has had a drive-through penalty for exceeding the power parameter. So I wonder how close are they getting to that limit here. Matt Campbell putting some great pace in, Jeremy, but surely they've got to be watching that power parameter like a hawk right now.
Yeah, great point. Because certainly you don't want to be, I think the next penalty might be even stiffer actually if they get pinged again. They had a warning and then it was a drive-through, and next time I think it's going to be worse than that. 2 more best laps there that's showing up. Malte Jakobsen, who's just lost the lead actually since the restart in LMP2 in car number 04. He'd been passed by Ben Hanley shortly after the restart, so it's Hanley who leads for United Autosports USA in car number 2. Malte Jakobsen though just turned his best lap, a 1:40.827. As we heard Ryan Dial say earlier on, the fastest lap in LMP2 has been set by Christian Rasmussen in the Era Motorsport car number 18. That was I think he's the only guy to be in the 39s, 39.956 for Christian Rasmussen. But the battle is on here at the front of the field. Ben Hanley, Malte Jakobsen very close together on the racetrack. Hanley just having made that pass. Felipe Fraga, he's about 3 seconds back in 3rd position for Riley. And then behind him, Todd Dillman, another debutant this weekend, and Paul-Loup Chatin, who won the championship last season with PR1 Matheson Motorsports, now driving at this race in that number.
It's Spike.
Indeed,
Spike has just had the fastest lap of the race for that car, 1:41.547. So Paul-Loup Chatin really getting onto it there. They've got a really interesting lineup with Matt Brabham in there too, who's got the most varied experience in motorsport. He's a super truck champion, so going from a super truck to an LMP2 car is quite a difference, quite a step. Now, Rexy, the number 77 Porsche for AO Racing, is chasing the number 27 Aston Martin of Roman De Angelis. Now, the number 77 car is leading in GTD Pro and is chasing the GTD leader, Roman De Angelis. So they are actually in a different class, albeit they run to exactly the same regulations. So the only difference between GTD Pro and GTD, there's no difference in the cars. It's all to do with what drivers you're allowed. GTD Pro, you can put who you wish in it. GTD, there are regulations on different skills of driver you've got to put in. The FIA grade drivers on a ranking from bronze, silver, gold up to platinum, and you're regulated on who and what you can have in the car. So Matt Campbell, 1.7 seconds to the good then as they cross the line, opening up the gap ever so slightly. In fact, by just over 0.2 of a second on that last lap as the Australian. So that number 7, Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, really opening up the taps now. But we've seen this on the restarts though, Jeremy. We've seen other characters coming into play in GTB off the restarts, but a long run of green flag, that's when the Cadillacs just relentlessly forge to the front.
They do, don't they? And with that pit stop and the penalty for number 57 car in GTD, that has elevated Kenton Cook into 2nd place in GTD in the Courthoff Preston Motorsports number 32 Mercedes. Ahead of him are 3 GTD Pro cars in order from the front. Number 77, Lauren Heinrich, driving that car at the moment, defending GTD Series champion Brian Sellers. Paul Miller Racing BMW moving up a category this year. And then the factory Chevrolet driver, Earl Bamber, in number 4 Corvette. Ahead of all of them, as you were saying just a few moments ago, is Roman DeAndres in that heart of racing team Aston Martin that started right at the back of the pack.
So 18 hours and 35 minutes to go here at the Rolex 24 at Daytona. And getting word that unfortunately the 88 AF Corsa LMP2 car has retired. That's such a shame. That crew were really in the hunt for the win last year and came back. Slightly different driver lineup, mind you, but the slightly different driver lineup came back here to try and win the watch, and unfortunately it's not been their year. Ben Keating's made a great point to us on a couple of occasions that there's so many strong cars in this race that every car is a long shot if you're a betting person. Yeah. So he doubles his odds by putting himself in two cars. Not everybody in that position, but it just shows you how tight it is. No more so than an LMP2, and we've got two stars at the front of the field. The number 2 United Autosports car, Ben Hanley, former winner of this race back in 2020 with Dragon Speed. He's being chased hard by Malte Jakobsen, who I don't know if I want to call him a surprise package, but he's just been so good not all week long, all fortnight long, including the Roar test, and he looks like he's going to try and make a move here on the number 2, but Ben Hanley quickly shuts the door down the inside, saying, I don't think so, sunshine.
He's had a second place finish here before in LMP3, Malte. I mean, he just kind of burst on the scene, didn't he, a couple of years or so ago. In LMP3, an absolute superstar, just 20 years of age. Malte, really good head on his shoulders, and as you say, Peter Mackay, he's fast as well, and Ben Hanley, he's been driving this sort of car for a long time. There's the two leaders side by side, absolutely side by side through the kink, and heading towards the turn 5 West Horseshoe. Number 2 car just about maintains the advantage. Ben Hanley just fights off Malte Jakobsen, but they completely side by side through the kink. That's for the brave, that move.
It certainly is. It really is a brave move. Now, we've got Nick Damon back in the pit lane, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter. Nick, who have you caught up with?
Sitting in the back of the garages with Antonio Garcia out of the number 3 Corvette. Antonio, what's your reading of the race so far?
Not bad. Just staying up there in front, pretty much with the lead. So there's times where we are in the front, some others we are the cycle back. Not bad. Last stop we had to swap position with the 4 cars, so we didn't lose as much time in the pits, but yeah, we are up there. I mean, still a long time to go, so not bad.
First race for the new GT3, pure GT3 version of the Corvette compared to the adjusted GTE, GT3, which is very confusing, car from last year. What are the key differences between last year's pretended to be a GT3 car and this actual GT3 car?
I think it should be more equal in aero balance and aero total downforce and power. So the way we produce the lap time should be pretty much the same as the rest of the competition. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely a few brands very, very strong this weekend. We are probably not, but yeah, we just need to be up front there, and yeah, we can show every time if we don't just we just need to do our own race and just be there. So let's see what's going on at the end.
When you're perhaps not the fastest car over a lap, is it good to have lots and lots of yellow, or would you rather have long runs of green to try and show other talents?
I don't know. I mean, it's going to be probably now the race is going to calm down quite a bit. So during the night, all the good guys will be out there, maybe not taking much risk. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's definitely going to go crazy tomorrow at the end. So yeah, we better be in a good position and try to save the car as much as possible to be good tomorrow.
Thanks, Antonio.
Thank you.
One of the good guys staying out there is Connor Zilic for a second stint, and as he leaves his pit box, he actually leaves a bit of the cheese wedge that is at the back of the LMP2 car. So that's an unintended little bit that they wound up leaving on the pit lane, and oh no, it belonged to the Ferrari in the pit box just up from them. They happened to just rip it up underneath some rubber bits that were laid down from before. But no, Connor's staying aboard for his second stint in the night, a guy who's a lot more accustomed to racing with sunshine over his head because his head is exposed in the roof of Mazda MX-5 Cup car. So yes, for fans of that series, Connor staying aboard.
Thank you, Shay, and to Nick as well, who caught up with Antonio Garcia from the number 3 Corvette racing by Pratt Miller Motorsports. A slightly different nomenclature and it was a slightly different setup to what they've seen in the past. Corvette racing is, as we sort of know it, really kicked off as that factory team here at the Rolex 24, and one of their earliest cars, the C5, is actually on display in the paddock. So if you're lucky enough to be with us here at the circuit, go and check it out. It's a really cool looking machine. Different lineup in the Corvette number 3 this year. Antonio Garcia returning for, well, what has been a hugely successful tenure with the Corvette brand, but he'll be joined by Alexander Sims for the full season in IMSA this year, and they're joined by Daniel Juncadella for the Endurance Cup rounds.
Yeah, saw Alexander Sims after the drivers' meeting this morning, had a nice little chat with him, and he was telling me how he just didn't feel comfortable in that prototype car last year, driving with the number 31 Whelen Action Express team, and he just feels more at home, it seems, in a GT car, loving the opportunity to get back with the now semi-factory Corvette team, Corvette by Pratt Miller, and he feels very comfortable in his car, really enjoys the GT ranks, and feels that they've got a pretty good shot at this race. I think it seems to be absolutely wide open in GT, and again, certainly at this stage, again, you can't make any prognostications, I think, about how this race is likely to unfold in the final few hours.
I wonder how his Spanish is, because he's got 2 Spaniards in the team.
He's a pretty smart guy. He probably speaks.
He's incredibly intelligent and so fast. Now, unexpected pit stop, I think, here for the 74 Riley LMP2. Shay, what's the story?
Well, you said that I'm always on my toes, and that's the case for Riley's pit crew as well. The car was going around the circuit, and clearly a radio message came through from Felipe Fraga saying not everything was okay. So he has decided to bring the car into the pit lane. They are changing all 4 Michelins to brand new sticker Michelins. I don't think this car's been out there for a terribly long time. You might have to correct me on that, Jeremy. But they have done 4 tires, waiting on the refueling at this point. This will be a good indication of just how unexpected the pit stop was, just how early. Felipe, ready to go? That was about 3/4 tank of fuel, I would say.
And probably, possibly not even that share. He was last in on lap 147. That was under caution. So he's only done, since we went back to green, we've done 10 laps until we went back to green. So yeah, a little bit over half a stint for that 74 car. And if there's any hint that something might be slightly awry, bring it in now rather than having the problem get worse very quickly. So you never second guess, do you? We've known that long. If you don't second guess anything that Bill Riley says, including yesterday, where in the Michelin Pilot Challenge Series race, which is an absolutely stunning race. If you get a chance to see it, try and find the replay. It was the Riley Motorsport team was sort of languishing mid-pack all the way through that final stint, but that was the only car who was able to stretch its fuel and get to the end, because Bill Riley got on the radio to Riley Dickinson at the beginning of that final stint. Save fuel, save fuel, save fuel. Don't worry where you are. Don't worry about your pace. Well, go as fast as you can, but this is about this is how much fuel you can use, and the youngster managed it perfectly and came away with the victory. And talking of the Riley family, Bill's father Bob, who was presented with the Road Racing Drivers Club Top Award, the Phil Hill Award, at a dinner here on Wednesday, which was well deserved for basically services to the motorsports industry. And Bob, one of the top designers in this country for decades, almost centuries actually. Is no spring chicken, his bird, but he's still designing race cars. In fact, he designed the car last year that won the Trans Am Championship with Chris Dyson. So prodigious and talented and just a great guy all around. Unfortunately, Bob couldn't be at the dinner to accept that award because he slipped and fell at the shop about 10 days ago and broke his pelvis. So, Bob, we wish you a rapid recovery and congratulations on that well-deserved award.
Yes, definitely. Get well soon, Bob Riley. Nick Damon, one of our CrowdStrike Pitline reporters, has just seen the GTD former leader. Nick, what did you see?
Yeah, the 27 car came in, which is the Aston Martin of Heart of Racing. Roman De Angelis, the Canadian, got out, and Zachary Robichon got in. The only thing was, it just seemed rather early, because obviously everyone's just been in. I wasn't in the pit lane for the last massively long section of yellow, but you don't expect anyone to come in and do a full service outside of that time. Now, the other interesting thing was that halfway through the pit stop, they sort of stopped and they rotated the outside right wheel. So they're rolling this outside right wheel before they then decided to put the left wheel on it. Now, whether that's a sensor issue or they're just trying to see if there's any perhaps slack in the drivetrain, I don't know. But yeah, a little bit strange. See if I can get away with Roman in a minute. He's just about to talk to CBS, I think, or NBC. Sorry, not CBS, NBC. Got the American networks wrong there. But yeah, interesting to know whether it was a problem or whether that was actually when it was supposed to happen.
In fact, Nick, that car did not pit with everybody else under the previous caution period. It was running up towards the sharp end of the field, but didn't stop. So it had stopped about 20 minutes or so before the caution period. So it elected not to make a pit stop at the last opportunity. So yes, that was, I think, a scheduled stop for the number 27 car.
Matt Campbell at the front of the field, it wasn't just that Hollywood move he pulled off there around the outside of Tom Blomqvist. It's been a relentless pace. His gap is 4.3 seconds at the lead of the motor race. The Porsche has been pretty strong on restarts. Got a message coming in on at IMSA Radio from Tim Fulbrook saying he'd noticed that the Porsches are very good on the restarts, but clearly they're pretty good as we come into the kind of mid-section of the stint. Matt Campbell with 45% of his allowable stint energy left. Tom Blomqvist with 40, likewise for Maxime Martin in third. So quite even across those top three. Of course, they all pitted at the same time under the last full course yellow. So in GTD Pro, it is incredibly tight between the number 77 AO Porsche Rexy with Lauren Heinrich on board, with Brian Sellers right up the tailpipe in the number 1 BMW for Paul Miller Racing. Of course, Paul Miller Racing, the reigning GTD champions, but they've stepped up to GTD Pro this year with Brian Sellers and Madison Snow returning, and they've got 2 BMW aces with them for this Rolex 24. They've got Neil Verhagen and Sheldon van der Linde in there too, so they've got a very, very strong lineup. And Jeremy, you know Neil very, very well, and it's great to see him get this chance at the GT Pro level.
Yeah, it really is. And he's been a BMW junior driver now for the last 3 or 4 years, I guess, and this year elevated to full factory status with BMW. Finally gets an opportunity to come. He's come over here and competed in the Michelin Pilot Challenge as a BMW junior over the last year or two, always with the eye towards moving him up the ladder, and that's what he gets the opportunity to do this year. And he's a real talent, and fellow former TBC scholarship winner Brian Sellers to mentor him as well. It's Brian who's driving that car at the moment, but it's Lauren Heinrich from Germany, the former Porsche Carrera Cup Germany champion in car number 77, who's leading in GTD at the moment with that pit stop for number 27 Heart of Racing Aston.
They've pulled out from the caution. They've pulled out 7 seconds over El Bamber. So you've got youth and experience there at the front. Heinrich, the young star in his Rolex 24 debut, it must be said, just got a tiny gap over Brian Sellers, who this is certainly not his Rolex 24 debut, to give the understatement of the day. And Earl Bamber right there in third, a driver who's won pretty much everything there else is to win except the Rolex Winners Chronograph. This race is one that has eluded him. He ticked off the Nürburgring 24 off the list last year, driving with the Frickadelli team. So he'll be hoping to add the Daytona 24, but it has never been, I don't think it's... Oh, Jeremy, you've seen this race through the generations. Has it ever been more difficult to win here?
No. No, with every passing year now, Peter, it gets more difficult, more competitive. I mean, yeah, back when I first, well, you know, for many years, up until, let's say, 10, 15 years ago, there were always a few cars in there that you knew didn't have a chance to win the race, realistically. Now, there's very, very few cars that really, if things fell their way, would not be capable of winning their class.
So, down in the pit lane, we have our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter, Nick Damon. Nick.
With Rowan DeAndrews, who got out the 27 Harder Racing Aston Martin quite recently. Roman, firstly, why did the team decide not to come in under that last yellow?
Honestly, I'm not 100% sure yet. I'm sure there was a reason for it and a reason behind it. It's early days, so not too worried about it. We had a good car, had a great run in the last few stints there, made up some ground, and the Harder Racing always provides an amazing car, and they've done that again for the race today. So we have a very comfortable car, a safe car right now, which I think is going to help us in the long runs later on into the night and into tomorrow. So we'll see what happens.
It's a pit stop with full service for AO Racing and Rexy, the GTD Pro leader, as it was at the start of the race from pole, and as it was when it came into the pits for this stop. Has done the 4 tires, they've done the fuel. Well, they're still waiting on the last bit of fuel as the gas man has his helmet on and the nozzle still attached to the car, but no driver change. So Lauren Henrik staying aboard for another stint with Rexy.
Thanks to Nick Damon there, having a chat with Roman DeAngelis in the number 27 Harder Racing Aston Martin, and she had him with a pit stop for the number 77 AO Racing Porsche. So that hands over the GTD Pro lead to Brian Sellers in the Paul Miller Racing BMW, with now with an advantage of 7.2 seconds over Earl Bamber there. GTD equally tight. Car number 32, Korthoff Mercedes. Kenton Cook leads by just 0.8 of a second from Antonio Fuoco in the Cettilar Ferrari. And then, within 3 cars within a second, the number 70 McLaren of Ollie Milroy, GTD. Goodness me.
Yeah, that's tight, isn't it? And as we say that, Antonio Fuoco just got past Kenton Cook. They were all virtually side by side as they came past the start-finish line to complete their 164th lap. But it's now Antonio Fuoco in that Cettilar Ferrari that leads in GTD. Kenton Cook in the Korthoff Preston Mercedes down to 2nd position. Then the McLaren, then the BMW, then the Ferrari. So it's Ferrari, Mercedes, McLaren, BMW, then the 2nd Ferrari. Next up in 6th position in the class, about a dozen seconds behind is the Lexus. Frankie Montecalvo driving car number 12 at the moment. Then the lone Acura in the race, with Tatiana Calderon driving at the moment in that Gradient Racing car number 66. 7th, rounding out the top 10, the Aston Martin of Magnus Racing car number 44, Andy Lally. Thomas Twining in number 43, Andretti Porsche. And then Ryan Hardwick in the Proton Ford Mustang GT3 car number 55. That's the top 10 in GTD.
Race on at the front of the field. Matt Campbell is losing time hand over fist. That gap had gone up to 4.5 seconds, but now the Cadillac, the number 31 Whelen car of Tom Blomqvist, is on the move. The gap was down to 1.5 seconds at the end of the last lap, but in the first sector Blomqvist pulled 0.6 of a second out of Campbell in the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine. So it's really game on at the front of the field. Meanwhile, the battle for 4th is equally fierce, if not more so. Brendan Hartley is trying to hold off the 0-1 of Alex Palou as they cut through traffic just in the nick of time, actually, for Hartley. But Palou had taken a little look, and Hartley says, no way, sunshine.
Yeah, that's a good point, Peter, because the number 0-1 car had closed down the gap about 4 seconds to catch up with number 10. But it's now been half a dozen laps or more that he's been trying to find a way past, but as yet with no success. So number 10 car still leads at number 0-1, and it's a battle for 4th and 5th places.
So through traffic, Matt Campbell steadying the ship there a little bit, maintaining that gap of 1.5 seconds. But while the GTB leaders fight away, Shea Adam, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter, is down with Daniel Morad.
Daniel's got 8 laps until he's got to get in the car, so we are going to have to make this kind of quick. Did you learn anything in yesterday's race that can help you with this night traffic?
I mean, at this point, it's just about clicking off laps at the end of the day. There's so much time left in it. Yesterday was just a sprint race. It was the last 4 hours. So of this race, I was ready. I'm ready for it. So whatever happens at the end of this race today, well, I guess tomorrow, I'm ready for it. It was insane yesterday with the side drafting. We had no straight line speed in the Michelin Pilot race. But here, we're looking a little bit more competitive. We're not the quickest, I don't think. But at least all the cars are in a pretty competitive window. But I'm looking forward to getting in the car for the first time.
Considering that you've raced against so many people in this race for such a long time, do you feel like there are any tricks left in the book that you haven't seen?
No, I've seen it all. I think at this, well, I mean, I could be surprised, right? I'm going to be open-minded going into it. And like I said before, it's just like, it's such a long race. You have to just click off the laps and have a clean car at the end. There's no heroics right now. You're not going to see anything spectacular yet.
That'll be tomorrow or later with the fireworks. And finally, you're going to be in the car for the fireworks, I'm assuming at this point. What's that like when you're driving around and all of a sudden there's explosions going off all around the car?
I didn't catch the first part, but...
Fireworks.
Oh, fireworks. It's startling. I think so far I've done the Rolex, I think 6 times, and I've had the fireworks 3 times in the car. Yeah, sometimes the empty canisters hit your car, and it's a little scary, but yeah, listen, it's a little bit of a war zone at 10 o'clock, but nothing we can't handle.
Thanks for the chat, Daniel. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shay, and thanks to Daniel Morad there driving the 57 Windward Mercedes. I didn't realise the canisters of the fireworks sometimes make their way onto the track unless Daniel's yanking our chain a little. So, game on in GTD. You have Kenton Cook in the number 32 Korthoff Mercedes being chased down by Ferrari factory driver.
He's made that pass back again now because he'd lost the lead to Antonio Fuoco, but he's got it back again as Kenton Cook. That is another Mercedes, as with Daniel Morad. But that's been a super battle that's going on there at the head of the pack in GTD, with Ollie Milroy right there as well in the Inception Mercedes McLaren. We talked about a little while ago about the battle between Alex Palou and Brendan Hartley. Finally, Alex Palou in number 01 Cadillac has moved up into 4th position at the expense of Hartley. So Alex Palou now is about 3 seconds behind the BMW, number 25 ahead of him. Let's see what he can do to narrow that deficit.
So the Inception McLaren going to be carrying the torch for the Woking factory in GTD, at least. The GTD Pro car run by the FAF team, unfortunately, issues early on with what we think was some sort of axle issue, which they had to go behind the wall to fix. So yeah, very much over to the Inception car now to fight for the McLaren honour. I did see one tweet earlier on that it's because they didn't have their plaid force field on. Not quite sure it works like that, but I like the sentiment nonetheless. In GTP at the front, it seems to be giving and taking in traffic. The gap's now back up again. It had come down to less than a second. It's now back up again to 2.7 seconds. Matt Campbell for Porsche Penske Motorsport number 7, leading from number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. Tom Bloomquist, yes, they are together this season. So one of the big, I would say, an off-season surprise actually, seeing that change. Not so much of a surprise is seeing Maxime Martin in 3rd in the BMW, signed on with the Munich factory over the last couple of years and stepping up to a prototype.
Yes, and with all his experience, most of his experience in GT cars, of course, but adapting to this car very nicely indeed. He's holding steady pace there, only less than 3 seconds behind number 31 car of Tom Blomqvist. He certainly isn't losing any ground at all. In fact, he gained a second on the last lap.